what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes and change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes and change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart
Guess who's back? By popular demand. You're getting goth vibes already? It's a little early there in the stream for me to be giving off goth vibes, isn't it? Maybe not. I'm not sure. It could be read in different ways. Oh my god. Yeah. Welcome. It's gotta be the weirdest thing to be like watching me and I'm looking for like the little corner at the bottom of my OBS to click to get me off of another window. It's because I'm just like, anyway, that's the weirdest part of streaming, right? If you want to stream, if you want to be really good at it, one big skill is never looking down. It's like this, you know, can't see my eyes. I don't know. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. It's not a good look, sweaty. It's not a good look, sweaty. Anybody sweaty today, or are we cold? Anybody else cold? It's finally started to get cold. Feel the what is that? Yes, gotta check my sports scores. I put money on the Jets or the Giants or some other New York team. No, I didn't. What are we supposed to be on? Oh, this one, yeah. Candace has been back in the news today. Now, I haven't even seen the second thing, but I did find this golden bit of goodness from Candace Owens. Like, she thinks she got an own here. You know what? I can't even tell. I guess this is put together by this account. I mean, you might be able to see it in the background exactly how this person owned Candace. The Derby is today? Am I gonna get people leaving for the Derby to bet on horses? Oh my god, chat. I can't have people leaving to bet on horses. I'm your only horse, right? What am I even looking for? Oh yeah. Really? Did we get an ad break already? It's not even oh, that's why it's not showing up for me. That's why I'm so confused. There we go. I want to see when my ad breaks are happening. They're happening right now. Wait, why exactly is that? Why did the ad break decide to play right now? The own was that the woman brought up the trans guy who had to compete in girls wrestling division, and then Candace said that trans women should not compete in sports. Well, yeah, she thinks she got an own because the person said, okay, like she's like, I'm fine with trans people competing in a league of their own. They can have a league of their own, and the person questioning is like, oh, so separate but equal? And Candace is like, men and women is separate but equal. Like, what's wrong with that? And it's like, wait a minute, no, it's not. No, it's not. And that exposes the whole lie of the anti-trans women in sports agenda, right? These are people that have no business commenting on a question of sports science, right? Which is strangely something I'm not entirely unfamiliar with myself, right? It's something I'm quite knowledgeable about, sports science, right? And you know, this is not where they're coming from. They're not coming from an area of like legitimate, like, you know, they think they are. They think they know biology. They think they know anatomy and physiology, but they don't know shit. And it shows. It shows profusely. So, but yeah, this is, the funny thing is, though, that, like, they pretend to care about women's sports, right? Women deserve to be able to participate in sports in a fair league that is, you know, like, right? Okay, but then how come you don't fund it? How come we don't fund it? How come I don't hear you complaining about the lack of funding for women's sports? How come, if like, think about it, Chad, if you're a baseball player and you're a woman, where do you go from that? I think you can participate in baseball in college and in high school, but I don't think you can in I don't think you can past that. Like, right, there's no, I mean, if there is, it's a very, niche thing, because I have not heard of it, right? There's a lot of sports that just like do not, it's not separate, but I mean, it's separate but equal in the way that separate but equal was separate but not equal, right? And never gonna be equal, and designed to not be equal. This one was AEW Nyla Rose, who wrestles. Oh yeah, the other one. Wait. There were a few baseball players who were women. Yeah, well, here's the thing. They're in the past, in the distant past, right? Women were not allowed to participate in sports because women were not allowed to participate in anything except making sandwiches, apparently, and having babies and being barefoot and naked and all that kind of stuff, right? You pass from your ownership of your father to the ownership of your husband, right? But there was a small time, I think in the early 1900s, where there was no rule against women competing in sports, right? And when they started to make sports leagues and women started to compete, the reason that women's leagues were established was actually because it was considered shameful for a man to participate with a woman in sports and to lose. It was not good, right? And they didn't want to deal with that, right? And not that that happened all the time, not that there aren't, like, consequences for our dominant sex hormone. There are, but it just doesn't matter as much as people think it does. It's not as separate. Like, I feel like when people think about men's and women's sports, they're imagining two bell curves as far as performance, right? And you got the women's curve over here, and you got the men's curve over here, and there's just not much crossover. But in actuality, those curves are like squished together, and there's a lot of crossover. There's a lot of women that can beat a lot of men in a lot of sports. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird interaction. The other interaction, I guess, that Candace is like, oh my god, do I even want to watch this? This sounds bad. This sounds bad. Here, let's turn down the music. Oh my god, I should have turned down the music already. Okay, let's dive in. What is
live and before anyone even colonized America. I'm wondering, there are dozens of words for two-spirited people that would now be considered LGBTQ or trans people in the native languages. So I'd like to know how, as these people have existed for thousands of years before you were alive or anyone else in this room was alive, and before anyone even colonized America. If trans people were around then, I'm just wondering why you think it is that trans people are only here now because the media is telling people these things.
Well, do you think it's weird that I graduated with 0 trans people? Do you think what do you think has contributed to the explosion of transgender people from the time that I was in high school? I'll ask you a question back.
I wish I could hand her the left-handedness chart, right? But I can't. I can't reach through the computer screen and hand that chart over, because that's, look, this is a question that's been answered 1,000 times over. It's wild that they still think this is known. How come I didn't graduate with any trans people, right? Here's the deal, Candace. Even if you were a child, not a child, but like even if you were in school now, right? Even if you were in school right now, I would bet, because of how transphobic and homophobic, what an absolute wreck you are, nobody would tell you anything. you still wouldn't know. You did graduate with trans people, you just don't know it because you didn't ask and they wouldn't trust you. And like, right? And it's the same thing even if you were you know, in school today, right? It would be the same thing. Like, right, no, this is like, it's so funny. It's so funny. But also, you know, to the degree to which, you know, I mean, going further back, less people were aware, right? You know, as a trans person, you know that you can't trust everybody. You know that there's some people that you just don't want to deal with, right? Somebody that's like, I don't believe in using the pronouns that you choose. I believe in using your biological pronouns. And also, oh, here's your dead name. Let me use that too. Yeah, that's not somebody I want to talk to. That's not somebody I want to hang out with. That's not somebody who's going to get any sort of time. I'm going to be invisible to this person, right? They're not going to see me. But going back, there's more and more people that trans people would have been uncomfortable, you know, talking about this with, right? So they're, you know, even back in the day, whatever you're referring to, maybe even before you were in school, right? That, you know, a few years before you were in school, and you know, you don't hear about trans people that much. If you go back far enough, it's because trans people weren't coming out. It's because it got... If you think that being trans is like being the villain from Silence of the Lambs or Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, you might be a little bit less likely to identify as such. Maybe even to yourself, right? So, I mean, like, there is a truth that, like, self-identified trans people probably go back to the 80s and you're going to see a lot less. But that doesn't mean that people weren't trans. Yeah, she doesn't get this. She doesn't get this at all.
If this was just a natural thing, and I don't know what you're talking about with two-spirit people, is this like a Native American tribe, like high, smoking, and...
That's... I think you mixed up hippies and First Nation people, Candace. Wait, that like 100% deserves like a... What? Look, okay, I am not one to shame people for imbibing in whatever kind of, you know, substances that you know, feel good to their mind and their body, okay? I'm not judgmental like that. So don't take this the wrong way when I ask Candace, what are you smoking? What are you smoking, right? Like, what? What did I just hear? That's what First Nations people do. That they're anti-indigenous racism and stereotypes just jumped out of there. Yeah, this is wild. I mean, look, she's bad, but sometimes I forget how bad she is.
Talking about your spirit, I'm asking you seriously, because when I think of Native American tribes talking about their spirits, I know that they used to smoke a lot, they used to do drugs. They also were cannibals who used to...
Oh my god! No! Candace, wait. Did I hear that correctly? Okay, let me switch around. Yeah, because this is supposed to be the left headphone. That's supposed to be the right headphone. Only this headphone works, but like, let me switch it around and see if it's like, did she say what I think she, like, seriously, if there's anyone who's got something strange in their pipe and is smoking it, it is Candace Owens here. What the absolute I think she knows and is feigning ignorance to infantilize and degrade Native Americans. Candace Owens loves using identity. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, right, okay, so here's the thing. Look, she's not the only one either, right? There's like a right-wing thing of like throwing back the caricature of intersectional leftism at a leftist, right? I mean, we're gonna hear more of it. Wait. Oh my god, maybe we won't. I don't know if we're gonna get to that. Lilo and Stitch, I'm sorry, Adam and Stitch apparently talked about Hasan today. I don't know if we're gonna get to that, chat.
Their spirit.
It all depends on you, right? We gotta hit that sub goal if we're gonna have any hope of having enough time to get to that. So, you know, we're still wow, what is even going on? So yeah, we got that ad like early on, but not as early, not right in the beginning. I'm still confused about when the ad break's gonna be. I will figure it out though, Chud. It is my responsibility as a streamer to put on my big girl pants and go out there and just hit that bag and kick that bag and do all kinds of combos into that. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of kickboxing. It's my responsibility to tell you when the ad break is, when you have very little time to be able to get out of the ad break, because that ad break is served straight to your eyeballs for 3 whole minutes, right? And that might not be what some of you are looking for today. If you are one of those person that is not looking for that, right, you can get out of it with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of it by paying Twitch $5 to buy yourself a sub, or you could possibly get out of it if you're very lucky and somebody's, you know, feeling generous. There are sometimes gift subs that happen. Those will happen, though, more often if you're active in chat, because that way somebody sees you and they see that you're missing the little Persona 2 icon by there. Wow, we're right in the middle of Candace Owens. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt Candace. I didn't mean to interrupt her. What am I thinking? Being trans is caused by drugs, and yeah, that's what she's saying. That's what she's saying. Being trans is caused by drugs and a sign of savagery. Oh, she's gonna get worse though. She said, like, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know what to say. What slur did Keffals call Hasan? We're gonna find out today, aren't we?
I know that they used to smoke a lot.
I'm just as excited as you.
They used to do drugs. They also were cannibals who used to eat people. So I don't know if we.
This is like
The explosion. Well, do you think it's weird that I graduated with 0 trans people? Do you think what?
Okay, so the question was like, wait, let's go back. Let's just take this all back. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble concentrating because she's blowing my mind. She's exploding my brain. My brain cells are splattered all over the nice wallpaper. Do you like the wallpaper, chat? I just got it. I just got it. It's called Natalie for some reason. I'm not sure what that's about, but
There are dozens of words for two-spirited people, people that would now be
okay. So that's the question: is that, like, you know, you say that trans people are a new thing. However, you know, we can find cultures, we can find you know, nations that had terminology, that had traditions for people to you know, be two-spirit, right? Which is, you know, falls under the rubric, right? How do you explain that? Like, right? It's not actually a new thing. It's not just made up. It's not wokeness. It's not wokeness, Candace. It's wokeness.
considered LGBTQ or trans people in the native languages. So I'd like to know how, as these people have existed for thousands of years before you were alive or anyone else in this room was alive, and before anyone even colonized America, if trans people were around then, I'm just wondering why you think it is that trans people are only here now because the media is telling.
Also, the idea, look, if you read the Book of Mormon, okay, spoilers, okay, I hope I'm not spoiling am I spoiling the Book of Mormon for anybody? Chat, 1 in chat if I'm spoiling the Book of Mormon for you, 3 in chat if you mind. 3 in chat if you're like, don't spoil it, I don't want you to tell me about the Book of Mormon. I'm here to tell you about the Book of Mormon, chat. We're going to talk about some Mormonism. The Book of Mormon is, if I remember correctly, it doesn't really mention women, okay? So, no women in the Book of Mormon. Does that mean that the people that they were writing about, does that mean that there were only men at the time? There were no women are woke. Hey, what's up with that? There were never women before. Women are a new development. This is wokeness. This is cultural Marxism creating this second gender when there's only one gender, and that's the boys. Of course, that's the boys are the one gender. Everyone's, you know, male apparently. No, I mean, like, yeah, it's silly. It's silly to not notice the historical bias of like who gets written about who gets talked about, who gets a place in history, and who doesn't, right? That might have a factor.
Telling people these things.
Well, do you think it's weird that I graduated with 0 trans people? Do you think what do you think has contributed to the explosion of transgender people from the time that I was in high school? I'll ask you a question back.
I think it's you, Candace. For just speaking, for myself, it was Candace who transed me. I saw Candace, and she made my head explode, and then all of a sudden I realized I was a woman, and that you're doing it. You're doing it by having opinions like this. That's why the explosion of transness is actually from you, Candace.
If this was just a natural thing, and I don't know what you're talking about with two-spirit people.
It's a bit of a nuance in the term two-spirit versus non-binary. Okay, yeah, that's important to mention. Thank you for bringing that up, Pair of Salamanca. Doesn't map directly on to the concept of non-binary. I cannot outline as why do. Yeah, I appreciate. Yeah, but you're aware of it. Yeah, and that's important. It's that's ironically woke. If you consider Simone de Beauvoir.
Is this like a Native American tribe, like high, smoking, and talking about your spirit?
Are these the people that we're talking about? She's literally just like it sounds to me like she watched some movie about hippies, and she was like, "Oh, Native Americans. Those are the Native Americans, right? Like this is what hippies do." I don't know what she like other than the cannibalism. Wait, I bet. Oh my God, chat. Am I gonna get into trouble here? Look, no hate to any hippies, okay? No hate to any hippies, even though some of those Grateful Dead signs now have Trump 24 in the middle of them, all right? But no hate to boomers, no hate to hippies. But I don't know. Christians getting high on holy smoke and talk about holy. Yeah, some of them do the tongues, like that's like what's more impressive about Christians than like other like religions that might use like, well, I mean there is a mind altering substance that does get used in a Christian ceremony. That's a pretty large part of Christianity, right? This is the blood of, right? This is like, right, you've literally got, but anyway, like, right, there's yeah, booze, exactly. Why would you want to come out to Candace? Yeah, then why would you want to come out to this person? She's confusing stoners with indigenous people. Yeah, it feels super weird.
I'm asking you seriously, because when I think of Native American tribes talking about their spirits, I know that they used to smoke a lot, they used to do drugs, they also were cannibals who used to eat people, so I don't know if we should be taking our cues.
So you're saying they're not really trans, they're just high. Yeah, he could turn the water. He was all about that wine, wasn't he? He was like, your Christianity is all about getting wasted. Their denial that trans people have always existed goes against the reality of LGBT acceptance in different cultures. So her move is to call certain cultures uncivilized and lie about them and dim them unserious, crazy. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is like, but I haven't heard anybody go this hard, right? Like, this is like a 1900s take. Oh yeah, the Native Americans, you mean the cannibals that like to eat each other and eat white people and they're just eating people all day long? That's what they do? Those people? Is that who you're talking about? No. Like this, like it's just like, it's so weird. It's so weird to hear that in this day and age. It's so bizarre to hear that in this day and age. Also, why is Hogwarts Legacy trending? Can somebody tell me that? Medicinal cannibalism was all the rage in Europe. Oh, good point, yeah.
From cannibals, but
I think
can you explain to me what two-spirit is in the history?
There are people that would now be considered trans people that did not feel that they fit
What
the
part, though?
gender.
Native Americans? I'm asking you.
Yes, I'm telling you that not only in one Native American tribe, but in multiple tribes, there were dozens of terms that referred to people that would now be considered trans, and that was hundreds of years ago. So I'm just wondering why you think that people are only trans now because the media is telling them to be.
Well, I told you, because of the proliferation. So you can't just go from having 0% to suddenly 25%
Right, but what
of
I'm
people.
saying is that these people were around for thousands of years.
When do you think she thinks it was 0%? Right? Because, like, spoiler, not in her lifetime. And I'm talking about, like, if you polled people, right? If you polled people, and there was a private poll and they knew they couldn't get, like, you know, hurt or discriminated against because of it, right? This is, there's just, like, I mean, the only time that you would get 0% answering trans is when there was just, like, when that wasn't the word for it, and then they'd be answering something else, right? They're, oh my god, I mean, this is documented, right? This is, I don't think it's weird that a black American, I do think it's weird, sorry, misread what you're saying, that a black American woman using these stereotypes, but that's the right wing for you, yeah.
Well, what you're saying is that some Native American tribes had people that would be considered trans today, something that we can't fact check.
She said 25%. Wait, is that what she said? Or did she say it went from 0 and it went up 25%? Because you know what 25% like times 0 is? It would still be 0. That's
0% to suddenly 25%.
From 0% to 25%. Right? I mean, the only thing that she could possibly be reacting to, and she's still, like, vastly exaggerating that number, is that, like, there's more Gen Z people that identify as trans than in, like, older generations.
People.
She's just regurgitating Walsh pretty much.
These people were around for thousands of years.
Well, what you're saying is that some Native American tribes had people that would be considered trans today, something that we can't fact check because they're dead.
Oh, God. It could have been that the woke agenda was already going back then, and they had, like, this secret plan where they were like, you know what? Let's make up a story about there being people that don't identify just male or just female, right? Let's make up that story. It's not really happening, but let's, like, pretend, let's write it in the history, right? You know, spread the rumor that this was true, because in the future there's going to be this thing called wokeness, and we want to promote wokeness, right? Because it's the woke agenda. Even back then, did the woke people travel through time? Did the woke people Rick and Morty through time and go back and, like, be like, pss, 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 say that you have a role in your society that is neither male nor female. Oh, just like, I know you really don't, but just say it. Just what is it? You can't fact check it. It might not be true. I'm sorry. You got those receipts? Can you prove to me? Do you have a cell phone image of one such person? Do you know what I mean? Like, what? Where's their Instagram at? Like, right? A woke time travel story would be dope. I would watch. I mean, that sounds like a great pitch, right? If I was gonna pitch like a show, that might be the kind of show that I would pitch. Either that or maybe something like I don't know, like I always think of those old Hanna-Barbera cartoons that, you know how they struck gold with Scooby-Doo, like, right? And then they tried to figure out, like, what is it about Scooby-Doo? Like, can we repeat this, right? And they were like, how about, like, okay, so we got kids and they solve mysteries and they got a pet shark. We got kids and they solve mysteries and they got a pet. Wait. I feel like there was, like, a lot of these, like, right, you know, there was a lot of these, like, kids and their dog solving mysteries, and they were like, we gotta hit on another Scooby-Doo. Wasn't there one with, like, a car or something? They have a caveman one. They did the caveman. Oh, that's where that guy came from. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The guy with the bat, and he's got a bat and it opens up at the end and all kinds of shit comes out of the bat. Like, there's a little bird that lives in there, and there's also shit that lives in his, like, he's got hair and he just, like, pulls shit out of his hair, and he's got a tool forever. He's like Batman, but he's a caveman. It's like Bat Caveman. What is it called, Chad? I can't remember what this dude's name is. Bat Caveman. Something like that. I think it's Bat Caveman.
Right.
Historical knowledge.
It's historical.
Wow, Zach Marsh, thank you for the membership. Or were you possibly gifted one? You were gifted one. You were gifted a membership. Thank you, Soul Life, actually. Yeah, God, this is like...
Knowledge that there were trans Native Americans.
Captain Caveman! Yes, sorry, it was not Bat Caveman. It was Captain Caveman, okay, yeah. That's, like, I feel like that's better than Scooby-Doo. Do I need to watch those? Because I know I've seen, like, a few of those, right? But it sounds like a lot, but, like, Scooby-Doo, he's just a dog, and he talks funny. And he gets stoned with Shaggy, and he eats a sandwich. Which is actually pretty good. Actually, I don't know, maybe there's no beating Scooby-Doo.
Americans.
Stolen valor.
Yes.
I really don't think...
Did somebody else come up with that first? Did I not read the first person to tell me that was Captain Caveman and the Teen Angels?
That's historical knowledge, but here's what I'll answer. I don't think that there were trans Native Americans.
So
it doesn't sound real to me, sweetie. I don't think there were.
If you could educate yourself a little more, you would know that.
Okay.
As well.
I will educate myself.
Yeah, was Candace there? By her logic, right? You could ask her, well, were you there? Are you sure that there weren't these people? How do you know if you weren't there, right? That's perfect right-wing logic, right? It is kind of funny, right? That like right-wingers, somebody was mentioning earlier, right-wingers will use like a parody of like left intersectional politics at like left-wing people. Like, right? They'll accuse you of being racist for standing against racism. That's actually pretty racist of you. I don't know. Right? They'll do that kind of stuff. I mean, you've been around. Like Twitch knows about this, right? Twitch knows about this kind of stuff. This is like the bread and butter of Twitch politics, right? Is right wingers like trying to be like, I am actually the real liberal. Okay. You're the one who's being reactionary. Yeah, this is twisted right-wing logic here. But it's you don't see a lot. Well, wait, okay. You see lefties using right-wing aesthetics. That you will see, right? You can see it anytime you want to watch Fosh, right? You will see left-wingers that are hiding that aren't really left-wingers, hiding their right-wing ideas under lefty aesthetics, right? But I don't know if you see like left-wingers like using right-wing logic on the right-wingers.
Myself.
I will educate myself.
There are dozens of words for two-spirited people that would now be considered LGBTQ or trans people in the native languages. So I'd like to know how, as these people have existed for thousands of years before you were alive or anyone else in this room was alive, and
that music in the background is making me nervous. Okay, I don't know.
Before anyone even colonized America.
Are you gonna get copyright claimed for this?
Mm-hmm. If trans people were around then, I'm just wondering why you think it is that trans people are only here now because the media is telling people these things.
Well, do you think it's weird that I graduated with 0 trans people? What do you think has contributed to the explosion of transgender people from the time that I was in high school? I'll ask you a question.
She's talking about high school. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, I was wondering about that.
Back. If this was just a natural...
There are historical writings and oral histories, but right-wingers never think those count. Oh, right, yeah. Well, it wasn't in my history book. I wonder why. Where did you go to school? Texas? Okay, yeah, that's it right there. There's your problem right there. It's the Texas history books, the Florida history books, right? There were ones, they were the ones burning and banning those histories back in the day. Anti-woke is just white. So yeah, it's a reskin. It's a reskin for white supremacy. Yeah, the left-handedness graph. That's what I said in the very beginning. It's like somebody hand her a left-handedness graph, all right, and ask her to explain that one. Tell her that is also wokeness. Get her to make a video decrying the wokeness of the left trenders, right? The left trender. Oh yeah, like so sure that there was like there was like less than 1% of left-handers back in 1900, and now there's like 20%. I think they're faking. They just want attention. It's a trend. They're jumping on the trend. They're jumping on the left-handedness trend.
Thing, and I don't know what you're talking about.
Southpaw trend.
With two-spirit people, is this like a Native American tribe, like high, smoking, and talking about your spirit? I'm asking you seriously, because when I think of Native American tribes talking about their spirits, I know that they used to smoke a lot, they used to do drugs, they also were cannibals who used to eat people, so I don't know if we should be taking
Why?
our cues from cannibals. But
I think
can you
that's
explain
kind
to me
of
what
ridiculous.
two-spirit is in the history?
There are people that would now be considered trans people that did not feel that they fit
What
the
part,
binary
though?
gender.
Native Americans? I'm asking you.
Yes, I'm telling you that not only in one Native American tribe, but in multiple tribes, there were dozens of terms that referred to people that would now be considered trans, and that was hundreds of years ago. So I'm just wondering why you think that people are only trans now because the media is telling them to be.
Well, I told you, because of the proliferation. So you can't just go from having 0% to suddenly...
It's the proliferation. It couldn't possibly be that if there's a group of people that like used to be like the subject of like dark science fiction, right? Like and then they become the villains in like stories about serial killers, right? And then at some point people are like, you know what, maybe like we should stop, like this is our kind of thing though, like, right? Is that like we come up with a really evil person and then we transcode them or we queer code them, and you stop doing that. Like, look, you could say the same thing about gay people too, right? It's just she mispronounced proliferation. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what she was saying there.
25%
But what
of
I'm
people...
saying is that these people were around for thousands of years.
Well, what you're saying is that some Native American tribes had people that would be considered trans today,
People that
something that we can't
were
fact
trans.
check because they're dead.
See, here's what happens, right? When you validate people with virtually no understanding, right? And this comes from the fact that Candace will say F wokeness, right? She'll get up there and say F feminism, F anti-racism, F wokeness, right? And these right-wingers are like, yeah, I'm tired of getting called racist. I'm tired of getting called misogynist. Thank you, Candace. Candace does not think I'm racist or a misogynist. Finally, this person gets it, right? That's what they say. That's what they say. So they put her up in this position where they're like, yeah, Candace is like really smart. Like, I mean, she's really great. She's got a whole, understanding of the complete world out there. And like she doesn't. And like none of these people do, right? What she's got is like ignorance. The fact that I'm not familiar with a concept, the fact that I am not familiar with a phenomenon means said phenomenon doesn't exist. So it's the worst kind of ignorance too, right? Because there's being ignorant and realizing you're ignorant, which is actually a form of wisdom, right? If you know what you don't know, then you could say, ooh, I actually don't know that. Let me do some research, right? But if you think you know what you don't know, and you think that your knowledge of lack of knowledge of something is a result of the fact that that thing never existed, you're kind of helpless, aren't you? Because they're dead. Loads of them were unalived because white supremacists saw they're not obeying white Christian mores. Savagery. Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of the cannibalism stuff is literally like, was an excuse. Like, right? It was like a way to in fact actually like queer practices were sometimes used as an excuse to deem a group of people savage, and thus be able to make a justify genocide against them, right? Well, they're not like us. They're not good Christian civilized people. They're actually very dangerous, and they do XYZ, and like a lot of it's not even like it's just something that was put on people to justify literally the genocide against them.
Right. Historical knowledge.
It's historical knowledge that there were trans Native Americans.
Yes.
There are some people out there laughing, and I really can't tell if they're laughing at Candace or if they're laughing at the person asking the question. I'm not entirely sure. Right? It could go either way. It really could. Like what Candace just said was ridiculous and merits ridicule, merits being laughed at, right? It's just a statement of ignorance. It's an untrue statement made confidently, right? It's like I said, it's the worst kind of ignorance that you can have. Confident ignorance, right? It's dangerous actually to be that confidently ignorant about something.
Really don't think that's historical knowledge, but here's what I'll answer. I don't think that there were trans Native.
I mean, here's how this works though. If you are a sweaty ass groiper and you're sitting in that audience and you're actually laughing at the person asking the question, you're not your laughter is at them, right? The way that works is that you look at Candace. She's put together. She's got a great job. You know, she's she sounds smart. She talks quickly, confidently. You know, and look, she's not like, I'll give her one more, you know, I'll pay the devil her due here and say that she is, on a scale of right wingers, right? She's probably not the, she's probably like more knowledgeable than a lot of right wingers out there, right? Not that that's a very low bar to cross, right? But you know, she has, it's like the Ben Shapiro effect, right? She does the Ben Shapiro things where you talk quickly and confidently, you have yourself put together, you look, you know, really nice, and you've got a baby on the way too. You're about to be a mother. And what is this college student? What does this college student know, right? I mean, you know, you're standing up there like a professor talking to a student, and if you say, I don't think that is historical fact, my dear, you sound authoritative to the sweaty ass, swamp ass groiper out there, right? Keffals is the worst. Oh my god. I don't know. There's a lot of worsts out there, but we'll get into Keffals a little bit later. Honestly, just for a little bit though, right? I don't think we're not gonna watch a Keffals VOD or anything like that. So don't get too excited. But we do have to figure out what she had to say about Hasan, because it's rather interesting. And what's even more interesting is what she didn't say about Hasan. That's the real question, right? You'll see more on that later.
There were, so if you could educate yourself a little more, you would know that.
Okay, I will educate myself.
And what's sad about this is that the person that is correct is not speaking confidently, right? And it's hard to do. I get it, right? You're ad starts in 5 minutes. I'm supposed to tell you that ad starts in 5 minutes. Oh my god, this is the worst segue way ever. 0 out of 10. No comment, chick, but at least I'm going to remember to tell you that we are 5 minutes away from an ad break. And you might have seen that already. It's like 3 minutes of ads beamed directly to your eyes, Clockwork Orange style. If you do not want to be sitting in that seat with Alex and getting the commercials pumped into your brain, there are ways around it. If you have Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, you can get a free sub, a Prime sub they call it. It's just as good as any other sub. It helps me out a lot. It keeps me going. It funds me to a certain extent. And it also allows you to get out of those ad breaks. And it gives you some cool emotes too. I think the emotes are like I feel like the emotes are underrated. We have some pretty cool emotes here. So you'll get all those as well. You can spam them in okay, don't spam them in other people's chats, but you can post them in other people's chats, right? I don't think most streamers mind that too much, right? You can also buy yourself a sub. It is $5 to do it. As someone once said, it's just $5. But you know, I got that for some people, $5 is too much. So if you're in that boat, your best bet is to hope that somebody gives you a gift sub. It can happen, it does happen, it will happen, but it's more likely to happen when you're active in the chat. So there we go. I'm actually remembering to say these things. Yo, okay, I feel like, okay, I don't know why. I'm just kind of amazed that like I said, I knew she was bad. I'm a little bit surprised at how bad she is. So disgusted that in 2023 she's saying that shit about indigenous people being cheered on Well, yeah, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell, like, how much is that audience, like, cheering her on. Look, my best guess, like I said, is like, you know, there's some groypers out there, there's some right-wing creeps out there, and there's probably some people that came to see because they don't like Candace. So, you know, I can't tell with the cheers that or the laughter that we were hearing, who exactly the laughter was at, but I'm guessing that some of it at least was at the questioner, which. Look, I feel like we need a palate cleanser.
There's the colony collapse disorder. These bees are dying off by the hundreds of thousands. They're just disappearing. Bees. I think that the bees will die off in 2008, and the human race will die off in 2012. As it's going now. You ignorant fucks! I don't give a fuck what language you speak. I don't give a fuck how much money you have. You're a human. Focus! There are other ways of getting resources. Mine the moon!
Mine the moon. Mine the moon. You know, it's funny because, like, yeah, he really is a mixed bag, especially before he's, you know, at least he's concerned about some things, even if he's not really making a good case for them.
Mine the moon! Put a fucking mining colony on the moon!
Do it! Put a mine on the moon.
Geosynchronous orbital platform.
Put a moon on the mine.
Above the Earth, attach a space elevator to it, easily! You fuck!
That's my favorite part. Easily. Easily. It's just an elevator. An elevator. An elevator to the space station, and then an elevator from the space station to the moon. Duh.
Fucking ignorant fool! Put them there! You fuck!
Put them there!
What the fuck is your problem?
Oh my god, he has to say the F word so much. I would enjoy him more if there was less F words. And of course the real question is he related to Dash Dabrowski? Oh, wait. No, why is that a Donald Trump's dank meme stash? Is that where he came from, that people, like, laughed at him because of, like...
Oh boy, great news. Oh boy, it has just been revealed. Big news, big news. Oh boy, here's a video of it. This is what Don. Oh boy.
I don't know, maybe it's just me. Anyway, we went over this last time, chat. I'm not sure if it's true or not. I'm really not sure if it's true.
Here's a video of, oh boy.
But one thing I am sure of, okay,
big news and
is that Chud Logic really likes Blaire White. Really big fan. Like, right? Look, I feel like to say he's glazing her up would be inappropriate, so I'm not gonna say that, but if I was Hasan, it might be different, right? You're not watching Hasan, just so you know. I mean, if you're confused. I'm not Hasan.
About something.
So are you ready for this? Is anybody ready for this, right? Because I don't know if people know what content is, like, coming at them today. Look, I can give you a chance. Look, Chud News. Yeah, that's right. Chud News. If we're not ready for... If we're not ready for this yet, okay? Is that a possibility that we're not ready for that? I think you're not ready for this, chat. I feel like nobody's ready. I feel like nobody's awake. I feel like if I do the Chud Logic segment right now, that I'm just gonna be throwing away all my good stuff.
I'm wondering, there are dozens of words for two.
Still can't believe that happened. Okay. Look, if you're not ready for that yet, yeah, because I feel like nobody's ready. I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I'm ready to stream today. I kind of had to switch some stuff around. I thought that I was doing a podcast today, but apparently, unfortunately, the people that I had coming on with me were unable to make it in the right time. So we're gonna have to put that on a pause, just like the leftovers went on pause. That is gonna go on pause as well. And you know, it might be a little longer pause than I anticipated, because I have to find the right personnel to do this right, and you know, it's just not, there's not much of a point of doing it otherwise. So yeah, that's my idea. That's my concept. Go big or go home, and or stay home, right? That's there we go. Let's see. So there's Keffals, right? So apparently, yeah, Keffals, if you didn't know, was calling Hasan a tanky already. And thank you for Wap Goblin for keeping track of all the for like, look, I feel like I don't really want to cover Keffals. I don't want to talk about Keffals, but Wap Goblin, I can always count on you to keep me up to date. So thank you for that. So when you get so angry about Hasan that you are forced to take a slur break where you calm down for 10 minutes or so and you don't say a slur live on YouTube to avoid, yeah. So that's what we got. We got a situation where Keffals had to take a 10-minute break in order to avoid saying a slur. Wait, does she say the slur here?
Take like 5-10 minutes to cool down and come back for the rest of the react, so I don't have a heated gamer moment. Like, I already get clipped out of context and people get mad at me for stupid shit. I don't want to give them a legitimate reason to get mad at me. Take like 5-10.
Okay, I'm a little bit like, okay, so that's the break. I didn't want to show you in this order though. I think the important thing to show you first is actually is this it?
Research if you're not like a dumb fucking cunt who was obsessed with being an edgy revolutionary dipshit, and he's not. He's a fucking himbo millionaire living in LA. He doesn't know any of this shit. He's never been in a fucking communist party. He's a fucking retard.
Listen, if you're gonna do the Demon Mama, imitation, at least leave the R slur out of it. I don't think that Demon Mama uses that word, right? This is the thing about Keffals, is like her heart isn't even in it. Like I don't know who she is in her head, but she's definitely not herself. This is like what she thinks is like streamer. When you get frustrated and you get angry, like, why is he being such a play? Elon, you broke the thing, Elon. Elon, this is supposed to be seamless, but you're playing. You're playing, Elon. You're playing with us. All right, so that's what she called Hasan.
Fucking cunt who was obsessed.
God.
Research. If you're not like a dumb fucking cunt who was obsessed with being.
It's just gratuitous anger and gratuitous smoke. It's not even real, right? It's just her trying to ingratiate herself to the Destinoids once again. Which, here's the deal. Like, I'm sure that the Destiny people, I'm sure they're happy that you're attacking Hasan, right? I'm sure they're happy about that. I'm sure that you're happy. They're happy that you're going off on the woke scolds and the tenderqueers and the leftoids and all of that. That makes them very happy, right? They're happy that you're not saying shit about Destiny anymore, right? Because you're a coward and you surrendered to Destiny, just like you surrendered to Vosh. You raised the flag of rebellion at one point, Keffals, and that is why you get so much hate, right? This is not coming from nowhere, right? This is not a new thing. This is somebody who actually took on the Debate Bros at one point. When somebody tried to bring her on with a bunch of like Nazi enablers, right? A bunch of Twitch poll creeps said, fuck no. And look at her now. Look at her now. She's just like, how can I make myself a doormat for Destiny and Vosh and all these shitheads, right?
An edgy revolutionary dipshit, and he's not. He's a fucking.
You should say he's LARPing. Look, you're not even doing the Destiny thing. Like, right, it's a cross between Destiny and Demon Mama. Holy shit, chat, she is version 4.0. She is the one that can tell Demon Mama how her ass tastes, because that's where these takes are recycled. These takes are canned. Keffals is boring. That is my biggest complaint about Keffals, all right? She's boring, she's fake, and she's depressing to watch. That's what I hate about Keffals.
He's a fucking himbo millionaire living in LA. He doesn't know any of this shit. He's never been in a fucking communist party. He's a.
So, no, Keffals has been in a communist party. That's her other claim to fame. I think she might have even run for office, if I'm not mistaken, in the Canadian version of the CPUSA. Now, as I say CPUSA, anything come to mind, right? Anything come to mind when I say CPUSA? It's like the first thing that, oh my god, I'm trying to find the right image for you, chat. I gotta find the right image. Oh yeah, Caleb tried to take this over, right? Caleb and Haas tried to take the CPS USA over. Look, if you want to know about the CPUSA, there it is, okay? And from my understanding, the Canadian version is not much different, all right? She ran under the honeypot party of Canada is a huge honeypot. Yeah, yeah, and it's been that way for a long time, and everybody knows that about it, right? And like, I don't know, I don't think that's something that you want to be reminding people of, Keffals. I don't think that's something that you want to be reminding people about, right? Because I will say one thing about Keffals, all right? Her online behavior is strange and incomprehensible, right? And when something is strange and incomprehensible, sometimes one starts to wonder if something else is going on, right? I can't say for sure. I mean, people, you know, deal with life. People act strange all the time. It could be a number of different reasons that for this strange kind of behavior that just always ends up harming all of the left. I don't know, chat. You come to your own conclusions here, right? But yeah, she called Hasan the Slur. That's the slur, all right? And then the other, like after that, okay, so there we go. So now I'm showing it to you in correct order, right? She calls Hasan the slur and then says this.
Take like 5-10 minutes to cool down and come back for the rest of the react. So I don't have a heated gamer moment.
Before where she said, "Can I take an slur break?" You know, she like stops stream to be like, "Can I need to take an slur break. Can I take an slur break? Can we do an slur break? We need to do an slur." She actually says it though. Unlike me, like she says the word because she loves to say the word, because that's one way to convince somebody that you are anything other than a boring streamer recycling other people's takes, playing to the Destiny crowd now, right? Wagging your finger at Brianna Wu saying, if there's any more trans medicalism that comes from you, I'm going to have to think about distancing myself from you. But, you know, but you're still my bestie for now. You're still my bestie. So, yeah, I don't know. Look, I don't want to spend too much time on Keffals because she is becoming more and more irrelevant, and there's less and less need to even think about her. I used to subscribe to Keffals. She's become a total bomb thrower. Look, I used to be friends with Keffals. I'm like, I should be embarrassed, right? She used to follow me, right? That's like embarrassing. You know what? Actually, I will cop to that, okay? The fact that Keffals thought I was somebody to come on stream with says a lot about me back in the day, and it's not good. It's not good. If I made people feel comfortable around me, I was screwing up. And I was absolutely gearing my content towards making sure that I didn't make the Dylan Burnses of the world and the Destinys of the world and the Voshes of the world. I didn't say anything to upset their apple carts too much. If you're not doing that, then you're not really streaming, right? And I'm not proud of I'm not proud of that part of my career. I'm not proud at all that I tiptoed around those eggshells of these debate pervs. Yeah, Keffals also said so. Well, I mean, I don't know. It sounded like it to me. She's distanced herself from that. She's denied that. But I don't know how else to interpret it, right? And also, like, look, I'm sorry, but half of your friends are trans meds. It's not a spicy take. It's not a great leap to make that assumption. But regardless, like, look, I'm not too concerned about it. Like I said, the thing that pisses me off about her is that she's such a shit content creator. She's such a boring content creator, right? Like, she had the ability to do a lot of good. She had the inclination to fight the good fight. And she absolutely waved the white flag, right? Her flag of rebellion did not last very long. And that's see, like, if you hadn't done that in the first place, if you were just some warmed over, like, Voshite Destinoid streamer, like, I wouldn't care. There's a million of those. There's so many of those, right? Like, I can't care about every single shitty ass orbiter streamer out there, but the fact that she, you know, she feigned to be something more, like, that's what pisses me off, and I think that's what pisses a lot of other people off. Anyway, what did I say we weren't ready for? Oh yeah, Chud logic. Chud logic. That's the difficult content for today, chat. That's the difficult content. We gotta talk about Chud logic and Blaire White.
You gotta pick one, all right? I'm sorry to tell you, you gotta pick one.
Ooh, what's he saying that about? I'm really intrigued. I'm gonna watch this video till the end to find out.
you don't pick one, people are going to think you're weird looking and act accordingly. Violent threats? No way!
I love, like, Bosch trying to scorn, like, Bosch, like, the best thing about transphobes is when they tell you, they try to drop some knowledge on you. Like, right, do you know that people are prejudiced against people who don't conform to gender standards? Yo, really? Really, Chud Logic? Is that true? Are people gonna look at you weird? Oh my gosh, I never oh god, my brilliant plan was ruined. I thought I could be true to myself, but it turns out if I am, people will laugh at me. People will laugh at me, they'll point at me, and they'll be like, nana nana boo boo. They'll tell me to stick my head in the doo-doo. And your head's already there, Chud. You're already taking up that space. So how am I gonna stick my head in the doo-doo when you're the biggest doo-doo head out there? Okay, anyway. Enough salt. Enough salt.
Basically, Rachel Dolezal on a Black Women's Issues panel. That's what you were.
Okay, so do you know what this is? The other part of this, right? This is my strategy to actually be able to watch the Jubilee video. Now, if you weren't here when that happened, right? My stream got taken down. You want the Chud Logic bunny? Do people want the Chud Logic bunny? All right, look, it's a no, that's not Chud Logic. Oh no, chat! Look, a challenger has appeared. A challenger has appeared anyway. No, no, no. Well, we will probably play the ukulele at some point today. So there we go. That's what we're talking about. That's what we need. All right, you're right. Whoever said Natalie says that we should have Big Chudgus for this one. Let's bring Big Chudgus out. Hi, how are you doing today, Big Chudgus?
You're appropriating a medical condition.
The question is, chat, do you think I'll do Chud Logic's voice by the end of this stream? One in chat if you think I'm gonna do a Chud Logic impression.
Oh.
Because let's be clear, the isms that are in the military.
And we live in America, people are allowed to
I'm speaking. Do not interrupt a Black trans woman when she's speaking.
You've interrupted.
That really pissed off Blaire. You see that? She has not gotten over that. That still hurts. That still hurts. Oh my god, that still hurt. That stings. Look at that. It's like you just touched her with like a hot poker from the fire, right? That stings.
Oh,
You're pathetic, Blossom.
Chat has no faith in my ability to avoid doing a Chudlock impersonation. Look, this is what gets me in trouble, right? This is what got me in trouble with the imps. This is what got them really mad at me the last time, is that I did Demon Mama's voice and they really didn't like the fact because I don't just do Demon Mama's voice, but I do her voice like when she's in a certain state of excitement, you know, when she's in a certain, which is usually like based off of like some sort of reveling in her own glory. Let's just say, look, I'm not trying to use any language that, like, I'm not going to call her narcissistic because that can be confused with clinical language. And I'm not trying to apply any clinical language. I am not, nothing that I should say should be taken as health advice, right? But yeah, she does like the smell of her own farts a lot.
okay.
See, that's gonna get me in trouble. That's gonna get me, like, here's what gets me in trouble with Demon Mama's community, right? When I say that Demon Mama is cleaning up Dylan's messes, like, right, she's changing Dylan's diaper. They didn't like that. When I did it's me, right, the megalomania mama, right? When I did that, they didn't like that. And they also don't like it when, wait, there's one other thing that they don't like. I can't remember. When I steal her jokes. Oh my god, they don't like it when I steal her jokes and use them on her.
Gotta be honest with you, I can see a world where Blaire called this juggling.
Anybody got a joke skull to throw at me?
They become, you know, these aggressive freaks, basically.
You're thinking of me, Chud. Excuse me, I have a name. Excuse me. Aggressive freak here, reporting for work. This is like I'm hitting my time card, Chud. I'm here. All right, aggressive freak at your service.
Not all of them, obviously. Some, I assume, are good people. Oh my god, no! It's not happening, baby. This is good. Oh no. Look, I'm just a gay guy. I like gay sex and that, but like, treat me normal. I just want to be able to enjoy my life without oppression.
Okay, speaking of stealing jokes, all right? Chat, you've known me for a long time. Like most of you here, right? One in chat if you've known me for a long time, all right? Have I ever stolen a Comtown joke? Have I ever ripped off Nick Mullen? Have you ever heard me do that? Do I do that? Is that something that I do? Yeah, that's literally the like actually like, you know, the cast of Comtown is gay. So you can't criticize them for whatever weird sus thing they said this last time, right? Because they're in a happy relationship, and you show a picture of Stavros kissing, you know, Adam Friedland or something like that, and you're like, ah, actually, you are making fun of a you're making fun of a gay man there. Like that's it's not okay. Don't know enough about Comtown, but yeah, he's just stealing. He's just like, that's just like him joking around about like well, I don't know. We'll have to see what context it is, but it sounds like he's stealing. He's trying to steal Comtown's mojo there. He's like the guy that steals the mojo. No, it's not Dr. Evil. It's the other guy. The other guy for Oh my God, that movie was fat phobic. I'm not going to mention who that was, right? But the guy that steals the mojo from Austin Powers. That. Oh my God, Chad, I've said enough. Look, it's bad enough that I'm comparing him to Big Chungus. I'm not trying to compare him to anybody from old movies.
Okay. The truth about my trans debate train wreck on Jubilee. This apparently...
Seriously, where did he get this wallpaper? Anybody know where the wallpaper comes from? Because Chud's wallpaper is always interesting.
Tea.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty stereotype, I think.
We got some tea.
Bitch, I've got the tea. That would be me, Chud Logic. I'm the one with the tea. She's got the tea, and she knows how to use it.
The bodyguard's outside.
Okay. Chat. Am I being robbed? Right? Maybe I should feel bad about stealing Demon Mama's jokes, because Blaire's stealing my music here. Blaire is stealing my music! That was a thumbnail. That was not his wallpaper? Wait, that was a thumbnail? What was it a thumbnail for?
I'd keep it real cute now.
Yeah, you're disgusting.
And I have to, trust me, I'm disgusting. The Party City clown costume called me disgusting.
Yep.
You see me raising my hand because every time I tried to speak...
Is that just what transphobes say? Is that their go-to thing? Is it like, your wig comes from Party City? You're... I don't know.
That director.
Some of us like to have fun. God. Like, Blair is so... Like, here's the deal. Here's the real deal, okay? Blair's reaction to the non-binary guest on this panel says a lot more about Blair's internalized self-hate than it does about anything else, right? Like, she is fighting the negative stereotype inside of her, right? She's trying to crush that negative stereotype. She's always running from the idea that she's going to be that people would perceive her as you know, androgynous or in any way, right? Are we the Party City? I guess we are. We're the pirate Party City, right? We raise the flag of rebellion and we mean it. We're not holding back and we don't pull it back in. You know, this is not Keffals. This is not...
Said cut. No, Blair, you talk last. That's your
Say
rule.
no party.
Blair's special rule is you're not allowed to talk.
So here's what's wild about this, right? And here's the, you know, a big part of why I'm watching this with you. Like I said, it's not all about Chud Logic. We didn't get to watch the Jubilee panel itself, right? I think I might be a little bit safer if I watch Chud Logic, watch Blaire White, watch the panel. Right, we're going 3 layers deep for this one. But also, like, I'm looking at Blair's reaction to this, right? And like, when I watched it, the little bit that I watched, I felt that they were catering to her. I felt that they put her up there as a ringer, somebody with media training to go up against people that are like activists and stuff. Like, I mean, that's a feeling that I got from the lefty, you know, like, and some of them, you know, were left and some of them maybe not so much, but whatever, you know, the lefty cohort here was that, you know, a lot of activists, a lot of people that do real world work, which Blaire, you know, would never do, right? Real world work for trans people. She'd have to be around trans people. If she was around trans people, she might be reminded of the fact that she herself is trans. And if she was reminded of the fact that she herself is trans, well, she might just not feel that great about herself. That's why she's such an assimilationist, right? And the last thing in the world an assimilationist wants to do is be seen with other trans people. So yeah, our flag means party. Hell yeah, party all the time. You would think that Blaire would only use segments that make her look good in her own videos. She's incapable. Well, she's got a lot of smoke for a bunch of people on this panel, or at least 2 people, right? I'm trying to remember the names of the they're gonna mention their names, but yeah, she also for Jubilee, like she goes off on Jubilee, she complains about Jubilee, she is working the refs here, because I feel like Jubilee just put this panel out for her on a silver platter. So the fact that she feels like she got like, and she's, you know what else, what's really wild is she's complaining about getting the last word, right? She's complaining about that they come to her last. And if you know anything about these kind of panels, like, you want to be the last word. And especially if you're media trained, right? You can come up with some one-liner or something and just basically own the, you could own the prompt that way. I'm fully focused here now. Good to hear. Blossom, yeah, Blossom is, in the, has the, like, jacket and the dress and, curly hair. That's Blossom. And I'm trying to remember the other people on the panel. It's been a while, right? And like I said, I didn't get to watch this. Like, right? Blaire, do you think you're getting treated badly here? Because I am literally somebody who did not get to watch this panel, and I don't even know why, other than, like, I guess I was going hard on it. I mean, I guess that's a good thing. I go from being somebody that Keffals wants to be friends with, right? That Keffals, you know, right, is trying to get on my stream and have a conversation with me. I go from being a person like that, which kind of tells me I'm not a great person, I'm not a great streamer at that point, right? To being somebody that that Jubilee will not allow to cover their panel. That's power, chat. That is power right there. That is power in a bottle.
Until the end. The day has arrived. It is time to react to the trans civil war.
For me too, right? Blaire, I'm so happy that we're gonna get to see this together. Like the besties that we are, right?
It's time to react to this crazy
Look.
Okay, so is he himself just, like, uncomfortable, like, looking at a person with you know, a gender presentation that he doesn't approve of, or is it his chat that's freaking out and he's reacting to the chat? I don't see the chat saying that much. It doesn't look like the chat saying that. Somebody said something about non-binary malarkey. Oh yeah, the trans thing was fine until non-binary malarkey is... Wait, until non-binary malarkey is no longer a thing? Okay, look, I'm not trying to do the thing where you hold somebody responsible for his chat. His chat is his chat, and, like, they don't always agree with him. You're gonna see in this either, you know, they kind of like thumb their nose at him sometimes. I mean, like, remember when I got mentioned, and he was like, I don't want to talk to no comment chick, and they're like, talk to no comment chick, right? They wanted me. They miss me, chat. They're thirsty, spicy chat. Look, they're taking all of Chud's salt all day long. All that salt gets pumped down their throats, right? And they need a cool beverage to hydrate themselves with. And that's me. That's where I come in, right? That's your chat wants me, right? They want you not to be on stream and for one day just, like, you know, your stream starts and it's actually me. That's what they want, Chud. That's what they need. All right, the people have spoken. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's make malarkey cool. I mean, it always was pretty cool, wasn't it? He thinks it is kind of cool. It's like Mal mixed with Arky. Yeah, he thinks that this person looks weird.
Okay? You got to pick one, all right? I'm sorry to tell you, you got to pick one. If you don't pick one, people are going to think you're weird looking.
The thing that bothers me is that he's pretending to talk to this person. Like he's pretending like this is what I would say to that person if I, and you wouldn't, Chud, because you're a gutless coward, right? You'd be a lot different if you were in person with this person, right? It'd be a little bit different if you were talking, but like it's also not what you'd say to this person because this person knows that. Like you think that you're bringing some knowledge to like non-binary people when you tell them that society wants to police them into one of two boxes? Yeah? You think that non-binary people have never heard about that before? This is like completely new? Oh my god. You mean that I should either masculine or feminine and I should do one or the other, and also like pronouns like he or she, and I should do one. Oh my god, thank you, Chud Logic. You made my life so much easier. I was wondering why I was getting treated so strangely walking out the house. I was wondering why everybody was looking at me weird. Oh my god, you mean there's like a special. Yeah, no, like I think that non-binary people are aware of this. I think that trans people are aware of this, right? You're not bringing anything new to us. I believe that we know that. Yeah. But no, Chud Logic's got to be, this is his old thing, right? He's not even that old, and he wants to act like your dad, right? He's wagging his finger. He's constantly, he'll bitch about woke scolds, the woke scolds, right? And all the time he's wagging his finger in your face. He's like, Papa Squat, and I'll explain to you how it really is. Like, right? You know, I don't know. He like thinks he's like older than he actually is or something.
And act accordingly.
Like, what is he, like 35 or something? Like, right? He's not like a, I mean, I guess he could be a dad, but he's not like a dad.
That's not me being transphobic, to be clear, Twitch. I don't agree with transphobia, it's bad. But like,
Chud, your fuel tank runs on transphobia, amongst other things. There's probably a little bit more racism than transphobia in that tank. But yeah, that's anti-communism, that's a big part of it.
just, you know, people want to present themselves in the most like incoherent ways.
Oh my god, this is so wild. Because here's the thing, like from somebody that is like legitimately a chud, that comes from maybe a part of the country where trans people don't like openly exist in large numbers, right? I mean, I guess you could sort of understand where, you know, that kind of, you know, perspective, that kind of viewpoint comes from if he's like that, but he's not. This is a guy that ever since I've known him has been hanging out in trans women's chats, right? Including my own very often, like, right, he's not talking very much, he's kind of quiet, but yeah, you know, he would be there reliably, right? He's a dedicated viewer of mine for a very long time. I'm not the only trans girl either, right? By far I am not the only trans girl he has patronized, let's just say, right? So you know, I guess it doesn't surprise me that much that he's covering Blaire White, right? Because in some ways she's like a less annoying version of the trans girls that he would follow. What's another word for follow? I can't think of it right now, chat, but anyway, death to Chuds. Well, here's the thing about Chud Logic. If you're not familiar with Chud Logic, right, especially if you're new to Twitch, back in the day, Chud Logic's name was ironic, okay? It was or ironic, or like, you know, it wasn't supposed to describe him, right? The idea of Chud Logic is like somebody like, you know, says some QAnon shit, and you're like, oh my god, that is such Chud Logic, right? That's the logic of Chuds. That was the joke. So it was a little bit ironic for him to pick the name Chud Logic. He wasn't trying to be a Chud. He wasn't trying to be right-wing. He would have called himself a leftist, a trade unionist, if I'm not mistaken, right? That was, he was trying to grift off of like the outgrowth of BreadTube onto Twitch, right? That's literally who this guy is. That's literally who this guy is. And he got his start, he got his first audience. You know, he used to hang around with like a lot of trans people. So he's not unaware of this. He's been around non-binary people. He knows that non-binary people are a thing, and he knows that non-binary people know that, you know, even more so than you know, trans people who aren't non-binary, that society is not, you know, accepting of you know, society is trying to push you into one of two boxes, right? So it's not this, none of this is new to him, right? What he's doing though, I guess it's just a new grift. I mean, when you hear what he's about, when you hear what it all comes down to, it's like money. It's like an audience. It's like you know, clout. These are the things that motivate him, right? It's not ideology. Ideology is whatever
in society, and then it's like, yeah, obviously you're going to get treated like a bit of a weirdo if you look like a weirdo. I don't know what to tell you.
Debate I was a part of a few weeks ago in LA. You guys know it's been a lot of hype coming up to this, right?
Yes, I may be weird looking, okay, but you can tell by looking.
Chud had non-binary friends until he was exposed to be a creep show. What do you mean, creep show?
Looking at me that I'm a man, right? It's very clear what's going on there. Like, if I had makeup and shit on, you'd be like, what the fuck's this all about?
I've been sort of raising the alarm for, you know, the weeks in between filming that and now. Over a few things.
This gets a little bit weird, and I'll ask you like not to do any kind of speculation, right? In general, I try to disincentivize, you know, because you're going to be tempted in a second here, chat. You might be tempted. Some of you might be tempted, right? To speculate, based on just to project maybe a little bit of wistfulness onto what he's saying. I don't think that that's what we're dealing with here. I've got no reason to believe that, and even if it is, it's like, it's, you know, even for a piece of shit like Chud Logic, it's kind of inappropriate to speculate like that. But
I may be weird looking, okay, but you can tell by looking at me that I'm a man, right? It's very clear what's going on.
Right? Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. Was there like a
on there? Like, if I had makeup and shit on, you'd be like, what the fuck's this all about?
I wouldn't. I actually wouldn't. Look, here's the deal, Chud, okay? You work with what you got. And I mean, you could always put a little glitter in the beard too.
I've been sort of raising the alarm for, you know, the weeks in between filming that and now.
He was friends with Corvid. Oh, that's right. He was friends with Corvidae and Lumi. Then the creepy Discord messages. Oh, that stuff. Are you talking about? Yeah. So I think what Lexical is talking about is Chud Logic was like rizzing up a person in his Discord who turned out to be 17, right? And the real story there is like Chud Logic rizzing somebody up in his Discord, right? A fan, legitimately a fan, using his Discord as his dating app, and you know, while married. So that's the real story, right? To the extent that it is a story, it got kind of it got blown out of proportion in a weird way. In terms of, you know, him knowingly dating somebody, or knowingly you know, being sexual to somebody who was underage, right? And because of that, he was able to weasel. Can we get some weasels in chat? I need some weasels. I'm gonna need some weasels. He's trying to weasel his way out of what he actually did by being like, well, I didn't know that she was 17, right? And, you know, indeed, it's not like 100% conclusive that he did know that she was 17, right? There's plausible deniability built into those screenshots, right? And so, you know, this is another example of some people that I you know, think maybe were good intentioned, trying to protect the community from a predator, but actually failing to do so because of the way that the most sensationalistic version of the claim was gone forward with, and since that ended up not being provable, then he was given like a clean bill of health, right? When in actuality, he was creeping around his Discord, and you know, he probably should have known that, you know, if you ask somebody if they're of age and they don't immediately say yes, you got a problem, right? But I don't know, you know, whether that's like his lack of judgment or whether that was, you know, him being purposefully obtuse. Well, there's no way to prove it, right? And it kind of doesn't matter. You know, the fact of the matter is he's a creep, and that's enough. That's enough for me to want to stay away. So.
Over a few things, because I've just been concerned about how it's going to be edited. You know, there was a clear.
Yeah, you're right, Natalie Marie. Everything about this guy is gross. Chud has powerful middle-aged divorced dad money problems energy. I can't speak to the money problems, but I think at least one of those things is true. Anyway, people's personal life is none of my business.
Bias in the room, because Jubilee, the channel, is, you know, they're libs, which is fine. But there's a bias, even if they're not doing it out of, you know, any sort of malice. There's always a bias with everyone, right? And so for me, I've been a part of so many debates where the editing is just so clearly biased, but I'm a bit jaded, and so I'm kind of like, all right, let's see how
That's
this
not too
goes.
fast, is it?
Before we start this insanity, and I get these PTSD.
Yeah, she has been a part of a lot of different debates, including one with Lauren Witzke, Nazi Barbie herself, right? Blaire debated Nazi Barbie, who actually debated against Blaire from the right, and suggested that like the best thing that Blaire could do would be to grow out her facial hair and tell children not to live like her, right? That's what Lauren Witzke, right? So, like, you know, as much as she's a pick-me, she's not exactly getting picked, except maybe by Chud logic. I don't know. She might get picked by Chud logic by the end of this thing. We'll see.
Symptoms that I'm sure to experience. And I jump right back into this hellish experience that I had. A few things. Some things that I anticipate will be edited out that I hope are not. Blossom, one of the participants on the other side, I hope that her violent threat is not edited out. I hope that it's live, loud, and...
So I didn't get to watch this thing. What is the violent threat that she's talking about? What's she referring to here? With friends like that, who needs enemies? Yeah.
in color. As loud as she was, the rest of...
Violent threats. No way. I never watched the thing. Did anyone...
Okay, do you see what he's doing, though? This is funny. This is actually really funny. You mean the trans girls were fighting? They were getting feisty? Ah, the claws came out? Yeah, that's right, Chud. They got a little some contentious words between them, apparently.
Watch the Jubilee
He's so excited by this.
discussion. What was it like?
The episode, right?
He's like, oh. Sorry.
I hope
I don't know why I don't need to like imitate him.
At the end, there's a situation
really
at the end
don't
where my
need
mic
to
is
imitate
off and they start personally attacking me, and I have no mic to really defend myself with audio. I hope that's in just to see how unfair that was. There's a moment where the moderator cuts me off and allows Blossom to get some fake mic drop moment on me about a racial insult, and they release a sneak peek, or even the sneak peek is edited deceptively because it makes it seem as if...
What's so funny about this person here is they've got the facial structure and face of someone who would try and start a scrap with you in a bar.
Chud, I don't know how else to say this, but facial structure, or whatever the hell else you want to say, does not determine a physical aggression and a... Shakespeare! Welcome to the stream. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, streamer. You are raiding in at a great time. As always, I think Shakespeare and Shakespeare's audience will be happy to know that we are covering one Chud logic. Now, why am I covering Chud logic, right? Is this like, you know, it's like, have I not covered Chud logic enough? I mean, we've covered him a couple of times. Look, usually I'm covering him because he's like, he can't stop talking about me, but this time I don't think I get name checked. Oh my God, chat. I don't know. I don't get name checked. I'm pretty sure that I don't get name checked. I'm pretty sure he's not thinking of me at all in this, in this debate. He's thinking of Blaire White and maybe some of the other panelists, right? He's very, anyway, he's very interested in Blaire, but yeah, I don't think this one's about me at all. But as you remember, this is Jubilee panel. I got in trouble for covering this. I got censored. I got shut down. I got silenced when I tried to cover this before. My stream got shut down. And I have to think it's for, has something to do because I saw other people cover it. I saw other trans people cover it. I think it's something to do with the fact that I was just going at them. Like there was something about the way that I covered Jubilee that Jubilee does not like. And I will take that as a compliment. I will take that as a sign of personal growth. Because like I said, chat, back in the day, I had a lot of people trying to do content with me. And, it's people like Keffals and Demon Mama. The fact that they would feel comfortable around me is actually says something about like what kind of streamer I used to be. And it's not good. And I don't want to make this about beating myself up. I just want to make this about me recognizing the personal growth that I have undergone and how different of a person I am now than I was back then, which is a good thing. It's a good thing, right? But yeah, Shakespeare, how was your stream today, by the way? What'd you talk about?
Do you know what I mean? They look like the kind of person that if you knocked into them, they would immediately turn around and be instantly aggressive and try and fight you.
What? Isn't that more about how somebody's acting? Right? Like, look, I have to worry about violence. In public, in a bar, especially a bar, that's going to be a place where people get rowdy, people get violent. It might be a little bit of a dangerous situation. I don't judge by how people look, though. I judge by how they act, and I think I'm a lot safer for that, right? It's if somebody's acting like they're going to start a fight, if somebody's trying to start a fight, it was good. I was talking about Israel-Palestine and contextualizing it historically. That is so important.
Even if it was an accident. Like, they've got that look about them, but then they've plastered a load of fucking makeup on. So it's like, oh, what? Wait, what?
Okay, this is transphobic. I don't know what else to say.
When the moderator cut me off, when in reality, there was
Chud Logic is here objecting to someone's makeup. I just want everybody to take stock of that, right? We're objecting to this person's makeup. Does anybody remember their name? I only watched I think 17 minutes of this or something. I didn't get very far at all. So I don't remember. I remember Blossom, and obviously Blaire we knew from before, but I don't think I remember anybody's name.
A while where I was going off on the moderator, and it was a whole situation where I made it clear that if I'm having a racial insult launched at me, I'm allowed to respond to it. And during that, Blossom kept making that insult and screamed it. So I hope that's accurate. I hope that the context for the beginning of the debate, where the libs derail it with personal attacks against me and completely take it off topic, and the moderator lets it go on forever, hope that's kept in. But overall, even though I seem
chat says they think their name was Maddie.
A little salty, I am going into this optimistic. I am going into this hoping that it's edited as true to reality as possible.
Being a non-binary person that sometimes has a choice to either go into a men's restroom looking like this. You can look at me.
It's just interesting. I thought this was a trans debate.
Yeah, Chud, if you end up watching this, any makeup suggestions for me, right? Like, is my makeup too caked on today or anything? Is it am I too androgynous for you, Chud? I don't know.
What on earth? Dude. I'm sorry to...
He really does have a problem with a non-gendered or a gender presentation that he doesn't comprehend, that he doesn't understand. He is very threatened by that. I wish I was good at putting on makeup. I am terrible with makeup. I feel like my eyeliner always looks like crayons.
Break it to you. But if you try and
my
walk
makeup is good. Oh my god, thank you.
To a ladies' room, people are going to be like, "What the fuck is going on?" Because you look weird. Of course, it used to be. I feel like this is one of those situations where it used to be, okay, if someone looks and
he really is normie casting here, right? In with the assumption that other people have the kind of phobia against androgyny or what they perceive to be androgyny as he does, right? It's not true. Some people, a lot of people, for a lot of people, androgyny or non-gendered presentation is an aesthetic that they find quite appealing. But Go on, Chud.
Presents as
That's not how he likes his trans, right? He's got that's not the kind of trans person he likes. That's
a woman, it's reasonable that they can go into the ladies' room, because why would you do any different, right? Like someone like Blaire White, for example. If they walked into a ladies' room, I don't think there'd be any question about
their name is Alexander. Thank you. Maybe Maddie's somebody else.
That because they look like a woman, right? I think further to that, right, it started to get a bit shaky when you were on.
I get hate for it and dirty looks. It's often because of that. I mean, yeah, it's sad because I feel like there's another kind of like, I feel like there's more people that appreciate like a non various non-binary gender presentations than will like own up to it. In the same way that there's a lot more like cis het guys that are into trans girls than that say that they're into trans girls, or sometimes even will bring those trans girls that they might be dating to meet their friends and or family, right? There's an issue with that, right? There's an issue of people being a little bit cowardly when it comes to their the aesthetics that they appreciate and the people that they find attractive, right? There's a lot of that going. There's a lot of cowardice going around when it comes to that, and it's sad. It's sad that even in this day it has to be like that.
Arguing for people that say they're a woman but don't really present as a woman, maybe because they're not able to and they can't afford to, it gets a bit shaky. I can kind of understand it. I get where people are coming from, okay? I do think there's going to be a bit more resistance to that, though, because people are going to be a bit uncomfortable with that aspect, right? But that's in cases where maybe the person struggles to look like a woman for financial reasons, or something like that. But now we've moved to a position where it's I can dress and look like a complete.
For some reason, I don't feel comfortable having my image right there next to Chud.
Like, I already get clipped out of context.
Oh my God, Keffals, no! I hit the wrong button.
Total circus.
I hit the Keffals button.
Freak, and you must not.
Chasers are weasels.
Question me going into whatever bathroom I desire. That, for me, is like, well, you're making an intentional decision to present yourself in a way that is very antagonistic to, like, very simple, basic social standards, that we would normally engage in. So at that point, I've got to say, I'm not on board with that. That's crazy. Yeah, and if, I do, like, is there, like, some weird thing where they like the validation or lack of validation they get and can use it to, like, fuel their victim mentality?
Did this guy just propose the possibility that trans people like being treated like shit when we try to use the bathroom? Is that what he's trying to say? Who is this guy to be deciding what bathrooms which people go in exactly? Why does it have to be so much anxiety? There shouldn't be. This is like literally, and like, look, going into this is a battle that's been won, right? I mean, to a large extent, this question has been tried in the courtroom of public opinion, and most people are of the opinion that you should use the bathroom that you feel comfortable in, right? This whole like bathroom police thing, it's very Posey Parker. It's very like, while I was checking Jubilee, I saw a new middle ground called "Should Minors?" Oh my God! Of course, they cannot help but talking about trans people on that show.
I don't know, man, because obviously it's just basic insight into the structure of our society would tell you that if you look like a man and you try to go into the woman's bathroom, like if I went to go into the woman's bathroom, people would stop me and question me and be like, "Wait a second, what are you doing?" Because of the beard and shit like that, But then what? If I...
So again, chat, like he keeps on going back to himself as a example. Try not to read too much into that. Like, right, it is what it is, right? I don't know why he's doing that either, but I don't want to let that invite any sort of egg discourse, because that would be inappropriate, and we're not doing that, okay? Like, we're not going to speculate.
Slip some fucking makeup on, all of a sudden I get to go in there, and if you complain about it, you're being transphobic. It's insane.
Trans umbrella. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe you can educate yourself a little bit.
I have a bladder. It needs to be empty. Now leave me the F alone. Exactly.
And I'm right back in it. I'm back. Back in that warehouse with those hot lights, that lack of AC, and these demons surrounding me.
No, but like...
How this clown, and I'm saying clown because not even to be incendiary, right? Not even in like a, oh, you're stupid way or whatever. I'm saying literally, you went down to Party City. You picked up that $39.99 Halloween clown outfit. We got, what, 3 weeks till Halloween. They just put it on the shelf. You grabbed it, and you thought you could walk onto a trans debate dressed as a clown, telling a transsexual woman that you're here to educate her on anything, first of all, but especially on something to do with trans.
I would educate you first and foremost on how cringe it is to call yourself to be so precious and try to use the term transsexual to lift yourself above other trans people. How does she know the price? Oh my God, I think she's been to, maybe she's been to Party City a few times.
That is nuts. You're nuts. You're a whole ball sack. For you to even open it with,
and that's the other thing about the bathroom discussion is that like it just invites for people to like be super inappropriate, like that British politician that lied about what Sophie from Mars said in the bathroom about like drying off her hands on her jeans, and said that she had said dry it off on genitalia, which doesn't really make a lot of sense at all. The Party City allegations just dropped. Yeah.
As a non-binary person, one thing I know for sure I didn't have to say this entire shoot was as a trans person, because that's assumed, right? It's a trans debate and everyone sitting there is trans or supposed to be. So why would I need to do that? So for you to even open it with, well, as a non-binary person, you're admitting there's a difference right then and there between trans and non-binary.
Oh my God. So it's like she's saying that like, well, so if non-binary is a thing, then it's got to be a thing separate from trans. And it's like, it's not like there's umbrella terms or anything like that where like there could be different ways of being trans. No, of course it's an either or fallacy. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, right, but like that's what Blaire's doing. Like Blaire just invoked nutsacks for whatever, whole ass nutsacks for whatever reasons. Right now, thanks Blaire. I didn't need to think about that, but my dogs. Oh my God.
Oh, good point,
like
Blaire.
I said, and I hope it's in the edit, I'm sure there is a non-binary Jubilee episode, right? Fun fact: Jubilee's been trying to get me to do debates for months and months now.
She hates non-binary people so much. Like, why is she so obsessed? Oh, it's a thing called negative stereotype threats, right? I mean, that's what's at work here. That's a lot of what's at work in her self hatred, right? She this is the manifestation of self-hatred because she is such an assimilationist. She literally, fears being seen, in a way where people can't grok her gender 100% immediately. And so somebody who, doesn't want their gender to be, parsed into a binary, set of possibilities is really threatening to her. That's what it is.
Asking me to be involved in a few debates. I think it was like 2 or 3 they tried to cast me for. And they just didn't feel right.
She's put so much effort into looking like that she looks good. Well, the thing is, I do have sympathy, a lot of sympathy for people who, want to transition along.
Are there like some people in here pushing? I feel like there's some Chud, some of Spicy Chud is pushing back.
Binary lines, but for whatever reason, social, economic, they can't. Because that would fucking suck, right? Like imagine if you genuinely had this, thing, this gender dysphoria, but you, for whatever reason, you couldn't present in the way that you wanted to. I can imagine that would really fucking suck. But what we've got now is even beyond that.
So it's a combination of transphobia, androgyny phobia, and a pull yourself up by your gendered bootstraps mentality. Right? And like, you remember when the Brianna Wu thing came down, right? Their analysis of Brianna Wu and her trans medicalism was that it was based. That's literally what you got from not just Chud, but like a lot of people in his chat too, right? It was essentially an endorsement of like, oh, cool, like trans people can be like this. Trans people can hate on other trans people and make me feel less bad about my own transphobia. Oh my God, that's amazing. Yeah, there's some trans people out there that will make themselves into little doormats for you. That's true.
where you've got people who
Spicy Chat is Cottage Cheese Village?
intentionally
There's a lot of swamp ass. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
trying to present
potentially.
themselves.
Potentially a lot of swamp ass sitting on gamer chairs. Like there's like a smell that emanates from his chat, and it's not great.
In ways that go against the kind of intuitive way we approach gender. Like they want to look like a circus freak. And it's like, if you dress like a circus freak, you're going to get treated like a circus freak. I don't know how else to fucking say it to you. Like, it's obvious, isn't it? You know, you can say as much as you want about how society should change and we should be accommodating for these people, right?
Here's what I'll say. Society won't change without people forcing change on it. Right? And being your authentic self is one way to do that. So I don't want to be too pedantic about this, right? But I feel like being your authentic self, when that authentic self isn't accepted by society, like that's not something to be embarrassed about. That's something to be praised. Okay, without you know, like again, I'm not trying to be pedantic here, right? So please don't take it that way.
But by the same token, you exist in a society today. There's all, you know, there's wants that we have of our society and how we can think it can...
The only circus freak is the transphobe, says Pedro. Nice.
Get better. But fundamentally, if you engage in society today, you must, to some level, engage on the terms of that exist.
Wait, yeah, what about the fact that, like, people that would be in freak shows in the circus, as it used to be, like, those were human beings? And when you say if you're going to be like a circus freak, you're going to get treated like a circus freak, are you literally endorsing that? Are you literally saying that people that aren't accepted by society, there's like a real like lack of virtue that they have, that it's fine to treat people like that, that the problem isn't with society, that the thing that needs fixing is these people, not society? Like, right? Are they like, I mean, you're 2 steps away from eugenics here, Chud. 2 steps away.
And going out like a circus freak, you're going to get treated like a circus freak.
They weren't topics I was extremely passionate about. And so or topics I didn't feel like I had a lot to say on or was super educated on. And I passed. So the fact that you got asked to do a trans debate and you didn't pass and say, I'll let the trans people do it. Nuts.
Okay, Blaire, I would never deny, you know, your transness, all right? I'll leave that shit to you. I'll leave that shit to the assimilationists to try to deny their own transness, all right? But I will say that I will accept a person who's, like, being authentic and real over you any day, right? I would say that they are more accepted in the trans community than you are, okay? So... like what the trans community really won't put up with is this kind of outwardly projected self-hate, right? Because we've all got enough self-hate already, Blaire. We don't need yours.
Right.
It's not just Blaire. It's Chud. It's Jubilee. It's all the things that I dislike. Almost.
You were basically Rachel Dolezal on a Black women's issues panel. That's what you were. You're appropriating a medical condition. And I was worried they weren't going to make it clear that I brought it to attention that I had an issue with him being there. And from what I'm seeing, it's the first moment.
That's just straight up. Now she's just misgendering, right? Like, that's so fucking petty.
That's what you were. You're appropriating a medical condition.
And
I was worried they weren't going to make it clear that I brought it to attention that I had an issue with him being there. And from what I'm seeing, it's the first.
Is that right? They think they use. I think their pronouns were they them. If I remember correctly. Like I said, Chad, we never got through this, so I don't know for sure. But I remember. I thought I remembered they them pronouns.
And so that looking up.
I think then you'll figure out you know what
right?
reality is.
Whoa.
Wait, hang on a sec. What?
Whoa.
What's the conservatives, liberals? The thing is like that person looks a bit more like I mean, these all look like conservatives. Like, let's be real, right? That person could maybe pass as a conservative. Maybe this person could a little bit, but probably more the other way. That person looks more like it. And then this person is like, you could just tell from looking at them, can't you? Immediately.
What?
It is a safety concern for trans women to share.
Alexander's pronouns, as posted on Instagram. They, he, her. Okay, so not technically a misgender.
It's not looking up. This is already edited wrong. This is not chronological order. This was not the first prompt. The first prompt was trans-military, and that's the prompt that the libs derailed and made it about 2 minutes in before making intense personal attacks at me, spit roasting me, double teaming me.
Look, I didn't cover the Mr. Beast drama, and now I'm sort of wishing that I should have, right? Because yeah, if you look, just a quick refresher for anybody that is not aware, right? The Mr. Beast drama was the fact that there was somebody that was in a contest video that Mr. Beast did where they did hide and seek, and like it was supposed to be like the last 3 people to be found won, and you could win like $1 million to the charity or community fund of your choice, right? And literally Mr. Beast changed the outcome ostensibly because it made better viewing, or it made a better video, or like I don't know, like ostensibly, you know, as like an editorial choice, like you know, a reality show will sometimes do. And finally the person who really came, I think, either in second or third place spoke up and said, yeah, like it was I'm trying to remember who actually won. It was like Logan Paul and a bunch of people, but actually Quackity and a like a baking YouTuber named Rosanna, and like the results were as presented in the video were not the real results, right? But in this case, right, in that case, right, you're literally changing the outcome. You're literally and it wasn't an easy challenge either. It was like literally hide and seek, and it lasted for like more than 24 hours, all right? So like a 24-hour game of hide and seek, if you win that, or if you place in the final 3 in that, you should get credit for that. That's a lot. You did a lot for Mr. Beast, right? And so that really sucks. But this, on the other hand, Blaire is complaining that the order of the questions were changed. When it's like, duh, it's YouTube. Yeah, of course they're gonna change the order of the they're gonna make it the most viewable video they possibly can, because they're trying to make money, right? And they want people to click on, and they want people to watch till the very end, right? And so whatever they think makes people do that, that's how they're going to order the video. It is not, look, I think Blaire's got this wrong. I think that she is the biggest get for this panel. She's the most prominent person on this panel. And I think they're actually, they like the fact that she's a self-hating trans woman. I think this whole thing was like teed up for Blaire White to tee off on, right? It was meant for her to look good on. She's the star of the show, and she's acting like she's getting treated like garbage because they changed the order of the questions
and deliberating the validity of my career.
Une grande injustice.
And went on and on and on with the moderator not stepping in at all for a while. So this is already not in order, and I wanted that to be true to time, because it gives context for why I lose my mind in this debate, and I do come across as so intense and so combative in this debate.
Right. Yeah, because obviously if I have a conversation with you, and I spend the first 10 minutes calling you a pedophile, right? And you get really fucking angry, and then I move it on, and I'm more reasonable, but you're mad at me. I can edit that so that bit's first, so it looks like you're being unreasonable, and then
he's really going back into his own experience for this, right?
Call you a pedophile in response to that.
He's still not over that. Chud, you got so lucky, right? In the fact that you got caught like creeping on your own Discord, and somebody was, and because the people making the accusations, you know, were, you know, stretched it, you were able to get away with that, right? Because the accusation was something bigger than what's actually like provable, right? You got away with that, right? But he's still bringing it up.
And this is very common. You see it with like reality shows. Reality shows will be edited in a certain way to present whatever narrative the team want to present. Right, this person is X. Let's make it so all the scenes of them doing X are in there. Yep, boom, 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 boom. You know.
I just knew that if they don't have that derailment in the beginning, at the beginning of the video, it's going to look like I went nuts for no reason and not because they jumped into it attacking me.
Oh.
It depends.
Yes. So I think that to start it off though too is it's not necessarily saying that trans women. It all comes down to self.
I'm glad I look it on camera. I have to say that also was one of the worries. It's like, you know, being a YouTuber.
I've got the new one too. I'm going to watch both.
My
Chill
angles,
out.
my lighting, all that, and it's like they had me in a dusty ass, crazy ass.
I'm going to watch both because I never watched this, and although it's got Blaire's commentary over the top, at least gives me a bit of a flavour of what happened on this, even though it's obviously biased towards her. But anyway,
with some really weird lights. There's a photo or it was a video that went viral, I think like just 2 weeks ago, with some like whole man with a boner in the women's restroom, and there's just some poor woman filming it. Like, am I supposed to like accept that this is here? So I think there's levels to it. I think that trans women who are actually trans, you know, we're talking gender dysphoria, transitions, making the effort, you know, probably once you reach a certain point in your transition where you can actually assimilate within that space and not cause a disruption.
This is such a pure expression of self-hate.
That would probably be the ideal time to start doing that, right?
I want to comment on Blaire's.
I mean, that to me, like, obviously there's question marks over what that looks like. Obviously, we do have a very subjective, intuitive analysis of gender. But I think generally speaking, yeah, there probably is a line. Like, for example, the classic, you know, if I was to say I'm a woman and I'm going to start transitioning, I mean, I don't think I'd have much hope of ever looking like a woman.
Chud, okay, look, like I said, keep the, I don't want to hear any egg discourse. I know that it's straight, you know, there's something, okay, there's something strange about the way that he keeps on inserting himself into this example. But look, let me put it to you this way, okay, Chud? If there was somebody in your audience who looked kind of like you and was trans, and they heard you say that you don't have any hope, I mean, that's kind of shitty. That's kind of shitty, isn't it? Like, it's... How about we live in a society where you don't get treated like shit based on your ability to fit into one of 2 preconceived boxes of allowable gender expression? How about that?
Have you read Tom's gender doc? Absolutely not, and I literally never will.
What is that, chat? Can somebody explain to me, what are they talking about? They just said Tom's gender doc. Is that what I think it is? Like, it's obviously not a creator that I follow or would ever watch, or, you know, I would expect anybody in here to be familiar with, but somebody probably is. Somebody probably knows the content creator that he's talking about there. Because I think I know who it is. I just didn't know that this person had a gender doc. You know, this is a right-wing content creator that we're talking. No, they're talking nonsense. I mean, yeah, but like, this is I'm sure that gender doc is cursed if it exists. I didn't know that it existed. Right, a doc in general, it's like this is something that like the Vosh community uses. This is something that I think that maybe came from the Destiny community originally. Vosh has got a document in his Discord, or that, like, maybe it's more appropriate to say his Discord has a document, and they've collected their like knowledge on all kinds of different debate topics in easy to read, easy to parse, quick to reference, you know, kind of, you know, headings, right? And so it's supposed to be like a debate cheat sheet. Like, you go on a debate, you're debating about this, you look it up, you see what the doc says. I think that's what that is. And the fact that a right-wing transphobic content creator, like the one that they're talking about, this is somebody that got banned from Twitch, not for his takes on trans people, right? But his takes on digital child exploitation materials, right? He had a very questionable take about digital, like, you know, I don't want to say it, okay? But yeah, that's who we're talking about. Apparently has a gender doc. Apparently has a gender doc. That sounds so cursed. Riverboy Jack had one too. I think it was about trans women. Oh, I mean, that's you know, Tom Dark. Nope. No, it can't be Tom Dark. Tom Dark doesn't care about politics, right? I mean, Tom Dark is a little bit chuddy, but he's really more of like an edgelord than anything else, right? He's not. He's you know, decidedly like non-political.
Like, I think it would be absurd to say that I should go, at least shave
I
my
was yelling at you for tearing up at the Mr. Beast video?
beard first, surely. But it would be absurd to think that I should go into the restroom. But, you know, someone like Blaire White, I mean, the idea that you wouldn't want her in the women's restroom is insane. And I think that...
Vosh is still live. Wait, why are we mentioning Vosh? Does he want to talk?
Just for the abundance of caution, yeah, it probably makes sense.
Yeah, I think the first one, Shakespeare.
To have some sort of limit on that
I think
somewhere.
that's who they're talking about.
Point. The one thing I kept...
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Now, mind you, this, because it's not in chronological order, she's edited out of order. This is after she derailed the entire debate in this, looks like next prompt, is where they edited it in. And...
Oh my god. Chud, I'm so tempted. Okay. I have a policy against noticing individual chatters in a chat, you know, when they're not content creators. But I'm seeing somebody right now in his chat, like basically cheerleading this sussy, right-wing creepazoid, and it takes on gender apparently, and it's the same person that is the emissary between Keffals and DGG, right? This is a person who's had sussy like Holocaust takes, right? So I mean, that's I guess that's what Tom's community looks like these days, right? People with really interesting and not very correct takes about the Holocaust, like the pause fish in there. I'm not going to mention who that is, right? I just happen to know that Twitch name corresponds to a certain Twitter account, but...
And turned it into Maury, right? I was in an episode of Maury because of Blossom and the others, but mostly Blossom.
Who cares who's trans and who sits going in the bathroom? You should be minding your own business, being able to pee and do your business in peace for the most part. That conversation around this man with a boner on or whatever like that, I saw that picture and I thought to myself, that's really a right-wing talking point and conservative propaganda because that's their ideology.
A video of a real-life occurrence is a right...
It's about only what I don't agree with that. I think that's a really retarded concept.
When you get a when you get presented with like a anecdote like that, right? There's Blair saying that there was a guy in a bathroom somewhere that had like a visible erection, and when they were asked to leave, they claimed, you know, that they identified as a woman, so it was okay for them to be there in there visibly aroused, which it's not. It's not. Like, that in and of itself is like, you know, not acceptable behavior for anyone in a bathroom. And that's the problem, right? The behavior, not the person and their gender presentation or whatever. But you got to notice, okay, please, whenever you hear any anecdote like that, don't engage, and definitely don't give any ground on it, because there's every chance. Like I told you about the Sophie from Mars thing, right? What if Blair instead brought up, do you remember did you hear about the trans woman in a bathroom who said that she was going to dry her hands off on her penis? And it's like, that didn't happen. But if you didn't know about the incident, if you weren't aware of that, you know, incident, you might not know, and you might be like, okay, well, I want to defend somebody if they're being inappropriate in a bathroom. But like, yeah, it's just like, there's no real way to know. And yeah, it sounds like propaganda. It sounds like
concept to only what biological women are only allowed. It's going to be based on intuition and appearance, because otherwise, how would that even work? What, you want to look at their fucking dick or pussy before they go in? It doesn't make any sense. Obviously, just a, you know, general intuition of what someone looks like and what they present as is going to determine what restroom they should use.
Wing talking point. First of all, that sentence doesn't even make sense. It's structured about as illogically as every other sentence that came out of your mouth the entire shoot.
I'm like trying to eat.
One of the reasons why I'm frustrated that this is edited out of order is that at this point, Blossom had already made a violent threat towards me, right? She had already derailed the shit. So I mean, you can kind of see all over my face. I'm already.
I'm saying that the way we engage with gender on a casual level in society, when you're walking down the street, you're not assessing someone's chromosomes or what genitalia they have. You are looking at them and making an assessment of what they, appear to be based on their outward characteristics, right? So in the circumstances of a toilet, if someone goes to use the toilet and they are visibly a man and they're going into the women's restroom, you're going to be like resistant to that, right? Whereas if they look like a woman, you're not going to take any issue with that.
I don't know why.
And unless you're
like,
of the
saucy
opinion,
things.
which is obviously rooted in.
I didn't realize that chips and salsa would be so saucy, but salsa literally means sauce, right? So, or salt. Oh, we should have a watch party for the movie Denial.
Misandry, that a man just wants to
visibly
rape.
a man. I mean, like, you see what he's doing, right? He's not endorsing the Posey Parker, genital inspector, like, shining a flashlight up between your legs in the stalls. Like, he's not endorsing that, but he's basically, I mean, it's a pretty common, like, take from somebody who's essentially defending the kind of trans women, the kind of trans people, which would be a certain kind of trans woman that he approves of, right? He's endorsing, he's protecting, he's there to protect the assimilationist trans people, right? No, anybody else though.
There's no reason that like a man is going to want to
It
like.
sounded like you said that salsa literally means sals. I think doesn't it mean salt or something? Like it means sauce, but like the older definition is like the way that salad like literally like refers to the salt in the salad.
Rape by going into a woman's bathroom, like a biological man, I mean. And I think that if someone is trans,
this biological man, biological woman shit, it kind of weirds me out, right? So like it sounds like a weird superhero. Like there's these like gender essentialist superheroes, right? The biological man and biological woman, and they're like, stop right there. You're not allowed to use the bathroom of your choice because you're not a biological woman. Like, right? And I am biological woman, and I can X-ray vision through anybody's pants to see what's in their pants, and if it doesn't conform to like my, I don't know, like it sounds like some misbegotten like anti-hero
transitioning to be a woman, and they've gone far enough through the
where does a non-binary person who doesn't look doesn't check either assimilationist box like go exactly? In Latin, salsa means that, which is salsa. I thought so. I wanted to say it means sauce because it sounds like sauce, but I think sauce even probably. Wait, does sauce come from the same root word?
Position that visually they look like
I love
a woman.
sauce, chat. Just give me some sauce and I'll make everything taste good.
There's no issue whatsoever with them going into the woman's restroom. I don't know. I think that's like a fairly reasonable.
There's biological women and inorganic women. There's ionic women and covalent women.
Idea of this.
That's right.
And I think the way you balance it out, and obviously it's not perfect because it is subjective. It's not like an exact science of when someone looks like a woman. But if I said I was a woman and tried to go into the women's restroom, it's like Loki's wager. You can't determine exactly where the line is, but we know there's a fucking line. If I tried,
what's Loki's wager? I know about Pascal's wager. What's Loki's wager? I might not know this one. Sauce does come from salt. Middle English from Old French, based on Latin salsas, salted. Past particle of salere, salt. From sal, salt, compare to salad. Yeah, that's right, salad. I know about the salad deriving its name from salt.
To go into the women's restroom, I think
it's not an
unless you're in some
science.
super woke state or something.
Yeah,
people...
good call, Chud. Good call, identifying the fact that gender essentialism is not an exact science. Next, he'll be telling me that oh my god, what is it called? The thing with the skull measuring. Why can't I remember this? Why do I want to say forensics? It's not forensics. It's like phrenology. Yes, thank you. Not forensics. Phrenology. Yeah, next he's going to be telling me that phrenology is not an exact science. Next he's going to be telling me that like biodynamic farming is not an exact science. Thank you, Chud. Thank you.
would freak out and be like, well, what are you doing? You can't go in there. Because
my God,
I look so much like
I just pissed off all the biodynamic people
I've got
in
the
chat.
markers that you would look at for being a male.
Pretty upset, right? I know my own self, and I look pretty upset. And mind you, it's hard for me to make an upset face because of the amount of Botox I've had. So for me to look like that, for me to be frowning at all.
Thank you.
I just pissed off all the Rudolph Steiner fans in chat.
Muscles have been paralyzed for a minute. That's how you know I was upset. So I wish it was an order because, you know, I'm watching it knowing that she had already threatened she had someone waiting outside for me, but the viewer doesn't.
Are you telling me that the science of humors is not an exact science, Chud?
Use you as the baseline.
What?
To
homeopathy is not an exact science? What?
This propaganda.
How is it?
Oh, thank you, Natalie. Loki's wager is an unreasonable insistence that because two or more categories exist as poles on a spectrum with a gray area in the middle, the distinction between the two cannot be defined.
And if it's a thing that really happened, it was caught on video. Like it was an actual occurrence.
Who is Rudolph Steiner?
It happened, and that's not the only time isolated.
Look, if you don't know, consider yourself lucky.
Changed my life.
To say because actors can do that. Who knows?
Do you think he's got Foreign Man like loaded up in the background? That was the Foreign Man video, right?
It could have been.
Isn't it so much easier just to say like, yeah, that's gross and wrong that someone would expose themselves in a bathroom and just condemn it and look like a normal person doing it, rather than.
See, here's the thing: we don't trust you. We don't trust you. You've shown yourself to be a liar. Your whole side of things has shown themselves to be liars, right? So when you say there was this incident and it was just so, forgive me if I don't believe that it was just so.
To stretch your, you know, I use the word mind.
I mean, this is debate bro shit. This is debate bro shit. Like, what, you can't just say the simple thing that is wrong? You can't possibly say, like, this is literally this is logic tree. Logic, what is it called? Like the logic, it's like the flow chart that they use in debates.
To stretch your mental capacity to say it was actors, it was right-wing propaganda. That's a lot. Why? Why can't you just be like, yeah, that's gross?
Because that's literally happened before. Because that's literally happened.
And that doesn't actually represent all trans women or trans women in general, but that's clearly like a cross-dresser. Isn't it easier just to say, get the cross-dressers out of the trans community rather than to cover for the cross-dresser?
I don't know, Blair, because I don't trust you not to call a trans person a cross-dresser, right? That's the truth of the matter. You're an unreliable narrator, and nobody should believe the words that are coming out of your mouth because they've been proven to be false so many times, right? You're sus.
The trans community look crazy? Like, wouldn't that be easier?
You're highly sus.
Make you look more sane, make trans people everywhere look more sane, because that's what I'm trying to do in this moment.
That's what you're trying. I get that, Blair. I get that, Blair. You're always worried. Do I look sane enough here? Do I look like, am I assimilating well enough? Okay, great.
Them or y'all at home watching it. In that moment, I'm saying that's a cross
dialogue tree. Thank you.
The times with the trans community was like
the dialogue tree.
You are not us because y'all do stuff like that. All right, so now we're going to get
caffeinated up.
The actual first prompt, which was edited out of order. And we're going to see if they keep in how the liberals came and derailed it and made it an episode of Maury.
Those goddamn liberals, they always do that, right?
A debate about the validity.
Bitch, you make
did you say derail? Like some kind of toxic gossip train? Oh my god, Chad, are we derailing?
Did he look insane? What, Blair White? I don't disagree with that. I think that, you know, she's like a more moderate voice for people, didn't she? Even though she's a conservative.
Of my career.
He's
that
like,
was how the
I
debate
wish
actually
more
started.
trans
and
women.
I've met many trans veterans.
I wish more trans people would be exactly like Blair White. That's the kind of trans person that I can get behind. We know, Chud. We know. Everybody knows. Believe me. All trans people on Twitch know.
Media, and I think it's amazing, actually. So if you're kicked out and it was once, you know, the norm.
What's the resources you're
I'm
offering
speaking
them?
though. If you're kicked out and it once was the norm for you to participate in the military, that's sad. But at the same time, if that is what is
She's one of the good ones.
ultimate
Yeah.
safety and effectiveness of the military, nothing should come before that.
Blair, have you ever worked directly with trans people?
Blair, have you ever worked directly with trans people? And look at my face. Looking at him like he is stuck on you because you must be. Right?
I mean, that's actually a really good question, right? She claims that her... Here's the funny thing. Blair thinks she's helping out trans people by being on YouTube and by being on YouTube and being an assimilationist trans woman, right? She feels like, okay, if I'm on YouTube, if I'm prominent, right, just me being there and being like, this is what a trans woman is, right? It's like helpful, like that society's gonna be like, oh yes, we like trans women, right? Whereas if like the representative of trans people was somebody else, that you know, I mean, like it's literally the most elitist, you know, narcissistic thing you could imagine.
Have I ever worked with trans people? All right, let's count the times on either of my channels, right? I'm working with them right here, first of all, on set. All y'all are trans -1. And
Ooh.
yeah. So this is the beginning. I hope this is unedited.
Have you ever worked
I
directly?
am right now. I am right now.
No,
We're
directly
surrounded by
in
them.
services in terms of nonprofits and
So she's
actually
a
getting
trans person.
clientele.
She's not
That's my
grassroots.
entire
She is
career.
not a grassroots
Not
person
grassroots.
because truth be told, a lot of our
What does that
community
even mean?
is in grassroots.
Have you ever had a
Nonprofit
client list of
organizations that are
transgender people?
trans-led.
Oh my god, man. Have you worked with trans people? Yeah, no, not like that. I mean, grassroots. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like there's a certain standard of working with trans.
No. Like, here's the thing: you can be a YouTube content creator. Look, I could have been like a content creator and never dealt with like, you know, trans people. You know, like focus all of my content around appealing to cis people or being the trans person for cis people, or like, right? There's a lot of ways that you can do content without necessarily working with trans people. And I think what they're trying to point out is that Blaire is like embarrassed by being trans. And that's what this whole assimilationist thing is. It's hard for her to say that she's like an advocate for trans people when her entire life is her trying to get away from being trans. That's what the pick me thing is about.
People that they've got that you need
Matt
to
Walsh
meet.
will
It's
never
stupid.
we'll never pick her.
Just
Matt Walsh, Lauren Witzke, yeah, a lot of people.
It is. What they're saying is you have.
Yeah, it's definitely some reacception that we're doing today. But you understand the rationale, right? Like, this Jubilee thing is something that I wanted to cover, something that I tried to cover, but I got my stream taken down. And I'm done with that. I'm sick of it. I don't want to get my stream taken down again, right? So I figure if I cover Chud Logic's covering of Blaire White, covering of the debate, then they probably won't ding me. I'm hoping they won't ding me.
You are not a left-wing trans person. Can we just be clear about
It's
that?
a bit of a dingus gambit, yeah. Blaire is a dingus gambit enjoyer.
Right? When they ask her whether she's worked with trans people, her body of work isn't enough. They mean you're not left-wing trans. That's what they're trying to say. It's very fucking obvious.
That's not actually true.
Underneath that statement?
I mean, that's like, look, okay. So for all practical purposes, our social existence is a left-wing issue. There are right-wingers like Blaire White who, you know, accept us on some level, you know, like with Blaire, it's an example of a right-wing trans person, right? So, you know, but that they're the exception, not the rule, right? But what they're talking about is being an activist. What they're talking about is doing real-world shit. What they're talking about is being involved in the community. That is not true for Blaire. She is allergic to the community. That's what they're pointing out, right? If you want to be one of us, if you want to represent yourself on social media as one of us, then be with us. And she's not. She never was, right? She's not playing to trans people. She's playing to like a mostly cis audience.
Who cares about what, like, paid their bills? No,
I'm
I
sorry,
don't.
excuse me,
I've helped a lot of trans people in my life,
trans-led
yes.
organizations that are ran by trans people. I really want to see what you've done for those organizations because I don't see any of y'all on the front line.
The front line.
I mean, because this is the difference between Blaire and the rest of them, right? They're on there because they are activists. They are social organizers. They're like community organizers, right? That's why most of the rest of the people on the left are there, right? That's their distinction. That's their authority. That's where their authority derives from. Now you've also got people on here who help pass anti-trans legislation, so kind of like the dark version of that, right? But Blaire is different in that all she is like a YouTuber who is trans and is constantly like running away from that fact.
What are you talking about? I've dedicated. Hold on. I've dedicated my entire life.
She's a danger to other trans people. She's literally thrown groomer accusations, true, against them.
In my own way, and you can disagree with it because we all have our vehicles and our methods.
Blaire speaks in dog whistles.
Promoting trans acceptance and the ultimate.
Because the original video is out like 2 or 3 hours long, and I've got another fucking big Blaire video to watch after this that goes over this drama. I can't, you know.
Yeah, so what he's talking about is that, like, this was Blaire's reaction to her own debate performance. And, you know, it's mostly her complaining about Jubilee, you know, saying that they're, like, left-wingers and saying that they tried to make her look bad and that they had her talk last. When in actuality, letting her have the last word is kind of a they're definitely playing to her. They're like everything about this panel is for her. Like
progression of the
in
quality.
the same way that when we watched the Whatever podcast like a month ago or so, right, with Candace Owens, that none of the Pixie, none of the people on that panel, like it wasn't for them. It wasn't a vehicle for them. It was a vehicle for Candace Owens to tee off on some feminists, right? That was what the same way this is a vehicle for Blaire White to tee off on some trans rights advocates.
I'm sure it's great,
I've dedicated
but
my entire life to that, right? I access millions of people every
also I
single
don't want to just agree with conservatives. But unfortunately, I feel like I'm going to on that panel.
month on all my social media. And I have people reaching out all the time saying that I've saved them from
what
just
are
like
you
we mentioned,
physically doing?
suicide.
What are you physically doing? That is the point.
They're so stupid. These morons. What are you physically doing? I just said I reach millions of people, many of which are trans every single month, and it's about what I'm physically doing. What does that even mean? Do I need to be washing their cars? Do I need to be mowing their lawns? What are you talking about? Grassroots, grassroots. Pretty sure I started at 0 subscribers and 0 views.
Is she trying to do somebody's voice?
And work my way up to millions and hundreds of millions, right? What's more grassroots than that? So
what's more grassroots than being a right-wing grifter? Jesus Christ, Blaire, like anything? Like literally anything. That's AstroTurf. You are the opposite of grassroots. You've got it. You've got it. That's what they're saying.
These organizations that probably existed before you joined them. Where are your grassroots?
The only pushback I'm seeing on Blaire from the chat is like that she's got too much lip filler. Oh my god.
My god. This was so stupid. And this went on for
Catty Transmeds in Chudlogic's chat.
So long. And I hope it shows. And I hope it shows Miss Blossom putting those hands in my...
No, I'm sorry. No, you're talking...
I'm like uncomfortable. I don't know. Like the way she said Miss Blossom. I know this is gonna sound wild, but that was fucking racist. We got Miss Blossom over there putting her hands in my face. Like what that? Oh my god! Oh my god! Yeah, you're right. Whoever said dog whistle, whoever said their dog is going going off in the background. You're right. You're right. That's what she's doing, right? This is
talking about an atypical experience. Listen, if she was a progressive, you're fucking retarded. If she was like
I'm surprised she didn't call her Miss Thing or something. Yeah, this
a
is
progressive trans woman that looked like a fella that had like a
she can barely hold back her trans misogyny. Yeah,
1,000 sub YouTube
she's
channel.
Oozing it.
No. Do you really think they'd be questioning her about whether she's done grassroots stuff? Like, it's delusional. She is a successful conservative trans woman. That's why they're talking to her and engaging with her in this way and talking about the grassroots thing.
She is a successful, like, okay, let me try to put this in the right perspective, okay? She's a successful conservative trans woman in the same way that Dave Rubin is a successful gay conservative man, right? She is successful by throwing her community under the bus. That is what the totality of her success has been, right? That's her one trick. She's a one-trick pony, and that's the trick.
It's so obvious.
Did he just say the R word? I'm getting like desensitized to it. That's the word.
So obvious what is being implied when they say stuff like that.
She's a puppet.
My face repeatedly. Right. That long arm, that stretchy arm. And I'm thinking that little violent threat is coming up soon. So that better be in.
Have you ever taken on a client? Have you ever had
That long stretchy arm? What is she?
I'm sorry, I'm sure you guys feel very...
I don't remember her arm being stretchy. Like what? I don't know.
You guys are asking questions and you have no interest in the answer.
The problem with Blaire is all she does is focus on negative case. Yeah, sure. She's a propagandist for conservative, like anti-trans stuff, and she is literally one of the good trans people that calls out the nut cases. Yes, sure. I don't disagree that she's a propagandist, massive propagandist. It's just that, the questioning of this and the way they're framing it is...
it's funny. It seems like it's not all like there are legitimately some people like pushing back against Blaire in his chat. I'm not used to seeing this.
Quite deceptive language,
it's a little
because You know, they should just
With
say
that
it
logic,
plainly.
audience.
You're a conservative trans woman. They should just say it plainly.
Answer. I'm sure you guys are very, very proud of the
Because
fact
you're
that
going
you can
around in
walk.
circles, Blair. That's what we're
Oh my
saying.
God.
How can it be a circle when I haven't answered the question at all because you keep speaking? I'm sure you guys are very proud that you can enter a building and work with 25 people at a time. I access millions
Oh,
every
that is
month,
not
babe.
what
Right.
Oh.
You know,
You work with 25 people at a time. My videos get millions of views. Yeah, great. You've got millions of times that you've reinforced transphobia on trans people and on cis people. Right? That's
It's really disappointing that you would ever equate community
disappointing.
service.
This is disappointing, actually.
This is very
It's disappointing that you would
God, I hate
disrespect
them.
all of the people that are in community service and all of these.
It's very disappointing that I would disrespect all people involved in community service while y'all are disrespecting me. Disrespecting the out of me, actually. Downplaying.
no, him saying she's one of the good ones with zero irony. With zero irony. That's what we're seeing.
What I've done. Right.
I mean, I feel like she's just being racist, right? I feel like this is a trope. This is literally like a anti-black trope, like a misogynoir trope that she's throwing at Blossom.
And people love when you have this self-awareness to say and state your own flaws, right? Or what you may be doing wrong. But God forbid you have even a drop of self-awareness of things you maybe have done right or been good at or done well, which is my ability to access people all over the planet. I've done that decently well, right? When you start at reaching 0 people and you end up reaching hundreds of millions over the years, I've done that well.
Yeah.
Have I done that the best? No, I am not.
Like, you've done that by AstroTurf, right? Most people do not have conservative propaganda machines backing them. And also, that's not a flex when what you're saying, look, if your message is shit, if your message is for trans people self-hate, if your message is for cis people, I'm one of the good ones, you have done, like, you're in negative territory, right? As like, she's like literally like the people like click on a video, like I don't know, this is like terrible. This is like if there was like a race of aliens that like to eat humans, and I did content where I was like, humans should be eaten by aliens. We are delicious and we should be served up as a food. That is our highest purpose. And like, I think that, like, I don't know, like if I literally was like posing with the aliens with that book that says to serve man from the Twilight Zone and be like, yeah, like cook me up because I'm fucking yummy. Like, I don't know, like what kind of, like, this is just like.
PewDiePie. Have I done it close to the best in the entire trans community? Yes. And I'm not big-headed for saying that. That's called self-awareness. There are not that many trans influencers that have the size of audience that I do or have reached as many people. So for y'all to sit up here and downplay me is so gross because...
Is Blaire White liked by other conservatives? Well, it's
like, it's not just that she has not had a positive impact for the trans community. It's that she's predating the trans community. She is a collaborator with transphobia against the trans community. And that's what she's gotten. That's where her fame comes from. That's where her notoriety comes from. That's where it all comes from, right?
Complicated. It's
Blaire White talking about self-awareness.
Complicated, isn't it? Because what I think that amongst conservatives, you know, their response to some of the recent progressive ideas about trans stuff, particularly around kids, you know, I think has been like quite well received. Even by people on the other side of the fence, because there is some reasonable kind of arguments coming from there, but it's kind of bled out to like the likes of like where you've got Matt Walsh, who are, you know, so virulent in their anti-trans rhetoric that even someone like Blaire White, they are not like willing to.
Chud, where did this stuff come from? Where did these arguments come from? Who started that thing? That was Matt Walsh, right? It comes from Matt Walsh. And you're trying to recontextualize, you're trying to, you know, revise history to read that it was like Matt Walsh jumped on that train like last of all. Everybody, like, there were some conservatives who came out saying not to be transphobic, but what about think of the children, what about the children, right? And that, like, people at all quarters were like, oh yeah, that's right, we forgot about the children are a thing, we should think about the children, oh yeah, let's like slow the trans train down. And and then Matt Walsh comes on in the last minute and is like, actually, I think trans people should be removed from public existence. Actually, you know, like, you know, like, that's not how it happened. That's not, it was literally the Matt Walsh movie that like, you know, that was, speaking of AstroTurf, like, speaking of something with a lot of right-wing bigot money behind it, getting spread, that's Matt Walsh, right? That's what it started with. And
to engage with
the people that are just like, you know, virtue signaling and with the think about the kid stuff, but not to be transphobic though, like, right, that's just a fig leaf for them.
In terms of recognizing them as anything beyond a man pretending to be a woman.
That's what my sister said, almost word for word.
You know, a lot of conservatives are very antithetical to the idea that you can even say that Blaire White is a woman. Like, they're so, you know, stringent in their perspective. And, you know, I understand from a philosophical perspective, you might want to hold to the idea that a trans woman is not actually a woman. Like, if that's an ideological perspective you have, then that's up to you at the end of the day. But it's just interesting to me how even Blaire White, who is like on their side and is actually, you know, a good voice to call out the kind of insanity of the progressive trans stuff that goes too far, they still are not willing to just give her a basic level of respect on a human level, because they're so addicted to this narrative. Or we can't possibly call a trans woman a woman, and it bleeds out into actual, like, just unironic bigotry towards her, even from people on her own side. So there are some people on the right who are willing to be more accepting of like Blaire White because, you know, she's more reasonable, she presents nicely, she says the right things. But there's also a group further to the right, the kind of like Matt Walsh style conservative voices on trans issues that are even against her, they will have the same kind of line of rhetoric that they'd have against.
Yeah, most people are more progressive than this idiot is. That would be true.
Some crazy trans progressive person, you know?
I didn't come in there downplaying what you guys do. Not that I even knew, right? Y'all walked into it knowing exactly what I do.
Being a woman isn't dictated. Well, I mean, if the right want to continue to go down this pathway of, you know, very misanthropic.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know what to call this other than revisionism. Like, Chud, are we gonna need to get out the gulag for you? Are we gonna need to send you to a trans re-education camp? Is that what we need to do? Do I need to get that hammer and sickle tattoo and dress up like that Soviet wrestler from the 80s? Is that what we need to do? What I'm asking, chat, is do I need to pile drive Chud Logic in the wrestling ring? In a you know, after both signing documents of consent, right? Does that need to happen? These people don't see me as fully human, treat me like I'm less than human. Of course.
Like politics, where they're even allies are being very inhuman to, then good luck to them. But you're going to lose the voters, because as much as you're going to get voters on side and people on side by talking about, you know, look at what they're doing to the kids, look at this gender insanity. I think, you know, if you have like these antisocial politics to people like Blaire White, I think that's only going to end up working against.
Where is this camp? I don't know. We'll have to make one.
You, because people are going to look at Blaire White and they're going to see, in a basic terms, regardless of whatever the ideology is.
But no, I mean, this is literally revisionism. Like his the way that he's presenting this is as if the quote unquote reasonable takes came first, right? And what those really are is that, like, at first people were like, okay, so we've accepted that love is love, gay people should be able to get married, being homophobic is cringe, being against, you know, any LGBT identity is cringe, so you probably shouldn't be transphobic, right? And then you've got this AstroTurf that's like, oh my god, of course we need to be transphobic. We gotta find some issue to get traction on, to get people to hate trans people again, to try to do this LGBA alliance, to try to come up with something where we can say, well, at least we need to be able to hate on trans. Like, they need somebody to hate on. They gave up on marriage equality. They gave up on a lot, although they haven't really given up on it, right? But from the outside, like, it seems like they've given up on marriage equality. So they got to find somebody to go after. So they find trans people, but it's not okay to do that. And then Matt Walsh comes in up with this giant, like, AstroTurf campaign to stoke this moral panic against trans people and try to make, you know, parents paranoid that the existence of trans people, or the public visibility of trans people, or the public visibility of gay people, is going to have a negative effect on their children, right? That's what happened. And then after that, only after that, did these jackasses that want to say like, well, you know what, I think I am not transphobic, but think about the children. That's where they came along. This is ahistorical, Chud.
They're going to see someone who they see as a woman.
You're going to turn me into a tanky if you're not careful. Chud, do you want to turn me into a tanky? You wouldn't like me when I'm a tanky, okay? That's seriously, I'm like the Hulk with Marxist-Leninism over here, right? This is like, you know,
intuitively, and they're going to think it's mean and harsh for people like Matt Walsh to be vicious towards her, and that's going to turn people off, I think. But, you know, I think it's one of those situations, much like you see the extremists on the progressive side with some of the gender stuff. I think the conversation online, you know, around Matt Walsh, seems like a lot of people are like on his side. But I think his level of vitriol towards trans issues, I think to a lot of normies would be seen as like extremely antisocial, and you know, I don't think they're gonna get on board with that.
God, he's like boring today. He's boring. Chud, why are you so boring? Get it animated.
In quite the same way as like a more moderate,
get medicated. Get something.
Anti-trans voice on the right, mate.
Don't know what you do, but even if I did, I definitely wouldn't have walked in there downplaying it, degrading you. Like, just so disrespectful.
Social workers.
So disrespectful. Oh my God. Do you think her stands are like up in arms about like, I can't believe how Blaire White was treated on Jubilee. It was so disrespectful. Oh my God. All those social justice warriors implying that she doesn't work with trans people just because she's literally afraid to be like, right? She didn't have anything to do with trans people, right? It's just like.
Actually do help trans people.
And it's really disappointing that you guys are disrespecting what the fuck I do. Right?
Hi. When you say something about what is
that cut? That cut?
She didn't like that cut.
What was that cut for? Let's rewind about 10 seconds. Look at that cut. Are disrespecting what the fuck I do, right?
When you say something.
Y'all saw that was a cut, right? I'm looking that way and then my head's over here.
There's a lot of cuts. There's a lot of cuts because you all said a lot of things and most of them are boring, right? In fact, if they didn't cut most of what was said out of that panel, they probably have not done their job. Most panels like are going to have some stuff that's not that interesting.
That's a cut. So obviously I paused it. It's my first time.
You have to do your Chud voice to make up for it? Oh, I do? Oh my God.
I'm watching. I don't know what it jumps to. But because I was there in real life.
Oh, you were on top chat only? That's so annoying. I do that too, my dog's Zarkoth.
I know that it got extremely intense. So if that glosses over and it just moves on, then it was cut out. And that seems also like...
Oh yeah, also, there was another thing as well. Do you remember
does anybody understand what she's implying?
What was that cut for? Let's rewind about 10 seconds.
Look, that cut was so I could tell you about the top of the hour ad break, which is coming up at the top of the hour this time. In about 5 minutes, we're gonna have another ad break. We've had some before. You might have experienced them, especially if you do not have a sub on Twitch, right? You will experience those. If you no longer want to experience that 3 minutes sucked away from your life with your eyeballs peeled like this, watching whatever kind of ad Twitch wants to serve you, you can get out of it. You can get out of it with a Prime sub. That means you have Amazon Prime, you've got a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that's me, you will no longer see those ads. You can also no longer see those ads by paying $5 to Twitch to get it, by paying $5 to Twitch and me to get a sub, and also get yourself some emotes there, which I see some of you are using. And you can do that, right? That's a perfectly viable manner. Or if you are feeling lucky, right, you might possibly be gifted a sub. And you know, it's a possibility. It does happen. It's more likely to happen when you're active in chat. And yeah, if we don't see, you know, any movement on that pretty soon, we are going to be. That's the other thing about this is the sub goal. It contributes to the sub goal, and the sub goal keeps the stream going on for a little longer than it normally would. So that's another thing that you can do. You can be the big hero if you push us over the edge on the sub goal. Right, that's gonna get you some more time with me.
Look at that cut. Are disrespecting what the fuck I do, right?
When you say something.
Y'all saw that was a cut, right? I'm looking that way and then my head's over here. That's a cut. So obviously I paused it. It's my first time watching. I don't know what it jumps to. But because I was there in real life, I know that it got extremely intense. So if that glosses over and it just moves on, then it was cut out. And that seems also like...
Oh, yeah. Also, there was another thing as well. Do you remember what is it? Lauren Witwicky or something? Some retarded name. She was on a panel with...
Witsky.
Blaire White. And she was like pretty vicious.
He's going to defend Blaire against Lauren Witsky.
Towards her.
So yeah, this is him simping for Blaire White. That's what we're watching today. I don't know
I think it got like quite a lot of pushback.
how much we're gonna have time to continue covering, because we are coming to the natural conclusion of the stream without hitting that sub goal. So
time, and even like a lot of progressives were like, God, I feel kind of sorry for Blaire. She got kind of very harshly treated. Yeah, Jubilee fucking sucks, man.
Blossom's little, I got someone waiting for you outside comment to be edited out as well.
I just really hope that the people at the top that you're referring to aren't transphobic, because let's be clear of the isms.
Okay, so is she gonna show that?
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
Does that actually happen?
When she's speaking.
What is? Does what Blossom say that I got somebody waiting for you outside?
Static Blossom. You're truly.
Do not interrupt the black trans woman when I'm. Jesus, man. What the fuck has your identity got to do with being interrupted?
Oh, you see, Chud, if you were a black trans woman, you would know. You would absolutely and 100% know that you being that being a black trans woman doesn't mean that you're not going to get interrupted. It means that you are going to get interrupted and getting interrupted at all. And what she's saying is that she's sick of it. She's dealt with it enough, right? She's had enough of that, right? That's what being a black trans woman has to do with being interrupted, right? That black trans women are constantly interrupted.
You understand that being interrupted when you're in the middle of a point, your identity is kind of irrelevant as to how annoying that is. It's annoying to everyone. She has to make.
Well, no, it's not irrelevant, Chud. You're just oblivious, right? That's something that happens. It's right in front of your eyes, and you don't notice because on some level you think it's right and proper and just for a black trans woman to get interrupted, right? You think that whatever point that she might have is like less important than a point that somebody else has, right? That is called implicit bias, and it's almost universal. Oh my God, Soul Life, thank you for the sub. I don't know what the sub goal is. Well, I mean, looks like YouTube's gonna. Oh yeah, what does it say? Like 5. I think it's like 4 away from that, but I don't know. It counts them twice for some reason. There's something weird about that sub goal level. I don't know, chat. Like you're making me think that we're transitioning from worrying about like Twitch sub goals to worrying about YouTube sub goals. I don't know what's going on there. I will continue to stream on Twitch, but yeah, it does probably. Yeah, Boots got gifted a membership thanks to Soul Life. Thank you, Soul Life. But yeah, I mean, if that's where my support's coming from, then I'm gonna have to pay more attention to Twitch or to YouTube rather than Twitch. So,
get about identity.
Be a pathetic person. Do not interrupt a black trans woman while she's speaking. Demanding respect based on her skin color.
Oh my God, my dogs are goth. It's even worse on Twitch. Twitch is like, I don't know. Maybe I should concentrate more on YouTube. Twitch takes 50%. YouTube I think takes 30%, if I'm not mistaken.
And her identity, but is in the same breath degrading what other people do as a career.
But yeah, I don't know. The only thing that YouTube doesn't do is works with stream elements very well, because like you can see it's really clean here. Like, you know, I set the sub goal. It counts how many sub points get added to the total during the stream, whereas the member goal, it's telling you how many people have ever signed up for a membership, like at any point, and like in my entire channel's history. I think that's what it's saying, but it's actually probably doubling it, because it seems to count them twice. I don't know why. It just like. YouTube just like, okay, so YouTube, for all practical purposes, YouTube is a better platform for streaming. A lot of people are saying this, a lot of people are switching over. I want to keep doing both because I care about Twitch, and I've been on Twitch, and I've cultivated, you know, like I know some people prefer to be on Twitch. They feel like it's a better streaming experience, right? So I want to be there for that. But it's the thing that's holding YouTube back is that they're not really trying that hard, right? You know, it wouldn't be very hard for YouTube or frankly anyone to match Twitch's experience, right? I mean, you could just like literally look at it and be like, what are we missing? Okay, let's add that, add clips, add raids, add you know, like the creator crowdfunding for create, you know what I mean? Like there's a few things they need to add, and they just don't do it, and I'm not sure why. They don't believe. Oh yeah, also like it's strange because discoverability is kind of better on YouTube. Twitch is terrible about discoverability. They don't want discoverability. What they want is a kingmaker system, right? Where certain people rise to the top, or certain people have risen to the top, and then communities on Twitch are increased through raids and through people doing content together. And essentially the way that you increase your community size on Twitch is almost exclusively, and you know, forgive my frankness, but by kissing the ass of larger streamers, right? If you know, Hasan raids you, if Mike from PA raids you, if the Surfs raid you, you're going to start to develop, you're going to start to get more of an audience, as long as you can hold them, as long as what you're doing is like interesting to them. And that's really how Twitch works. Whereas on YouTube, they do have the discoverability and the algorithm for video. So like if people are watching a video, a lot of people are clicking on a video and they're watching it all the way through, YouTube decides, I'm going to show that video to more people, because like these people want, you know, this kept them on the platform, right? Twitch has not figured that out yet. Anyway,
and
sorry.
in the same breath,
I just got completely sidetracked, didn't I? I'm super far behind.
Violently threatening me, which it's looking like it's not even in there. So congrats. Congrats, you're on the right side, the correct side that would cover for you. However, that is pathetic. You are not owed respect based on your skin color or your identity. You're owed respect on...
So here's what she's doing. She's you got like a black trans woman pointing out the fact that she's always getting interrupted. She's never being listened to. You know, and she's through dealing with it. She's frustrated. She's had enough of it, right? And Blaire is changing this to like, oh, so you feel like because you're black and because you're a trans woman that you should be paid more attention to. And we're not even close to that. We're nowhere close to that, right? We're on the opposite side of that.
Based on being a respectable person, which you're not. You're simply not, right?
It's Keffals in a few years. Nice.
When you escalate a political debate, what's supposed to be a battle of the minds, to something physical, you're not a respectable person. When you make a conscious choice.
When did this threat happen? Was it edited out,
To get that wig from Dollar Tree. And can't even find it within you.
These are such canned insults, too.
To drive a couple more miles at least to Party City. We couldn't at least be hitting on Party City? That wig was the assault. So you want to talk about hitting people? How about you wear a wig that hits on anything? Because that's hitting on nothing.
Jesus Christ.
Do not interrupt a black trans woman while she's speaking. For what?
It's got, like...
Thank you, Blaire, for showing us what the face of trans misogynoir looks like. That it can also come from trans people. Yeah, it does. It does. There's unfortunately a lot of racism in the trans community. Like, you know, it's...
Are people really going to try and argue that this is like, you know, intellectually come on, she's so catty. It's like, what the fuck, man? I guess maybe you might argue the gay thing, maybe. I don't know, man. Even gay people I don't think would be quite this catty.
Hey, for what? Because what you have to say is so intelligent and so worth listening.
That's literally a trope. Come on, Chud. Look, and like it's supposed to be a trope for gay men, but it's, oh my god. Like, it's problematic either way, but you're misapplying your homophobia. Even for homophobia, right? It's you're not doing it right.
You're the dumbest person in the room. Actually,
oh my god, this is so frustrating.
When it comes to isms,
did the interrupter just say
if you are black, if you are black,
are we almost done with?
Anyway, I don't.
I think Chud's gonna get tired.
Do I need to watch both? Do I need to watch all of this? I mean, obviously, I get the idea. There was a guy who's non-binary that looks like a clown.
Look, if you're gonna do trans content, like, don't call a non-binary person a guy. Like, it's right there in what you said, Chud. There's a guy that's non-binary? No, there's a non-binary person that's non-binary. Come on, fuck off with that.
It was edited out of order. There were certain things edited out to change the narrative.
Like, he's bored with this too. Is this guy a centrist? Oh, good question. I'm glad you asked, okay? So, when I met Chud Logic, because, like, right, this is somebody that I, you know, that I know from way back, right? And I was introduced to him as a leftist, right? He was part of the outgrowth of BreadTube onto Twitch, right? That's where he started. That's where he started to garner an audience. That's what he presented as was a leftist, right? Back in the day. And he's basically just well, no, it's more complicated than that. I can't pare it down to just grifting with Chud Logic, right? There's a big part of the accusations against Chud Logic. So to go over those accusations again, because like I feel like I'm one of the few people that's giving it to you straight as far as that, right? The accusation that he was being a creep in his Discord and like hitting on fans is true, right? The fact that he one of those fans ended up being underage is also true, right? The one thing that people kind of went out on a limb on and didn't have proof for was the assertion that he knew that this person was underage, right? He asked them and they were a little bit they were a little bit they weren't forthcoming, right? They didn't want to answer at first, but they eventually answered and say, yeah, of course I'm of age, and they were lying, right? But you know, like it's still creepy. But when that happened, right, a big portion, a good number of lefty content creators like overblew those allegations and made a claim that you could look at the screenshots and it literally wasn't supported by the screenshots. The idea that he knew that this person was underage was not supported by the screenshots, right? And what happened is Destiny came in, felt really bad for him, like, you know, put all of his clout towards redeeming him, towards making sure that he did not get, you know, did not lose an audience for this, and actually probably gained a little bit of it. But because of this, because of that interaction, right, he has turned on the left, right? Because of his own behavior, in his own inappropriate behavior in his own Discord, because he's literally was creeping around on his wife with somebody from Discord who, you know, when asked, you know, are you of age, did not come back with, of course I am, right? Was a little bit more cagey about that answer, right? So, you know, like you can say that he should have known, you could say that he's a creep, but the claim that was made was just like one step too far. And because of that, this guy was given a clean bill of health, right? And that's what happens, right? When somebody gets accused of something that's a little bit more than what they actually do, and they can show, look, like these screenshots literally don't show that, then they get support because people feel like they are falsely, you know, being attacked, when in actuality, they're losing the track of the fact that, like, it doesn't, like, the, you know, allegation be damned, like what he did was creepy. All right, he's a creep. And, like, you know, if you want to watch a creep do like 9 hours of drama every day, then go right ahead. But I think a lot of people would not want to watch that. Unfortunately, though, that's not how the he always was an asshole. I mean, yeah, I don't know how much he turned. Look, I don't know what is in his heart of hearts. I don't know if he has a heart, right? Maybe he doesn't have a heart. Maybe he's the 10 man of Twitch and there's no heart there. Wait, the 10 man got a heart though. Wait, what was the deal with the 10 man? I shouldn't compare him to the 10 man. The 10 man's a lot cooler than this guy, but yeah, there's no heart there. There's no real Chud logic. He's grifting based on his own spite and outrage, and because the lefty streamers tried to cancel him, he took a turn.
I'm just thinking, what else have we got today? I think we're okay just watching this.
Can we be done with this?
The same as y'all's. And if we can't wake that up, then we're really being complicit.
I don't think your skin tone makes any difference.
Scarecrow, Tin Man, Cowardly Lion already had the things. That's what I thought. That's why I feel it was inappropriate for me to compare him to the Scarecrow. Or, sorry, to the Tin Man.
Do you have anything else, girl?
Heartbeat for a 10 man. There we go.
Do you have anything else to utilize than that? At best,
Sister?
that's just fucking obnoxious. But in reality, it's condescending, pompous, racist, yes. Demanding that you have an ability to speak over someone else because of your skin tone, that's racist. And just like I said,
You were both new and unimportant. What do you mean by that, bad lefty?
interrupt her using her skin tone to stop an interruption? Like, I'm so confused. genuinely confused.
Because I am, this is my experience and this is my reality. First of all, that is so disrespectful to tell a person of color, a black person, how they should feel. How dare you sit up here and say
no,
that?
it's disrespectful. You screamed at him. And yes, you did. No, you're being disrespectful. Rewind the tape.
You wanted me here and I'm here. So what you gonna do? You wanted me here, so I'm here.
Right, so be respectful and speak on your particular. What are you talking about?
It's not my fault that y'all don't understand respect.
Oh my God.
Can you please stop? We're good. You need to
Yeah, I don't.
You do, honey.
I feel like these Jubilee videos tend to just be, you know, I mean, it's just pure unrepentant entertainment, isn't it? It's almost like reality.
Look, we're gonna get through this part, right? And I'm gonna take a little pause. I'm gonna do a little housekeeping, and then maybe we'll continue.
TV. So, yeah, it's gonna be shitty. I mean, I can understand why if you're on there, you're gonna be annoyed if things get edited out of order.
I'm just a little annoyed with this content.
Yes, it is political goy slop. Very true.
He turned into the quartering. Yeah, I mean that's basically Chud Logic's story, right? And he started off like Chud Logic was supposed to be ironic. Like the idea was I am making fun of the logic of Chuds, right? And what's weird is that because of this turn, because of his cancellation and the fact that it was Destiny that rode to his rescue and saved his ass on that issue, right? And because of the fact that he now hates leftoids, he just like, you know, hates the left. He's it's not really ironic anymore. He has Chud takes. Those are, you know, he was always a little bit of Chuddy. Look, if you want to understand Chud logic, let me just relay you a story, right? Back when we were friends, you know, and that's telling on like, you know, how I used to be in a way that like somebody like this felt comfortable with me, right? It's not a positive thing for me necessarily, right? But I was having a conversation with him, and he said, I don't know why people dislike Peter Coffin so much. And I'm just like, you don't? You don't know why people dislike Peter Coffin? Like, where do I start? Should I talk about how cringe Peter Coffin is? Or should I talk about how reactionary Peter Coffin is? Or should I talk about how thin-skinned Peter Coffin is? Where do you want me to start? Where do I start? Where do you want me to start with this, right? You know? Like, everything about Peter Coffin is ridiculous. And like, right? So that's somebody that Chud Logic met early on, apparently did some kind of content, did some kind of streaming with, you know, Peter Coffin, and just really, you know, thought that this was how leftists should conduct themselves. Like, be more like Peter Coffin. So that's where he's coming from, right? Essentially where he started as was like a dirtbag leftist, but I guess he kind of hit his power level for a while. I don't know. I can't make sense of Peter Coffin at all. Yeah, I mean, nobody can. It's like, and luckily Peter Coffin isn't that relevant anymore. Even he has admitted that. But yeah, this was one of his favorite content creators. He was a big fan of Peter Coffin. If that provides you any insight.
Okay. Well, anyway.
You should have just showed Chud the BioShock Infinite rap.
Is there like time? Does she go off on the non-binary person?
You want to hear? You want to hear he wants to see the non-binary person get dunked on. That's what he's here for.
That is at least one of the comments about someone being outside that I didn't hear because there was a commotion being on set there. But you and another person came and told me she was talking about people outside. So yeah, like,
I heard it. I mean, I'm with you. So if you're getting into a fight,
okay.
But wants to yell about disrespect.
So somebody on her team, I guess, was there with her. That's the voice that you're hearing off camera. Whenever you hear Blaire White in a video and she's talking to somebody off camera, that's like she's got a decent sized team, and apparently they were with her, and they're the ones that are attesting to, you know, the Blossom saying that she had people waiting outside for Blaire White.
Respect, yeah. And then went home and did a post about violence against trans women. Want to talk about that? The epidemic of violence against trans women.
Okay, so one of these people threatened, gave some sort of threat, I guess, and then was complaining about violence against trans people.
Yeah, except for the fact that we're dealing with such an unreliable narrator, right? So like, X'd out.
I gotta say, if you want to get accepted in society as a woman...
Yo, Peter Coffin did a BioShock Infinite rap? I didn't actually know that. I think the last time we talked about Peter Coffin, and it was in relation to Chud logic, because really Peter Coffin is not that relevant anymore. Even though I do have a video, a very funny video, where Peter Coffin came after me and immediately regretted that decision. Right, immediately regretted that decision. I lit Peter Coffin up on Twitter. I made a very funny video about Peter Coffin that did horribly. Nobody watched it because it's Peter Coffin and nobody cares about Peter Coffin, but it is one of my funnier videos if you want to go check it out. It's where the whole Super Beanie Butts thing comes from, right? That literally that video is where the but you're hated everywhere. What are you talking about, Soul Life?
You know,
I'm sorry, I'm just catching bleeps and bloops from chat.
making violent threats.
I don't believe Blaire's story at all. Yeah, I mean, like, is she gonna show anything to substantiate that?
Probably isn't the best way to go about that. Women like to be seen as quite dainty, don't they?
Okay, if people are just being silly in chat, that's fine too.
Why are you saying it was the black one? Is that true, or are you just making that up for the meme?
Why are you saying it was the black one? Is he talking to chat? Yeah, he's talking to chat. Somebody in chat literally said it was the black one.
Okay, that's what Blaire said. Okay, Blaire claims that at least, yeah. Obviously, it's not recorded.
The black trans did. Yo, God, it's gotta be good. Look, it's gotta be great to be referred to as the black trans.
Oh, she said it earlier. Oh, that edit was them saying it, and they edited it out. Right, got it. Okay. Okay, well, anyway, I think I get the gist of this. I don't know if I want to watch the whole thing. What's this second part that we get to? So this
I did call Blaire
apparently,
disgusting. I said what I said.
oh my god, this apparently is the most important.
He can't take it. He literally can't, like, he can't be in the presence, even digitally, of a trans person that doesn't fit neatly into like a box of standard, you know, gender presentation according to him, right?
Important part of this. So let's skip to this.
I deserve a smoke break. Wait, me? I just missed 420.
Otherwise, it's like fucking 2 hours.
You're
of
right.
content.
I did. You're right.
I stand by it. I don't need to put other people down
Well, for me, it'd be a vape break, right?
to get my point across.
Blaire White lied and said that I threatened her on set.
It does please you how triggered this makes Chud. Oh wait, yeah. So yeah, housekeeping. Okay, so that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna do the housekeeping in between Chud covering the panel and whatever this is. This is a Blaire White video. No more lies. The unhinged trans activist. Yo, I'm surprised she didn't put trans rights activist. I'm surprised she didn't go full turf on this, right? So this is like a drama video that Blaire White has made against one or more of the activists that she talked to on this panel. But anyway, so like real quick housekeeping, right? As you know, if you were around last week, I did post that Friday would be my last stream. And as you see here, it is now Sunday. Obviously, Friday was not my last stream. When I said that, I half thought, you know, like I was, you know, kind of in a moment of frustration and weakness, both in terms of covering, you know, what's going on, which is the Israel-Palestine conflict, and you know, in terms of you know, kind of putting out more putting more work into my content that I can really justify by the level of support that I'm getting. And you know, I flipped out a little bit and probably, you know, shouldn't have said that. I do want things to change. I do need things to change. But I think one of those big things that needs to change is me figuring out exactly what my needs are financially to be able to do this full time, because that should still be the goal, right? To figure out, you know, just like add up all the numbers, see what kind of numbers, see what kind of support that I need to be getting to be able to justify going full time, and give you a better gauge of like how close we are to that, and then just scale content according to, you know, what support I do have. Because I the last thing I want to do is like leave people you know, wanting more, right? And then that's what happened when I said that. Like, I had a whole bunch of people reach out to me. I had a whole bunch of people that were sad. I had a whole bunch of people that were really supportive, and I just didn't want to. I just couldn't. I didn't want to leave it like that, right? It felt wrong. So that's on me as far as figuring out how to scale this, how to do content in a way where, because there's so much that I want to cover that it's like, I could easily do this full time, but I can't justify doing it full time because I do have like real serious like financial like a bottleneck essentially coming up here in terms of what I'm doing. And if I'm not getting the support that I need from Patreon, from YouTube, and from Twitch, then I gotta find out, then I gotta start doing. And the whole story behind that, chat, is that my two occupations, the two things that I've done for a living are things that I could not do during the pandemic, and are still a little bit concerning, considering that we are, we're still in the midst of a pandemic, despite the fact that the government doesn't want to say that wants to get everybody back to work and stuff. But yeah, I'm probably gonna have to I'm probably gonna have to pull in some money from outside of stream, which is going to necessitate me pulling back from streaming as much. But I want to do I want to be able to give incentives as far as support to me, where people can see, like, if they want one more day, if they want me to do one more day of streaming, like during the week, then this is like, this is the marker, right? This is the goal that we need to hit, right? And even be able to see, like, if we want Irene to be able to go full time and do this full time, like, these are the numbers that we need to hit. So that's on me to do that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, make anybody upset. I didn't mean to scare anybody. And like, I'm not, I didn't say that this was my last day out of being upset with anyone. I was just a little bit frustrated, and a lot of that was due to the, kind of emotional nature of covering issues of life and death, like what's been going on in Palestine, right? It does affect me a lot. It is hard for me to to process all that. It is important to speak out. It is important to talk about, but it's not exactly an easy thing. So that's all I really wanted to say, right? Is that like I kind of like for instance, how many of you in chat probably don't know that I have a Patreon, right? I feel like there's a decent number of people that don't know that the Patreon is never there, because I don't think I ever mention it or anything like that. So again, that's on me. That is all on me to be able to communicate my needs, and to be able to communicate how much I'm able to put into this as far as like a time commitment, and then scale that with the amount of support that I'm getting up to the point where I would be able to go full time. So that's really what I need to do in the future going forward. So I was just sad when you thought I was stopping streaming. Yeah, well, I was sad too, actually. That was the thing. That night, the night after I said that, I didn't sleep, because like I don't want to like stop. I don't want to stop creating content. And the more I thought about it, is like, I should stop making it like so all or nothing. Like there's no real reason for it to be like all or nothing like that. And the other thing too is probably recognizing the recognizing the where my support is coming from. So like these days it feels like a lot more of the support. In fact, I could say, yeah, more support, more financial support is coming from YouTube these days that is coming from Twitch. And so, the right thing to do there is maybe pay a little bit more attention to YouTube, like, right? The other thing too is I also was like, I felt bad because I was grinding so hard to increase the size of my community, to increase the sub number and all that kind of stuff, that I didn't leave any time to be able to like kind of give something back to the people that are supporting me, right? Because like there are a lot of you out there that are literally contributing to my ability to eat, to put a roof over my head, to have money for the internet, all the things that I need to do just to survive, just to be able to bring you this content. That don't think that like, you're the little bit that you're able to do like doesn't matter to me, because it does. And I feel like I really need, I just couldn't find a way to like, I'm always afraid when I'm gonna do like a premium streamium, like a members only thing, that I'm gonna be talking to an audience of like 5 people. It's not that only 5 people are supporting me, because obviously there's a lot more, there's a lot of people that are helping me out. There's a lot of people that are supporting me. I'm just worried that people won't be like there for it. The people that are giving me that support will just like somehow miss the memo and not know that, their contribution, what they're helping me out with is, going to entitle them to, kind of like a free, some content that other people aren't getting. And that's the other thing too, is it always hurts me to be like, oh, but then like, I'm not letting the, oh my God, I'm not letting the people that are, I'm not letting the people, who can't afford, to sub or to be on Patreon or to, get a membership on Twitch. I'm always worried about like, like it feels like kicking them out, and that doesn't feel very, good either, but we're going to try to make this work. Thank you, Soul Life, for, the gift membership to, My Existence is Meaningless. Not meaningless today, because you just got weasels. My existence is medium. My existence is medium. My existence is meaningless. You just got weasels. So yeah, if you get one of those, people don't know on YouTube maybe what that means when you see that you got a gifted membership, right? One of the first things that you can do is you can post emotes. You got all these emotes here that you have access to. If you are lucky enough to get a gift membership, or if you buy yourself a membership, right? Those become available. So yeah, I just need to, I don't know. Like, I mean, life is really, it's frustrating. The other thing too about, the other thing too is that like, yeah, we do need to stop for a minute and just like talk, okay? For me, the pandemic was really hard. And I don't think I even realized like how hard it was on me. I went from being able to do the sport that I love, which is kickboxing, like every day, being able to get a workout in and stuff like that, to being in situations where I just didn't have room for that stuff. I didn't have time for that stuff. I was on the grind, and that hurt me. I wasn't taking as good of care of myself, and that hurt me. I was trying to eat cheaper foods, and as a result, like not really getting like the kind of nutrition that I need. That stuff has started to reverse, right? I'm starting to feel better. I've got, kind of it's not really a backyard, but it's like a spot in the alleyway, right? It's like a fenced off spot that I've got behind my, the place that I live now, in the alleyway, where I can actually do some kickboxing. That's helped a lot. I've been eating slightly better. That's helped a lot. For a lot of reasons, I have more energy right now than I have in a really long time. So I'm really happy about that. It's going to make, whatever work I have to do outside of streaming, easier to do. And I miss chat, or did somebody else miss chat? But yeah, basically the TLDR is that like I'm starting to feel a lot stronger, a lot more energetic, a lot healthier. I don't know what it was that I wasn't eating. Maybe selenium, right? I don't know. There was some nutrient I was missing, and I'm not missing it anymore. So Jesus Christ. This chat is like toxic. I'm sorry, I'm reading Chud's chat again. You should never read the chat. Never read the chat. But yeah, I just wanted to touch base on with everybody. You talk to an audience of 5 people all the time. to be fair, they're based as fuck. Well, I mean, I feel like my audience is pretty based too. I'm just like, you know, I think I catastrophize a lot, right? That like obviously if I do like a premium stream and it's literally gate kept by like have you paid for a membership, have you paid for a sub, that you know, obviously the numbers are not going to be what they are when I'm doing a free stream, when everybody and anybody, including new people, are allowed to join the chat. So I kind of catastrophize about like how small that's going to be, and like my ability to like, because a lot of the energy that I have is energy that I get off of the chat. A lot of the energy, it's like Goku, chat. It's everything's like Goku. It's like the spirit bomb. Like you put your hands up, you send me your energy, and I do the spirit bomb to Frieza. That's you know. So I'm always worried that I'm just gonna be like I'm gonna be more like Krillin, right? I'm worried that I'm gonna give this like, you know, premium streamium, which is supposed to be maybe like the best content that I do, right? It's like content specifically to thank the people that are there to support me every month, right? And if I come at you and I'm just like, Krillin, I feel like I'm letting you down. That's my biggest fear, chat. That's my biggest fear is yeah, the Genki Dama, the spirit bomb. We have enormous crossover.
Keep it cute, girl. Keep it real cute.
Oh, that's appropriate, but the rest of shit isn't. Okay.
Which
Bodyguards outside, so let's keep it real cute now.
I mean, Blaire's got her bodyguards there right with her. What are we talking about, right? She already outed herself on that. She's got her crew is there. Her team is there, right? They're in the room, right? What Blossom is saying is that she's got supporters too, although they're not in the room. Like you know, she came with people, right? So like Blossom's just saying don't fuck with me.
It brings back memory. Remember the Ben Shapiro thing? When that trans woman like grabbed Ben Shapiro on the shoulder and was like being really aggro towards him. I mean, he was being a little.
I feel like I could throw Ben Shapiro around. Chat, what do you think? What do you think? Like when I do like Muay Thai or kickboxing, I like to push people. I'm so bad. Chat, you would not, if you saw me spar, no, it's not spar, because I'm not mean when I spar, but if you saw me fight, you wouldn't like me, okay? You would judge me, right? I do a lot of stuff, okay? Like, oh, check this out, right? So when you've got those gloves on, you know, those big boxing gloves, there's not like a lot you can do like with your hands other than punch and maybe do like a back fist, and you know, I mean, obviously in Muay Thai you can elbow and stuff like that, right? But one thing that you can do is, like I said, you can push people, right? And the idea of pushing people is to knock them off balance. You know, they're expecting to be hit in the face. Instead, you're going for their shoulder. You're messing with their balance, right? You're messing with their equilibrium. You're messing with their plans, right? That's why that's, and you know, it kind of moves you around and sets you up to be able to, you know, kick in some different ways. That's why I like to push people, even though it's a striking sport. It's about hitting people, not pushing people. But the other thing that I do that's kind of like pushing is like I do this thing where I like reach out, and it's just like it's legal. It's legal. I don't get in trouble for this, right? But I grab the opponent's nose with my glove and I squeeze that, so like you know, it's like you put, you know, there's a thing where you put your, you know, your like, you know, your like left hand in their face, kind of to like make it harder for them to see, right? That's usually but you can also kind of like grab their nose and like occlude their breathing, which is, it's always fun to do.
Shitter, of course, it's Ben Shapiro.
Huh.
But yeah, it was like, it was a very weird image. Nah, come on, that's years old now.
What you gonna do? You wanted me here for
Right, so we what are you talking about?
I'm the only black person on this set, and I don't feel safe.
Somehow, some way, the narrative has been flipped that, you know, we attacked her.
Okay, so there has been a lot of content It looks like it looks like it looks like some of the people on the panel have talked about their experience.
Low budget, like low budget in the dirt, just like she is.
So, I am in a hotel room right now, hence the janky setup, because I'm actually about to do Timcast IRL in a few hours, so I'm not even home.
I'll be
but
right back.
I just had to film this
Meow.
on the fly. You guys started sending me this video that the trio,
travels
3 out of the
so I don't miss anything. But I got a piece.
Unpacking a historic trans debate on the middle ground, the Transparency Podcast Show. Dude.
4 of the trans liberals that I debated did a video. And I'm not against them rehashing their own experience. I did it. People on my team did it. You know, everyone has a right to talk about their experience. Like, no problem. But this video is an hour full of lies. Like, blatant lies, really weird lies. And it's more than worth responding to, as you probably saw in the montage I put at the start of the video. Honestly, this video that I'm doing right now, it is not to put the nail in any deeper, because frankly, I've actually never seen a response to any sort of political debate this unanimous. I don't want to be a sore winner. So this isn't about the debate anymore and who won. Now it's about addressing lies that you're telling about me.
So
okay, just to check, did Blaire win the debate or something? I don't know. Actually, I've only half watched that other video, and it was her commentary over it. But like the position I saw her present seemed pretty reasonable. I can't imagine. What do the comments say? It's all normies, probably, isn't it? It's all like a lot of normies and shit. Like, I think that, like, I use YouTube in a very different way to how, like, a normie would. Like, this probably pops up in someone's feed, regardless of whether or not they've engaged with this sort of thing before. And they just watch it. As a black person, I'm so embarrassed by Blossom bringing a race card. I'm a liberal and I agree with Blaire on everything. As a black person, I'm so tired of people bringing race into an argument. Jessica respecting this, yeah. I hate that Blossom can interrupt anyone, but no one can interrupt her. I used to be really liberal. This type of behaviour is what made me step away. Blaire held her own and showed intelligence and logic.
What did I miss?
Blossom is an absolute nutcase.
Oh my god, are we dragging Blossom? Is that what's going on? Do I need to roll this back at all? Yeah, you notice me stretching. I'm on a trampoline, so it's a little bit weird. I don't know. For some reason, my back hurts. Maybe like I kind of worked out hard today, so I don't know. Maybe something to do with that. As a white person, I am tired of digital blackface. Did I miss? Do I need to roll this back? Do I need to see what happened? I just had to pee like super urgently. They were saying Blossom was pulling it's more the same. Okay, so yeah, like basically, no, Blossom acknowledged what's constantly going on and what you're not allowed to talk about if you are a black trans woman. Like, right, Blossom is experiencing being interrupted, not being listened to, being pushed down into a place of obscurity constantly, you know, and particularly, and that she didn't want to stand for it on this panel. That at the very least, she's trying to make a stand on this panel and actually call it out, right? And you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that, Sweaty. Yeah, attacking dogpiling a black trans woman. But don't worry, they're not. This is not trans misogynoir. I'm on a trampoline. That's right. I am on a trampoline.
Nah, come on. I reckon. I'm sure that
Chud has a ton of black viewers all of a sudden.
There's like other things to look at.
Just like 4chan has a lot of black posters.
But I'd imagine that Blaire probably did quite well on this. She was probably able to present moderate positions on the issue and the progressive freak.
So there we go. If we want to know what's Chud's, you know, ideology, Blaire White, right? He's pro-trans, but in a trans medicalist sort of way. He's pro a certain kind of trans person. That's
He's probably just soyed out at her.
I think something happened this week, if I'm sure.
I think we won a debate.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, we are the winners of, let's see, a debate called Jubilee Middle Ground Trans.
So, as you all know, I didn't get to watch that whole debate. I watched the part that Chud watched, because that's the only way I did. Like, we got our shit pulled down, chat. We got our shit pulled down. Like, I'm like trying to, react to the debate on stream, and YouTube's like, or more likely Jubilee's like, because I don't know anybody else who had trouble reacting to this. These videos are literally made to react to, right? But there was something about my reaction that did not sit right with the people at Jubilee, and so my stuff got pulled down.
Conservatives versus trans liberals?
I kept this in as one of the statements I wanted to react to in this because it very much exemplifies the level of...
I don't think you can do that in MMA, though. I don't think you're allowed to, like... They're really sensitive. The thing that they watch for in MMA is a lot of people like to fight with their this hand open and kind of pushed forward, right? But what kept on happening was people were getting eye gouged, and so they made that illegal.
revisionist history going on, first of all, and just the delusion and the inaccuracy for which they view their own behavior and how the shoot actually went and how the world is perceiving it. So allegedly the winners, that's fair to say, but only alleged by you guys.
I got a call from one of the producers wanting me to be a part of this episode or whatever. And when they told me what the name of it was, I was like, okay, Blaire is probably behind this, because I didn't realize you can go and pitch episodes to them. And so what I am a firm believer is she went and she pitched that episode, and I think it was intentional on the casting.
First of all, to say
I think that yeah, I know. I don't know why everyone's calling it historic. It's not. It's just a fucking shitty Jubilee debate. It's like not that big a deal. It's a historic debate, revisionist history.
Like I don't want to like make an assumption here, but I think they did win. Okay, now like I said, I didn't get to watch the whole thing, and obviously this was set up. This was Blaire's debate to lose or to win. Really, is what they wanted, right? They teed this up for her. They teed this all up for her. Like this was her. This was for her, right? She's the only, super heavily media trained person out there. Obviously she's got this entire like AstroTurf right wing complex behind her. But the fact that she's responding to their content, given that she's so much of a bigger content creator, is actually a huge W for them. So I'm gonna agree with them. I'm gonna say that they did win.
I think the
we can't have a trans person reacting to our trans debate.
People that are motivated, conservatives generally will probably agree Blaire did well. Obviously, progressives will think the progressives did well on the whole.
It was illegal to deliberately impede the vision with a static hand to the face. Yeah, it's a lot more common in Muay Thai, but yeah, I think you're right. In boxing, that's probably a no-go. You can't do a back fist, right? In boxing, you can't hit somebody like that, right?
Largely, I think people middle of the road would probably side more with Blaire, though, wouldn't they? Especially like,
Well, it depends on what road that you're talking about. If you're talking about like Chud Boulevard, then sure.
Funny, right? Politics is all about appearances. Like, appearances is very important. It's why politicians...
Like, he's wrong about that, though. Of the people who know about Blaire White, like, she's reviled in the trans community. There are people, obviously, who like Blaire White in the trans community. There are people that look at Blaire White and they say goals. But for the vast majority of trans people, detest Blaire White. That's kind of where she's best known. The people who really like Blaire White are often the people that also like Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro and all the rest of the transphobe industrial complex. No slapping either.
Wear a suit, or inversely, don't wear a suit to present a more casual image.
Fighters getting away with it. Is this slapping though? Like if you throw out like a it's like a jab, but it like comes right in. You know what I mean? it's like that, you know, like if you throw one of those, is that like, I mean, it's kind of like a hook almost, but it's like a jab and purposely miss, but bring it back in like a hook.
Image in a certain context,
Yeah,
right?
Muay Thai is way different. It's so different. Like technically in Muay Thai, you're allowed to headbutt. I never see that though. I never see that. And I'm sure that there's probably lots of Muay Thai events where that one's specifically banned. And then in MMA, the other thing that they banned is, what is it called? The 12-6. Like when you throw an elbow like that, like right where it's like down. I think MMA has that banned.
But it,
yeah, in Muay Thai you can do like an elbow uppercut, you can do an elbow, you know, straight across, or you can do like the kind of like diagonal with the elbow, or you can do these, and in fact you can even do like, you can run at somebody and jump and like come at them with like that.
it feels like on the progressive side, it's like grab any old freak and stick them in front of a camera and don't worry at all about what they look like. Is the mentality.
Chud, I could say that about guys. Okay? I could say that to be like a femme content creator, there's a certain amount of presentation and care for your presentation that is like required. You know, it's more about looks, whereas with guys, they don't get judged. Like, I mean, look at you, for instance, right? Like you said, you know, you could put on like I don't know, like it's a different world, right? I don't know what he thinks his point is. That like your point is literally that right wingers are more bigoted when it comes to looks, when it comes to presentation. That's true. But not specifically of femme presenting people.
So straight away from the off, you're presenting yourself as like looking like a clown. Like you're literally presenting yourself as a clown, for fuck's sake. Of course, people are going to think badly from the off.
I was behind it. Invoking some sort of situation that doesn't exist, that anything was set up against you, is nuts. It's clear to everyone who lived it. Oh my god,
come on, Blaire, that's a bit cringe.
Stacked in your favor
Panic
in totality,
attack, soy.
both during production and editing. To say I was behind it is weird. And then to be so confident that I picked...
It's not weird at all. This happens all the time, right? So when you're putting together any kind of panel show, you've got better known people, and even if you don't want to make it about, you know, your conservative viewpoint, your anti-trans viewpoints, which I feel like Jubilee's on board with that. If you look at their audience, look at the comments sometime of Jubilee, and you're going to see that it's a mostly right-wing audience that they're serving. That most of the comments are like right-wing, right? So, but yeah, it's like, you know, essentially you cater to the biggest person on there. So in other words, right, there's something called a do not fly list. I don't know. People might call this different things, right? But I've heard it called a do not fly list before. And that is, you know, the biggest content creator you get for your panel, you're going to ask, hey, okay, so you're going to come on the panel. You're agreeing to this. Thank you so much. Is there anybody that you absolutely would not want to do content with? Is there anybody that you will not go on with? Like, is there anybody that I should not ask? Because if they come on, you're going to bulge, right? You ask them that, but you don't ask that to the smaller content creator. There's a lot that's taken into consideration for a larger content creator, for a content creator that you think is going to drive your views more, right? So it's absolutely reasonable for people to think that.
The episode when you have no reason to believe that, because the fact is I did not. They came to me with the episode idea after months and months of them pitching other episodes to me. It was the second or third debate this year that asked me
to try to box and on a trampoline. That'd be
part of. And this one made sense for me. Obviously, it's my brand. So for you to either believe within yourself that I pitched it, or believe that that's a lie worth telling somehow, it's just weird. It's a weird lie. Weird.
Getting there to set like you, I was excited to debate Blaire because I knew people that could not stand her. And I knew I would be speaking for a lot of.
Hey, remember when a campaigner for PM was torpedoed by a picture of someone eating a sandwich? I mean,
what?
Look, that's a bit reductive, but sure, it's true. That is a true thing where, yeah, the way the guy ate the sandwich was presented to, like, again, it's about the image, right? Look at the way this guy eats a sandwich. He's not even a normal human being. It definitely had a negative impact on his campaign.
Folks that she's harmed, I knew I would be that representation for not just me as a Black trans woman, but for all the trans and non-binary folks that she's harmed. Because I'm not gonna say they just may not have the capacity to deal with her, and she's a lot.
Please, like, here's the truth of the matter, though. Okay, so, like, there's a lot of judgments that get made about people that probably shouldn't be made about people, right? Like how much effort, for instance, you put into, how you look. I mean, it shouldn't really matter, right? Especially if you're like a pundit or something. Like you're coming on to give your takes. Like that's what should be important. But it's not. It's not. Realistically speaking, people do care about like how much effort, how much time, how much what your aesthetic. People do judge your looks. Most people, I think, are past the point of judging. What Chud's talking about judging is like, do you fit into this false binary, these two boxes, right? Do you adhere to the gender essentialist view of the male or the gender essentialist view of the female, right? That's really what he's doing. I don't think I don't think that's quite the normie take that he thinks it is. I think that most people, if asked, aren't going to be, you just got back from your first Pride event? That's awesome. How was it?
Take note of how she is admitting to having a lot of background noise coming into.
Oh my God. You just gave me an idea, chat.
Seeing me on that set. Very indicative of why they only lasted about 3 minutes on set before attacking me personally, with the support of the moderator. And make no mistake, the moderator wanted it to happen because nothing happened on that set that the moderator didn't want to happen. I am a lot.
Okay, look. I've got to be honest with you. I think if she was going to the conversation expecting even-handed moderation to keep things chill, I mean, you're just an idiot. Obviously, the whole point of the show is to get you fighting with each other. The editing, I think the editing is probably more criticizable, particularly for editing things out of sequence. But obviously, the moderator is going to try and provoke.
Like, Chud, listen. Like, the reason that you and I don't edit things out of sequence is because we're lazy, or we're strapped for time, or maybe DK's lazy, or whoever's, you know what I mean? Like that's just like if we were less about streaming and more about, and we were more about YouTubing, right? In other words, if you didn't want to continue to be a Z-list celebrity, then we might do more in terms of messing with the order of clips that we play, right? It's editing, right? You'd have more of an eye towards the goal of keeping people watching from the beginning, getting them hooked all the way until the end. And that's usually not the best way to do that. In fact, you do this yourself, right? You play things out of sequence. It's called a bumper. Or wait, what is it actually called? Sizzle reel. Yeah, it's the thing in the very front. Like, look. Where are we? 420, 42, 25. This thing.
Weird looking and act accordingly.
This thing. This happened later in the VOD and you're showing it in the beginning. Oh my God, Chud, I can't believe you'd be so manipulative. No, you're not being manipulative. It's called getting people to, it's called YouTubing. It's called YouTubing. Come on. You know this.
Particularly for editing.
That's what their Jubilee, they've got like 8 million subs. They're huge, right? Of course they're going to produce like the most engaging video that's going to get the most people possible to watch it for the longest time, because literally that's how the algorithm works. Come on.
Things out of sequence. But obviously the moderator is going to try and provoke more drama.
Oh shit, Dr. Phil, we've got to get to that too.
I'll give you that, Blossom. I'm a lot to deal with. And I could see why someone walking into a debate, when they see me, would probably, not out of intimidation, but just on an understanding of like the size of my personality, be like, oh wow, this is going to be a thing now. I could totally get that. But even as much of a lot I am, I never resort to physical violence, right? And even as of last night, you're still posting about how I deserve physical violence on your Instagram story. As of last night, Blossom is still...
Wait, what is this? The fact that autocorrect didn't correct liberals is sending me? Okay. Oh, homegirl is cruising for a bruising beyond a tongue lashing. Like, if you think that shit talking is like a call to violence,
posting on her Instagram story that I deserve violence. So yeah,
I don't think that's what they're saying. I think that they're saying that you are cashing checks, right? With the shit that you say, that in a real world situation, maybe your ass could not pay for. Okay, that's what's being said. Like, right, the whole thing that's funny about this is the disparity between what you're gonna say in, you know, in a situation where you know that there's not violence that's gonna happen. You know that there's not gonna, like, if somebody else has friends outside, they're not gonna jump you. You know that you're not in like any sort of physical danger, and you know, just meeting somebody randomly on the street where, yeah, if you give somebody enough disrespect, like sometimes, you know, that will, you know, right or wrong, that will end in you getting your ass kicked, right?
The fact that autocorrect didn't correct liberals is sending me. You are more than welcome. Blossom C. Brown, you all were doing the Lord's work because Homegirl was cruising for a bruising beyond a tongue lashing. Laughing at that. Okay. What the fuck is it with these retard trans advocates?
God, cruising for a bruising, that's such a like, those are some real strong words there. That, like, it's something like that my dad would say, right? That's not exactly spicy. Like, cruising for a bruising is kind of mild. Isn't even Blossom? Yeah, it's not even Blossom. It's somebody commenting on Blossom's wait, is this Instagram?
That don't seem to grasp that calling for violence over words is like insane and makes you look crazy.
Yeah, Blaire's literally like, save me from the violent black woman.
You know, I think, yeah, I agree. Blaire is, you know, there's an overreaction happening here to the words. Like, calling for violence is a cringe way of framing it. But I think signal boosting things or stuff like this just works against you. I just don't think you should do it.
Yeah, Blossom responds with a laughing to tears.
But there's literally no need to do it. Why on earth would you even bother doing that? I think the reason I don't like calling for violence is because, you know, it's not explicit, right? Like, it's like...
There's some dipshit in his chat saying lefties be like, misgendering is violence, and then actual violence is okay. Yeah, except who's the violence happening to? Oh, wait, that's right, us. And who's the violence coming from? Oh, that's right, you!
Something you
but
say.
Hey, thanks for playing.
It's like a turn of phrase, if you like, right? It's more...
I mean, that's it. It's a turn of phrase. Thank you for correctly identifying it.
Implicit than explicit.
What about the Keffals Hasan drama? Did you miss that?
It's bad. It's still bad, but the way it's framed.
I mean, if there's more to it, look, here's what I'm looking for, though, right? And I don't know if it's I don't know if we've got this, but Keffals did a stream last night. She called Hasan a slur, and then she said she needed to take a break before she said more slurs. Right, and that's, you know, she called Hasan the R slur. I don't know what those other slurs were. I mean, it's not that much of a stretch to assume it's something racial, but whatever. That's what went on with Keffals. As far as beyond that, right? She makes her VODs members only, right? And I'm not, like I said, I'm not gonna go. You know, I'm not gonna watch like paywalled content, but yeah, if it comes out as a video or something, we'll watch it.
is excessive and overblown. I just think that anything with any sort of commentary on violence for words just is not worth ever involving in your rhetoric, particularly if you're at the sharp end of like trans advocacy stuff.
Am I a lot? Sure. But never so much of a lot that I do that. You're the definition of a lot.
She was so combative. She was so unprofessional. She was so disrespectful. She had an agenda.
I had an agenda.
Yes, I know. Yes, exactly. That's the point I'm making. Is exactly that. So the way it's obviously there's no need to signal boost that or put it on your platform. You know, anything with any question or doubt about violence over words, you should just not have in any way, shape, or form on your platform.
Okay, he's getting boring.
You know, if you're serious about doing this trans advocacy stuff, because it just works against you, and it promotes this idea that
I'm sure there's more good stuff in there.
Hey everybody, so Dr. Phil's House of Hatred was
But I've already streamed for way too long. I'm trying to tell myself to, like, you know, scale things with the amount of support that I'm getting. By that metric, I should have stopped stream like 2 hours ago. But I want to cover this stuff.
reality television miniseries made in 2006. Dr. Phil invites 6
Keffals being racist? How totally out of character, right?
people to stay in a house in LA for a week. A skinhead and a black person who hates white people, a fat phobe and a fat guy who hates skinny people, a homophobe and a gay woman.
Now, when we say, like, you know, like an overweight guy who hates skinny people, right? Understand that, like, I believe that the racist that they've got is actually racist. There's some indication that he's a skinhead who used to beat people up, right? But it's like the gay person who hates straight people, like, it's literally like that's what they were looking for. So the person that got picked was the person that said, you know, oh yeah, I hate those breeders. They're terrible. I hate the straight people, or, you know, fuck them, right? They're literally asking for this, right? There's not. I mean, did you see, like, this is so bad, but you see what this is doing? Okay, so fat phobia is wrong, but so is skinny phobia. Homophobia is wrong, but so is hating straight people. Dr. Phil is going to teach you all how to be better people by teaching you that prejudice is wrong, no matter which side that it comes from. We got equal prejudice on all sides, right? We got, you know, so anytime any of these people that are like hated, right? Any of these people that are marginalized, you're bringing them on with this idea that they are also doing equal harm to, you know, people on the other side of that privilege marginalization spectrum.
Who hates straight people. This is a social experiment. That's what Dr. Phil calls it. He actually coined that term.
Today in the Dr. Phil house.
Let's be honest, we knew Dr. Phil was full of shit when he, when out of all the people, the bum fight guy called him out on his shit, and he was 100% right.
We start what I like to call a social experiment.
And the purpose
We got a social experiment here, folks.
is, I guess, to resolve bigotry.
Now, we didn't
to resolve bigotry, but also to resolve anti-bigotry. Because if you're bigoted against bigots, aren't you just as bad as the bigots then?
do this just for the sake of fireworks.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander, even if the gander is a marginalized gander. That's right.
Although
that's right,
there
Dr.
will be
Phil.
plenty.
Figured it out.
We did this to help break
His weasel show is ended. Yeah.
down the walls of
How old is he? He's pretty old, right?
hatred and prejudice
retired?
that plague all of our lives.
This show was hard for me to find. I've known about it for a few years,
this
but
is
it
like
wasn't
lost media,
accessible
basically.
anywhere. In the end, I offered $200 to anyone who could find it for me, and luckily, I guess, someone managed it. The version I
This has gotta
have
be
doesn't
2000s.
seem entirely complete.
Yeah, Firebird, it's either 2000s or 2010s, and you're exactly right. It was you're gonna see some shit in this episode that I'm just like, there's no way that would fly today.
All we have is a lengthy clip from the Wayback Machine, remnants of the original series. Some things are out of order or corrupted or straight up missing, so the authentic experience of this show is, as of now, truly lost media. Usually, I try to write videos with some kind of overarching argument, but because probably none of you have seen this show, I just want to walk you through the whole thing. These are 3 of the strangest, most cursed episodes of television I have ever seen seen in my life. I think there's something unique and interesting about them, and I'm excited to talk about it. I will warn you, though, that at times it's not an easy watch. It's not the easiest thing to sit through.
Major
and
content
with that,
warning. Yeah,
let's jump into it.
trigger
Episode 1.
warning content.
Dr. Phil begins the show with a bonding exercise. The first thing he wants the 6 participants to do is establish within 10 minutes who will be bunking with whom.
You have 10 minutes to work it out among yourselves and figure out who's bunking with who. If you can't meet this challenge within the next 10 minutes, you will not receive the key to your room, and you will be forced to crash in the living room together.
The participants start to speak with one another for a moment, and Dr. Phil is just immediately annoyed.
I don't care what anyone says. I won't be in the living room.
You know, it's interesting that these people are supposedly here to make a life-changing effort, but yet they're talking about meaningless chit-chat.
Why aren't they talking about racism, he wonders? Why aren't they drilling down and getting down to the fact that they all hate each other? Why he would expect such a
Barbara, I don't think I ever saw the bum fights clip, right? So you're talking about bum fights. Yeah, like, I mean, it's exactly what it sounds like, right? You know, it's somebody that did some, like, I don't know if these were these like DVDs of like unhoused people fighting each other. They would like encourage like unhoused people to fight each other for like money and stuff like that. And then, like, I'm guessing Dr. Phil brought them on to criticize, like, well, you shouldn't do the but then maybe they turned it around on him because he's kind of doing like the same thing, right? He's kind of doing the same thing. But yeah, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that was a thing that was going on.
thing. I have no idea. It's plainly not what he asked them to do. It's as though the producers wanted to create this show, saw these people speak for around a minute, and said, oh, this isn't gonna work out at all. This show is extremely stupid. Dr. Phil walks into the room and establishes who's going to bunk together.
Well, I hate small talk, chit chat, and cocktail parties, so I'm not wasting 10 minutes of my life listening to this crap.
Just straight up ignores the thing he said to these people. An amazing start to what
That sounds nice, especially if it's like a open bar. I would go to a cocktail party.
he calls his social experiment. One of the first things Dr. Phil says to the group is that he is not confident in whatever is happening here.
You know, I'm going to tell you the truth as I see it, right? That's right. That doesn't mean that you got to agree with what I say at all. You may leave here even more entrenched than you were when you got here.
You may leave here less bigoted, more bigoted. You may like fat people more after this week. You may hate them even more. I don't know. I'm just going to leave you 6 crazy kids alone in this house for a week.
That's what we're doing.
And we'll just sort of figure it out. Here we come to the introduction of our cast. Short films made to tell us who these people are and who they hate. And through these intros, we discover a kind of fundamental problem with this show. When I describe Dr. Phil's House of Hatred to you, I imagine a few of you had the thought, that's not usually how bigotry works. Like,
I don't believe Dr. Phil doesn't enjoy cocktail parties. At least solo True, yeah, that's...
one side, we have the people
solo
who
cocktail. I didn't catch that.
represent actual.
It was like 2000 to 2005 DVDs passed around on early camera phones. Oh, okay.
Real world influential prejudice, homophobia, fat phobia, racism. And on the other, we have the marginalized groups, fat, black, gay. There's an obvious imbalance here between the bigotries that exist and the bigotries that really don't. Still, you think, maybe they hit the jackpot. Maybe John, the fat person they found, truly does believe that skinny people are evil. Maybe Tessa, the gay woman, believes she's morally superior to the straights. Crazier things have happened. But, no. It doesn't really pan out that way. Look how the show introduces B.
White people are so ignorant because they think they're better, smarter, and more talented than we are. And of course, that's bullshit. I think white people are sociopaths, and I'm fed up to here with all of them.
How do you see? That's like an audition tape, right? That's clearly an audition tape. In other words, she got on that show because every other person that tried to, like she was like selling the image of the, like, essentially they want to portray the angry black woman, They want to portray the angry black woman that hates white people, and she was able to sell it better than anybody else. I don't necessarily buy it though. She's clearly auditioning, right? She clearly knows what they're looking for, and she's giving it to them.
It introduces Tessa.
I call straight people breeders because that's all they're good for.
That's all they're good for is breeding, yeah.
Just because I'm gay, I've been spit on, pushed, shoved, and yelled at by complete strangers.
I hate breeders so much. Sure, they say they hate the opposite group, but it's complete nonsense. And when you juxtapose their introductions with those of the actual bigots, the difference becomes even more clear.
I have a big hatred towards homosexuals. I think it's disgusting, detestable, wrong, sinful.
No blacks, no Mexicans, no nothing, just all white.
I would much rather kill myself than be fat.
No matter how hard Dr. Phil tries to argue otherwise, these people...
But this is what they're going to equivocate, right? That guy was a former skinhead, if not a current skinhead, right? If not a current, like, white supremacist street thug, right? This person is absolutely, like a violent racist, right? And you're gonna put them up against that woman that was like, I think white people are arrogant and yada yada yada, right? That's the same. That's the same.
Just don't actually hate the groups they're supposed to hate. They hate being subject to bigotry, as they repeat over and over.
And I don't like them. I don't like the way they treat me. I don't like the way they look at me. And I don't like the things that they have done to me.
So that includes me, I guess. So you and I got a problem because I'm white.
That's the thing about Dr. Phil's House of Hatred.
It's such a weird bind, right? Because she knows that that's what she's brought on here to do. She knows that she wouldn't be brought on here if she wasn't doing that, right? But like doing that puts her in conflict with the host of the show. So she's like people pleasing to give them the the trope of the angry black woman, right, that they want to portray on the show. And then when Dr. Phil comes up and says, "Oh, so I guess you hate me too." Oh, well, you're not supposed to hate the host. You're not. Oh, what do I do? Am I supposed to give them what they want in terms of this like false equivalency of like racial prejudice, or am I supposed to be nice to the host? I don't know.
First moments, it cannot conceal the reality that none
Is
of
Dr. Phil trying to be Maury? Was Maury Povich?
it makes sense, that it has no idea what it's actually here to do.
My biggest concern about being in the Dr. Phil house is that I might beat the living out of someone.
I don't want to spoil anything, but she does it too. Tessa beats the living shit out of every other straight person in the house, and it's crazy to watch. Dr. Phil makes the obvious bunking decisions. Everyone sleeps in a room with the person they hate most. Stacy goes with John, Christina goes with Tessa, Gary goes with B.
To get back at them. So in other words, you're putting the black woman with the skinhead. You're putting the overweight guy with the fat phobe. You're putting the the gay person with the homophobe. That's what he did. That's what he did to punish them for too much chit chat, too much cocktail hour, right? That's
the thing. Gary, the skinhead, apparently went to jail for being violent against black people. He talks about how much he loves to fight them. Phil even tells him, don't hurt people.
We don't get violent. You've gotten violent before, right? You start fights, slug people, all that. That's just not part of this deal.
So he's putting them all in danger, right? Seriously, what was he thinking? That's a real skinhead. That's a real violent skinhead that he brought into the house. And he thinks that, like, well, just so you know, just so we're clear on things, violence is not something that we allow on this set. So you better not be violent at all. This is terrible. This is so bad.
And make no mistake, you attack somebody
Dr. Phil is now on your mom's house podcast? Wait, what? I think I know this podcast you're talking about, but what do you mean he's on the podcast? Do you mean he's a guest, Soul Life, on your mom's house?
my watch, I will put your happy ass under the jail.
And this guy is just going to be sleeping in the same room with a person from the group he's ostensibly...
I will put your happy ass under the jail. You know what he'll do? He'll kick him off the show. And maybe report him to the cops. Maybe. Probably not even, though. Probably not even.
brutalized. B seems kind of worried about it, and so am I, frankly.
Does he expect me to sleep in the same room with this guy? This guy can just like slice my throat in the middle of the night.
But I guess it's all okay. It's all fine. You know, Phil told him that he shouldn't do crimes. So Dr. Phil is
Don't do crimes while you're here. Yeah.
doing a little looking.
It's all in the looking.
And what he sees through his surveillance cameras doesn't make him all too happy. B and Gary are...
Okay, so just so everybody knows, this is Big Joel's channel. Let me copy this for you. If you want to follow Big Joel.
having an argument, trying to figure
the
out
channel.
if racism is bad and if white
know.
people did slavery.
It was the slaves, it was a black man that brought him over here. She's just ignorant.
It's really productive, but Gary walks away angry and goes to a bedroom with John. They form a kind of racist alliance.
Makes you feel good that someone else in the house feels the same way.
White power, white supremacy.
And Phil quakes in horror.
Go back to their own country.
Here we go.
You know what I'm saying?
What is he doing? I mean, he's taken Gary's side in this. That's not even his issue.
What are you doing? Why are you being so racist with each other? When I brought the skinhead into my house, I never imagined for a moment that he could have a
Ginny Jones? Is this like another talk show host? Oh my god.
negative impact on someone else's behavior. Why are you getting other people to be racist, skinhead?
Well, I mean, yeah, Big Joel, Little Joel.
Gary, I can't
the two channels.
Emphasize this enough. We are 20 minutes into this show and it's already gone completely to shit. It gets worse too. Later on in the episode, John and B have an extended race fight where he just throws out various white supremacist talking points and high fives his new
I feel like we just watched some white supremacist talking points.
racist friend.
This is my country. This is not yours. This is my country.
But you know what Phil said at the beginning, right? We don't know what's gonna happen. You could come in a bigot and leave a normal guy. You could come in a normal guy and leave a bigot. We don't know, and that's what makes this social experiment so important. Okay, where are we going with this?
This was in the 90s?
I mean, this episode has
So Dr. Phil's been on television for a long time then.
been an absolute roller coaster so far, and there's lots of material we could explore, but I have an idea. What if we just bullied the fat guy? What if we just made the rest of the episode about bullying the fat guy and specifically focus on just how fat he is? It could be kind of epic. Okay, I just want to pause here real quick and say something. John, the fat cast member, is also known as Stephen Asante. Years after House of Hatred, he would go on to be on My 600 Pound Life, and he had a somewhat infamous run on that show. Even so, I'm not going to get into John's story here, because I don't think it's relevant to anything I'm going to say. I'm far more interested in the show itself than in
They were referring to the Ginny Jones thing. Wait, is Ginny Jones but I that name sounds familiar. Is that a talk show host? Like, is that like a Dr. Phil type? Just wait. Like this gets really, really bad. This gets worse than you could imagine. Like so bad, I might even have to turn it off at some point, right? Because it's like
any personal evaluation of its cast members. At any rate, I just wanted to say that because if I don't, it will be distracting to some people, and it'll be the only thing I read in the comment section for the next 1,000 years. My feeble heart can't bear that. Anyway, on with the program. Dr. Phil gives another assignment over the television. You all have to clean the space of the kind of person that you hate.
It's time to get down to the dirty work. This house doesn't clean itself, so you guys have to.
So this is an important bonding exercise, no doubt, and it's gonna make everyone way less bigoted. But John just kind of sits there.
After Ricky Lake, Montel Jones?
After making a cursory effort to clean, he sits on the couch and chills. For this reason, the other participants get really mad at him, and Dr. Phil agrees.
Get out.
Wait, watch her bad kids go to her backstage boot camp. Oh, she was one of those boot camp people, yeah.
Up and go to work, John.
But here's the thing.
Boot camps for troubled teens.
John is 700 pounds. Like, they didn't just find a fat guy to fight against the fat hater on the show. They found someone with a very real disability.
Yeah, he rents a house for them, right? Brings them all into it, and then is like, okay, the first thing you're gonna do is the racist person is supposed to clean the black person's room, the person that hates overweight people is supposed to clean the overweight person's room. Like, it's like that, and vice versa.
One that has extreme and obvious implications.
Oh, Williams, Montel Williams.
On his ability to do physical work.
People busting their ass, cleaning this house from top to bottom.
If you were this happy, you would not. I did the best I can.
So everyone, including Dr. Phil, acting like he's just
There's also a woman named Sally. Oh yeah, Sally. That was like a...
Being lazy is awful. It's an awful thing that's happening here. Also, we have to ask the question...
What's funny is I've taught a boot camp before, but not like that. Like, I'm talking about an exercise.
John was lazy.
Exercise
Say
boot
Phil
camp.
was right, and he should be getting...
By boot camp, I mean like a 30-minute high-intensity interval training type workout.
Off his ass and
Sally Jesse Raphael. Yeah, she sounds like a Ninja Turtle.
Doing some good old-fashioned Dr. Phil cleaning. What exactly does this have to do with the show? What's the connection here to the House of Hatred? See, I thought John was here because of virulent and very real anti-skinny bigotry.
I'm sick and tired of skinny people putting me down. As far as I'm concerned, they can all go to hell.
You see what they're portraying, though? They're making this guy look like a menace to skinny people. Like, right? If he sees any skinny people, he's like, he gives them a hard time. He gives them shit. He bullies them. Like, right? It's just not.
You know, how are you helping his progress,
But I mean,
Phil?
it's how he sells himself as a guest on the Hate House.
This guy hates skinny people, and you're not doing anything about it. Anyway,
I would totally go to an NNC boot camp. Should I teach? Should we do a workout day, chat?
We come to the end of the first episode, and it's still just about John. The other members of the house are extremely mad that he smells and won't take a shower.
Hey, John, you ready for your next task? It's getting your ass into that shower.
People of John's size will have trouble fully washing, as he says it hurts him to stand for that long.
I got a little upset with her because I can't take a shower standing up.
This doesn't matter. John's odor, not his racism or his beliefs, becomes the sole focus of their outrage. At the end of
that's the weird thing too, is they actually had somebody like high-five the racist about, they're like, you're racist? Oh yeah, I'm racist too. Cool, man. Cool.
The episode, they refuse to give him food unless he takes a shower.
Hey, she just told John he couldn't eat until he took a shower.
Oh, really?
Did you shower? What?
That's my thing, yeah.
What? You're not eating until you shower.
He calls security, threatens to go home, and they all act like he's being an asshole. It is genuinely quite hard to watch. Episode 2. We pick up where we left.
Dr. Phil is famous for like bribing his guests with drink, drugs, and money. Oh my god, my dogs are goth.
Dr. Phil comes to the house because things are getting out of control.
My god, dogs are goth. Thank you for the 5 gift memberships. Wow. Wait, did I stop the sound of the? Oh no, they're just. So let's see. I'm gonna call out your names if you're getting gift memberships. Mainly because, oh my god, CJ Brown, are you here for the drama? I gotta know, CJ Brown, what was it that brought you here today? Is it the Keffals thing? Is it the Chud Logic thing? Obviously, you're not here for Dr. Phil. I doubt. I'm just curious. But yeah, thank you so much for the 5 gift memberships. My dogs are goth. So Morningstar Dragon, CJ Brown. I'm just saying this so that if you're one of these people, you'll hear your name and you'll know that you've got weasels. You can post weasels. You've got a membership. You can do membership-y things. And going forward, that's gonna go. I'm gonna try to do like one like members only stream per week to just give thanks to the people that are supporting me on a monthly basis, because it means so much to me. John Fuchs. I'm gonna assume that your name is pronounced Fuchs, because if I say the other word, I might get demonetized. But you're getting a gift membership from My Dogs Are Goth. Sierra Sai, you're also getting a gift membership from My Dogs. Yeah, I hate calling out people in chat who aren't chatting, because then I feel like oh, Zishan also got a gift membership as well, and it counts them twice, which is wow, that's all you are on YouTube? Wait, what?
Troll.
This is out of control. This is
Lurkers are just friends we haven't met yet. in some cases, and in some cases they're people that we know. We're just genuinely curious, like, right, because we know that they have a busy schedule and they don't necessarily catch every NCC stream. What particular, yeah, that's what I'm always wondering about, like, everybody is like, is it the Keffals thing that brought you? Is it because either one of those is like, it's a good chunk of drama that you can break yourself off some drama and chew on it for a while, right? It's you can tuck it up under your gums and just kind of suck the drama juice out of it.
Absolutely getting out of control.
And what he says to these people is so odd that I think I have to go through it.
Some people just want to see the world burn, and we're here for that.
Bit by bit. Dr. Phil starts by condemning John for his racism.
Now, what I want to know is why I shouldn't run your ass out of here on a...
Oh, he linked... Wait. He is linked with one of those tough love kidnapped... Have you heard about this stuff? Wait, let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find this really quick. Did you know that, okay, like, I'm trying to remember who all... I think Chet Hanks and Paris Hilton were both sent to one of these camps. So this is what people are saying. Dr. Phil is connected with one of these camps.
School.
Yes.
You were like basically kidnapped in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I was 17. It's a long story.
Have you ever seen this stuff? Right? There are these camps for like troubled teens that are like literally out in the middle of nowhere and like don't have proper staff, are not safe. They're putting kids in a lot of danger, and they send them out there to turn their lives around, right? So that being on a forced march through the wilderness for, like, I think in some cases upward of 3 months, right? And what it really sounds like more than anything is parents with like some degree of money pushing their kids off so they don't have to worry about them. Apparently, including Tom Hanks, right? This.
Start at the beginning.
Okay, so...
All right, hurry up. Dude, you're taking forever, bro.
I was in my junior year of high school. And I woke up one night, there's two big-ass dudes at the foot of my bed. Like, bouncer-looking dudes. Bald heads and shit.
Mm-hmm.
The lights go on. I wake up, it's 4 in the morning. We're just standing at the foot of my bed like this.
And what did you say? Cash me outside, how about da?
I should have.
Yeah.
I was like, what are you doing? And they were like,
You said it like a girl?
I was like, what are you doing?
And what are you doing?
Wait, is this show being purposefully hidden? I'm not sure I know what you mean. Oh, Your Mom's House podcast is questionable. Oh, it's a Republican? I think they might be one of those, are we? Yeah. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize they were like that. I don't even remember who I saw. Like, I feel like are we onto the Keffals drama? You kind of missed the Keffals drama. Look, if there's more of it, let me know. If Keffals drops another video on Hasan, let me know. But the TLDR is for the people that apparently are joining us after I covered Keffals. See, maybe I should have waited to cover Keffals, right? But the Keffals called Hasan the Slur, and had to take a 10-minute break because she said she was going to say more slurs. She was going to call Hasan other slurs, and one could only wonder what those slurs would have been. We never got to see because Keffals took a 10-minute break to avoid saying those live on stream. Yeah. But yeah, like, I mean, I'm open to maybe watching the if she comes out with a video of that, like if she wants to own that. I don't know if she's going to want to own that. Obviously, we watched on the Twitter clips, there's an account named Wap Goblin that tweets a lot about Keffals and about Vosh. If you want to know what the sussy bakas are up to, check out Wap Goblin.
And they were like, you're coming with us.
Were your parents in the hall? Like, yeah, get his ass.
No.
Get that.
They were like, your parents hired us to take you.
So they didn't even say bye?
No.
What the fuck?
Hey, that's just...
That's just a pass. You got to make peace with it.
That's just part of the game.
So they want the kid to think that it's a real kidnapping?
The dudes they hire to kidnap you is a separate business.
Okay.
They're called transporters.
Jason Statham.
Yeah.
So this is wild. They literally like hire some tough guys to come out and go into the house, go into the kid's room, and like what, handcuff them and take them on a plane or a bus to somewhere.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the program that you get sent to. They hire those like
They hire like it's like a pedophile style business. Yeah.
I wouldn't say that, but they hire like these transporters to take you and then drop you off at the program. And then I tried to escape. That didn't go well. There was nowhere to run. Eventually, they caught up with me. They had to process me, which is like getting you all your gear, full strip search, squat and cough. Then you get changed in your gear, then they fucking blindfold you, put you in the back
Wait, they gave him like a strip search and a cavity search?
of a truck and drive you like into literally like the middle of nowhere, like where they conducted like nuclear tests in the 1950s.
Yeah, and like some of these programs have been sued, right? Some of these programs have killed kids.
To hike to the nearest town would have been like 2.5 weeks of hiking. You're so remote, like really, really in the middle of nowhere, and they can keep you as long as they want. They decide when you get to leave, so you have no idea how long you're going to be there. As a minor, right, when you get sent to these programs, your parents have to sign over legal guardianship to the program. So when you're there, your parents are technically legally no longer.
Look, I appreciate Goblin's keeping track of this stuff for us, because like I really don't want to think about Keffals. Like I'll cover Keffals if Keffals is relevant. Generally, Keffals is not that relevant these days.
Your legal guardians. You belong to the program, and these programs were all privately run, so there was no like state or federal, oversight.
And then what did the program entail?
This is like one of those Dr. Phil This is like one of those wilderness programs that Dr. Phil's associated with.
Around just fucking, all day. You got heavy ass packs.
So it's like I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say it's like they're forcing them to hike all day with heavy packs.
Probably like 80-pound packs, and you set up camp. You got to do like, chores and shit for the whole camp. We had to do like manual labor, which was like take down like miles and miles of barbed wire fence that this rancher had.
So they literally had him like working, right? His parents pay for him to be taken away into the wilderness, and he's like doing maintenance on barbed wire fences out there for them.
And they're just Did
you go to school?
No. There's no school there.
And this happened to, I think it's Paris Hilton. Was it Paris Hilton? Does anybody? I think it was Paris Hilton also had this done to her.
I was at that program for like 4 months, and then once you're there for like a month, you get a letter basically from like your family saying like, you're not coming home after this, you're going to another program after this. And then I was at that program for like over a year, and that was like a school scenario, but still like very restrictive. Like you don't have any freedom. You can't leave. You're constantly under staff supervision.
How bad of a boy were you? I mean, you just smoked a tree?
Yeah, I'm drinking, smoking weed, experimenting here and there with drugs. Like I wasn't that bad, but I was enough to like worry my parents. Eventually, I had gotten in trouble so many times that they said you're grounded for the rest of high school. And I was like, man, fuck this. And then they'd be like, okay, if you go out, then
So was the Catch Me Outside girl?
Your whole life is gonna change. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. A couple weeks later, I'm blindfolded, in the desert.
Did it affect your relationship with your parents? Was there a process where they were like, we're sorry,
Yeah, I mean, this is a...
Because I know you're close to your parents now, right?
I am close to them. This was in like 2008. So that was those years, like...
It was the war in Iraq. Yeah.
No, yeah, that's true. I guess from like 2004 to like 2010 were like the peak years of this industry. They were making the most amount of money, and the most amount of kids were being sent there. Since then, the industry has been like decimated because they've got hit with lawsuits, exposure of widespread like abuse and just negligence. Like with Paris Hilton, and people have come out and saying this fucked up shit happened to me, blah blah blah. So it's like a lot of these programs they don't even exist anymore because
You had this done to you yourself. Did you have the thing where like he's talking about like parents hiring like tough guys to come and get the kids and be like, you're coming with us. You know, that's what tough guys sound like, right? They're like, oh, I'm a tough guy.
all got shut down or they've gone out of business because
that's my imitation of tough guys.
Been hit with so many lawsuits.
I guess when you went to that first program, it was not a good summer.
No,
you were not having.
It was not a white boy summer.
Going into my senior year of high school.
Okay, anyway, that's the joke. That's the joke with Chet Hanks. Anyway, let's get back to this evil Dr. Phil.
Right now.
This makes sense, of course. His behavior was completely unacceptable, but it's wild how unresponsive he is to the actual conditions of this house. He never explicitly mentions what the other participants did. They're not allowing John to eat or his refusal to shower, and I have to wonder if that's because there's really nothing he can say about it. This place, the Dr. Phil house, is just a normal residence. Like literally,
he drove us on a bus to the tough guys.
They just got a house in LA. People complained about it because there was too much noise. I bring this up because clearly there was no effort to make the showers more accessible to John, to give him a bath that would fit him or whatever. John even seemingly mentions that he can't shower until he has a chair.
I can't do it until I have a chair.
So yeah, you know, whatever smell he might have, it is most directly Phil's fault.
So they literally brought a person, you know, a disabled person into a situation without proper, I mean, I don't know, like this, I guess back in, this was like the 2000s, that this wouldn't have sounded that weird, right? But they're literally like, they bring him into a situation where he can't shower because he needs a chair to be able to shower, and then they blame him for not showering because he literally can't shower without a chair. God.
And the fault of the producers. I imagine they ended up getting him a chair, though they don't mention it, and from this point forward, nobody explicitly talks about the fight they had, the fact that one participant called security. Phil just memory holes it. It's fine.
Was this the most racist episode of Dr. Phil? I don't know. I mean, I guess I haven't really watched that much Dr. Phil. But this gets pretty bad. This does get pretty bad.
Extraordinary moment. Dr. Phil plays a compilation of John's least flattering moments.
Let's just take a look at John's most unflattering moments.
And then does this.
Ever heard about Hollywood and the cutting room floor?
Unflattering?
Well, there you go.
Moments?
That's Hollywood's cutting room floor. That's how famous you got.
Okay, wait. What was he what kind of shaming was he doing there? Like, in what way are they saying?
Holes it. It's fine. In an extraordinary moment, Dr. Phil plays a compilation of John's least flattering moments.
What does he mean by least flattering moments? Is he like literally fat shaming him? Does he literally have a fat shaming highlight reel to show this person?
Let's just take a look at John's most unflattering moments.
And then does this.
Ever heard about Hollywood and the cutting room floor?
Yo, he looks like for real traumatized.
Well, there you go. That's Hollywood's cutting room floor. That's how famous you got.
That's right. He plays the tape on national television after already showing all of these events in the last episode. Then he takes that tape and says, see, this is getting left on the cutting room floor, and performatively throws it to the ground. See this tape? This is going nowhere except on TV.
Well, there you go.
Dr. Phil looks at Gary and asks, why are you egging this on? Why are you enabling John to be racist to be?
What are you doing egging this on, Gary? What you got better sense than that.
And I think this is perhaps one of the least explicable scenes in the entire show. You should know better, Phil says to the skinhead in his home. Why should he know better? Why on earth should he know better? See, I thought the whole reason you brought this guy on your show was that he was a racist, you know? He has a swastika tattoo. He fights black people. He talks about not liking people of other races.
He beats up, like he attacks black people.
I thought that was the idea for the show. But now we're like, come on, Gary. You're the moral compass here. You're the shining light of anti-racism. You should be calling in your friends. Phil now turns his wrath to B, and you won't believe what he says.
Come on, B.
Paris Hilton also had a bad boarding school experience.
Why would you even dignify him?
He's been doing that all day.
It's so weird. It's like he's spending more time fat shaming, what's his name, rather than And he's just letting the racist guy, like,
Fed up with it, and I was just tired of it, and I exploded.
If you need a miracle in your life, then be a miracle in your life.
I want you to take a moment now and reflect on how truly low we've gotten here. At the beginning of the show, we all at least pretended that Bea had to work through her intense anti-white racism. Now, the main problem with her, the thing she has to deal with, is that when two racist freaks antagonize her, she gets mad about that. She doesn't like it. Dr. Phil finally addresses the behavior of the other contestants concerning John.
Yeah, because being racist isn't as bad, but also the other thing that he's doing is like the other thing that he's doing is he's setting it up so that like the black person that he brings on is somebody that will say that they hate white people, right? And he'll try to be like he wants to make it both sides. He's being like a centrist about this stuff, like you know, being overweight versus fat phobia. You know, well, you know, the person who's overweight is probably prejudiced against skinny people. Being gay versus being homophobic. Well, the person who's gay is probably prejudiced against like straight people, right? It's just, yeah, it's so both sides.
But he does it like this.
This is probably his last chance. This is probably his last stop on the subway. What have you done to help him? This is exactly what you believe, right?
You see how he puts himself out there like the savior, though? Like, this is his last chance. This dude is gonna like cease to exist on this planet if I don't inspire him to change his life.
It's an absolute worthless, no good tub of lard behaving like some kind of idiot. Yes. Are you that shallow?
I think this moment is a revealing one and gets at an important issue with John's presence on this show. See, Phil isn't active.
Chopping carrots very slowly while I watch this. Yeah.
Racist.
Nice.
Like, he doesn't say anything bad about Bea. He's not particularly homophobic either, at least not on this show. What he is, though, genuinely, is a fatphobe. John's treatment matters to him, of course it does, but it only matters insofar as it gets John to be less fat, and his weight reflects a kind of moral failure, a simple pathological laziness.
Get up and go to work, John.
To be clear, John is not at a healthy weight for him. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that if the entire purpose of your show is to engender compassion for fat people and fight against this woman's irrational prejudice, then it's strange that the entire criticism you have for these people tormenting a fat guy is, how is this going to make him skinny? Everyone needs to be helping this guy get skinny. As I was watching House of Hatred, I spent some time.
Would you want to watch me react to like a Turkey Tom? Because I feel like there was a Turkey Tom recently where it was just such a bad take, right? And here's the thing about Tom, like I told you, he doesn't want to present himself as being right wing. I mean, I think he kind of used to be, and I think he's still got those like tendencies. But I think that the new Turkey Tom is supposed to be more like normie coded, right? For everyone. So no political opinions, right? Tom is like non-political, right? But like I remember he did something recently, like talking about fat phobia from the perspective that like thinking fat phobia is a problem is actually bad because it makes overweight people not take care of that problem and therefore suffer health consequences. Like it's that kind of take, and it was so bad, and it was so beneath even him, right? That like I feel like I kind of want to. I feel like that's one that would be funny to roast.
Time thinking about John, about why he's here. If they wanted to, of course, they could have found a less disabled fat person, one who could more easily clean up, who could take a shower or whatever. But I think John is a convenient choice because he allows Phil, allows the cast, allows the audience to not question their view on fatness. If the only fat person we see has a disability, if everyone, including the person himself, agrees that he has a disability, then we are given permission to see fatness exclusively as a problem to be fixed, a disease that needs a cure. Okay.
And you're also justifying the fat phobia too, right? You're like, well, you know, being overweight does come with all these character flaws. I guess it is, you know, worthy of criticism.
The meeting with Dr. Phil.
Aren't we harming the overweight person by not constantly giving them shit for being overweight. I mean, that
finally ends.
It's sad. Okay, it's sad that this was the take, but it's kind of sad that Turkey Tom Dark, still has that mentality. Like, right? It's sad that like this is some boomer shit, Tom. Like, how do you...
It's the next day, and Tess and Christina are discussing homosexuality.
Gay people, I don't think they're just normal as far as the mind frame goes.
The conversation is scintillating, but then Gary steps into the scene, and he and Christina judge Tessa's sexuality together.
So it's not a disease and it's not a deal. Sorry, I heard you guys out there. No. What is it?
The conversation that me and Tessa
Let's ask the skinhead to explain homosexuality, please.
and Christina had about being gay, it kind of made me feel uncomfortable. I just don't agree with her ways.
I wanted to bring this point up before.
Wait, was he actually pushing back on it?
But I think now is the perfect moment. If you actually came onto this show, a fat person who hates skinny people, a black person who hates the whites, a gay person who hates straights, I actually can't imagine a place that would solidify these emotions more. Because
when the Nazi is the enlightened one, yeah.
All that we've seen, what the entire show has been about up to this point, is a kind of intersectional bigotry where it turns out that everyone who isn't a marginalized group hates people from that marginalized group. The whole house gangs up.
They absolutely constructed that, right? They're not like making an observation. They're not like, this isn't coming from reality. They are requesting. They are auditioning, not just, a black person to come on the show and be hated by the racist, but somebody who will sell the idea that she hates white people, not just like somebody who's overweight to be made fun of by fat folks, but somebody who will sell that they hate skinny people, so that you could... It's almost like it's built for that. It's built to be like, it's like the most broke woke, the most broke like centrism that you could imagine, right?
On John for being too fat. John and Gary gang up on B for being black. Gary and Christina gang up on Tessa for being gay. What lesson is there to learn?
Wait, so he doesn't? No, we were wrong, chat. I was wrong. Actually, the skinhead indeed did not come in to defend gay rights. The skinhead, we didn't get to see where it went from there, but it was just like him saying, I heard you talking in the other room, and like he starts to like give his take on homosexuality.
For a gay woman, but that breeders are stinky. That's what I think anyway. That would be my takeaway. Now we come to a new exercise, and this one's a barrel of laughs. What if we sat down everyone and just had them say why they're bigoted against each other? Get the skinhead, put him across from the black lady, and have him just say the N-word at her.
When me and B sat down and did our I Hate You exercise, it was real intense. B, you're an...
And that'll make everyone...
Look, I know that the 2000s were a long time ago, but holy shit, did you see that? Like, it's like, also, why did he sit down on the couch and be like, insult each other? Like, you know what, like, you got a skinhead, you brought a skinhead on here, what do you think he's gonna do? Oh my god, this is so bad. This is so bad. I can't believe this is like...
Everyone feel just a little bit more comfortable and add to the spirit of healing, which is really what this show is all about. I think this moment is high art personally, and that's because of Dr. Phil's reaction.
I hate you because you're taking over my country.
This just almost leaves me speechless that somebody can be this ignorant.
Well, this just leaves me speechless.
Why did I just look at that for that Tom Dark video? He claims people... Yeah. Like, Tom's take is so bad. So bad, and it feels like his heart's not in it. It feels like it was written by ChatGPT. Like, right? It strains credibility. Like, I can't believe that he actually thinks that.
I don't even know what's going on. When I had the idea to have everyone do the hate exercise, I never could have imagined an outcome like this. Dr. Phil's whole shtick on this show is just pretending to not know what bigotry is so that he can, like, mug for the camera. What's going on? And that's good. That's a good shtick.
You waited on me. I'm not white. I'm Native American. Whatever.
So largely, everything goes as you'd expect. The bigots are horrible, and all the people they're bigoted against say they don't like that.
I believe murder and homosexuality goes hand in hand. Christina, you're super.
That's what I think of when I think about gay people. Always doing the murder. Always murdering people. That's
Official, self-centered, and flat-out ignorant.
But then an interesting interaction happens between Stacy, Tess, and John.
She can go around and picking on all the big people.
And you can go around picking on skinny people, and that's okay.
It is okay.
But see, that's how they present him. That's how he's forced to, like, audition for the show, is to act like he's a literal menace for skinny people, which I'm sure is not true, but that's what they're looking for. That's what they want to present.
Then why are you here? Why the are you here? If you think
Like, sees a skinny person, immediately goes up and starts to bully them. I don't think so. I don't think that's what he's like in real life. I very much
it's
doubt
okay.
It is.
That's the whole point of this show, is to prove that it's really not okay.
So that's weird, right?
Wait.
John says, yes, I think it's okay to make fun of skinny people, and Stacy says, then why are you here? But the reason he's here, I would have thought, is that
Yeah, that's a weird stereotype. I've never heard that one before. Gay people are murderers, right? I've heard a lot of gay people are catty. We got to hear that from Chud Logic today. I've never heard gay people are murderers.
Thinks it's okay to make fun of skinny people. That's
gay people are theatrical. You know, there's a lot of stereotypes. Sure, gay people are, aesthetically inclined. I mean,
the entire concept of the show. This moment strikes at a deep contradiction.
As a skinny person, it's not okay to make fun. Well, no, definitely not. But I feel like some of these reverse prejudices. And yeah, you know, there's body shaming that goes all around, and that's something that does happen in terms of people on the other side of that spectrum too. But what they don't just want somebody that's overweight, right? They're looking for somebody who will present themselves as the bully of skinny people, right? And there are, you don't have to be overweight to bully somebody about their body, like on the other side of things, right? I think that's the point. I think she was saying that being gay is the same as both equally bad. Okay, so she's not associating gay people with gay people, are like, it's the gay mafia, right?
Within Dr. Phil's house of hatred, one that you'll see a few times over the course of the show. Put simply, nobody knows how they're supposed to feel about bigotry. Take Gary the skinhead. From the very start of the show, Gary talks about how he's here because he wants to change, because he wants to not be a bigot.
Well, I'm here for a reason, to get help.
But if
a lot of these people, and like Gary sounds like one of them, he's there to have an arc and to make, I don't know, maybe I'm looking at this 2000 something talk show or reality show with 2023 eyes, right? Maybe I'm projecting too much onto this, but it feels like that what Gary's trying to do is have an arc where he's like, he comes on and he's really racist, and then he like learns and he's like, oh yeah, I guess racism is wrong, and then he can like somehow have like a career as like Gary, the formerly racist guy that got non-racist by going on Dr. Phil.
If that's the case,
why do you think, Chad? Am I projecting 2023 on this?
Is he still a white supremacist? If he thinks it's wrong to hold racist beliefs, he must also believe that those racist beliefs are wrong. Otherwise, what's the point in changing them? But he doesn't change them. He just keeps thinking racism is good for most of the show, and he's upset by the fact that he's expected to magically have different beliefs.
When I was told to come here, asked to come here, they told me to be myself. I was myself, and I got dogged on for it.
Here's the problem, and it's an obvious one. Dr. Phil's House of Hatred is a show about resolving bigotry, but it's also a show about being bigoted, showing off how much of a bigot you are.
I mean,
and
that's
this
literally how they got on the show.
places the concept of bigotry in an impossible
selling it.
position where it is accepted and rejected in the same breath. You must think it's okay to hate skinny people, but know that that position is actually wrong. It's very strange. Anyway, the game ends, and the next important scene is a conversation between Christina and Tess. Christina explains that she hates gay people because her mother had a girlfriend and chose that girlfriend over her.
Nothing was ever told to me. Nobody ever said anything to me. And all
This is so Dr. Phil.
of a sudden, this woman's bringing her stuff into the
And
house.
Dr. Phil's gonna say something like that you don't have to project the trauma of your childhood onto the current situation. This woman had nothing to do with your evil mom and her evil girlfriend.
Christina explains all of this, and then she seems kind of annoyed that Tess doesn't just excuse her
That's how
bigotry
supervillains think.
because of this new tragic tale.
I can't even begin to comprehend what her mother might have felt. But for Christina to now blame all homosexuals for what her mother did is sort of taking the easy way out.
I don't think Tessa received it well. Yeah, she had a lot of, bad experiences because she had to deal with all the straight people telling her about her lifestyle. But to go through what I went through and for her not to understand it was really hard for me.
I don't know what to make of this moment, but frankly,
Yeah, it sounds more like some separation issues, right? Not.
I do find it very funny. What did you want Tess to say? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I guess it's okay that you hate gay people now. I completely get it, considering your mom. Dr. Phil emerges
look, I don't know. There's so much of this that they're like they're doing TV, right? You know how in TV, like if you have a character that's a big part of the show that is like prejudice, then you have the scene where it's revealed, well, this is really the reason that he's prejudiced, and then somebody gives him help with that and says it's okay that your parents were mean. It's okay to be angry at your parents for being mean to you, and then they're like, oh cool, I don't have to be prejudiced anymore.
Terrifying robot from the wall. He truly is Big Brother on this show. He is
Yeah, that is like a little
always there, lingering in the television.
We were sitting at the dining room table when Dr. Phil appeared on the pop-up screen.
And one must ask, looking at the secret Dr. Phil television, why? Why is it like that? Why don't you just go to the house, Dr. Phil? You put all these bigots in the house and then just left them to rot. You go to see them for like 20 minutes 3 times and just call it a day. Why don't you care about
Why don't you live there with them?
them?
When the screen popped
Yeah,
up
he should be living there with them like the camp counselor.
and Dr. Phil was on the screen, I was like, okay, something good is going to happen.
Dr. Phil is this virtuous and wise man. Wouldn't they get even better if he were to spend more time like imbuing them with his virtue and wisdom?
So anyway, again, I can't wait to see you, Dr. Phil, and that whole TV thing, that was really, really cool, man.
That's crazy. About what happened with the mystery TV. Phil tells everyone that their next assignment is to come up with 3 questions they want to ask him.
I want you to be thinking about 3 things that you personally want to ask me.
This moment truly gets at the joy of lost media, because let me tell you something, we never see these questions getting asked. They just drop it. Is that because we simply don't have these parts of the show? Maybe. It would seem strange for it not to be there given how long this question thing would take, but who knows? I don't know what the truth
that TV screen does look small.
is, but I choose to believe that everyone just forgot about it.
Yeah, I have a question for Phil. Why? Here's the funny thing about it, though, right? They forgot. They never covered that again. They didn't show what their questions were. Either they forgot about it and they didn't care about it, or like they just didn't show it, right? Because it never gets.
That Phil didn't want to hear their questions, and they just cut it out of the show. Episode 3. So let's play a little game. Dr. Phil pairs off the bigots with the people they're bigoted against, and they do little bonding exercises together. Tess and Christina, for example, go rock climbing and have to do trust falls together. With all that in mind, what do you think the other pairs are going to do in this episode? Feel free to pause here and write your guess down below.
Any guesses? Any guesses in chat? What are they going to do for like the racist and the the black woman, the fat phobic and the overweight, like, oh, what are they gonna do? What do you think they're gonna do? Like, what is their bonding exercise gonna be? What are they gonna do that is gonna help them get over their prejudice? Paintball? The neo-Nazi guy is like, I have a question. Inward. I wonder how good robots will be able to get at golf. Wow. Will robots be better than humans at golf?
Oh.
Wait.
Blackface.
I feel like I'd rather watch robot golf than human golf. Like, can we just do that?
They do
baseball.
blackface. Stacy puts on a fat suit and marches around town, but the audio is corrupted for that bit, so they
Okay. So the fat phobe puts on a fat suit to walk around town and get to feel what it's like to experience that prejudice. Wonderful.
Thankfully we don't have to hear it. Gary does blackface. It doesn't look good either. I mean, of course it's not gonna look good, but I would say he looks especially insane.
I'm black.
Okay, you know what? This is terrible. Like, seriously?
When people aren't really helpful with him and his demands, he learns that maybe
How fresh is? And see how it is living as a black man.
It's night now, and blackface skinhead Gary goes around the neighborhood
What? Like, seriously?
yelling at random people stuff like, "Where can I get a good pizza? Do you know where
This kind of thing used to be common in talk shows?
Baja Fresh is?"
You know where Baja Fresh is?
Oh, that smells good. Where'd you get that from?
Hey, that smells good. Where'd you get that from?
For the record, he looks like this the entire time. When people aren't really helpful with him and his demands, he learns that maybe black people do have it rough in this country, and I guess, he just stops being racist after that.
I'm not getting the answers out of simple questions.
The show comes to an end now, and Dr. Phil has a final talk with 4 of the 6 members. I don't know if he ever talked to Christina and Tess, if we just don't have that section on video, but in any case, the conversations that do exist are all strange and horrible in their own ways. Let's start with B. By the end of the show, B is happy. She's developed, I guess, a rich relationship with Gary, and she's ready to do great things with her life.
Okay, and you just kind of walk like this, you know, just casual, like, hey, you know.
Okay, so like your father hurt you early on.
That is horrible.
He made you ashamed.
Like, how did this get greenlit? How did they let this happen?
And there wasn't anything.
How did they think this was a good idea?
Phil explains Gary's racism with trauma. This isn't the only time he does this. Earlier in the show, Phil says something very similar about Christina.
This hatred has nothing to do with gay people. It has to do with a sense of betrayal she feels with her mother.
You're not actually bigoted. You don't actually care about gay people. This is all a response to childhood trauma. Now, I'm not going to disagree with Phil entirely here. I think it's possible that an abusive parent could lead to someone having unproductive, harmful beliefs of various kinds. But clearly, that's not all or even most of the story. There are obviously many people with abusive parents who don't go on to become skinheads, because skinheadism is a very particular ideology that comes from a very particular environment, a racist environment. There are 2 facts we can say pretty clearly about Gary's father, at least as he's described on this show. First, he was horrible and physically abusive. Second, he was a skinhead who advocated skinhead beliefs to his children.
I took a choice.
My back is like
taking my dad's footsteps.
Like, this is
And
all I can
yet,
take.
in Phil's analysis, he doesn't even mention.
So, Curse Content Sunday, from beginning to end, we got to find out, like, that Keffals just sounds ridiculous. Trying to be edgy by using the R slur. When it comes to calling Hasan that, and that apparently the slurs that she really wants to call Hasan are something quite different. Like, right? That's we'll have to wonder what those are. We found out that Chud Logic is very supportive of Blaire White, and we found that Dr. Phil is evil. He's an evil, evil man. And Chet Hanks is more boring than I remember. I remember Chet Hanks being like just so cringe that it's like interesting. But regardless, give my love to the next streamer and Argonian Bum, and I will see you later. Okay, I'll try to come up with a schedule and all the other stuff about like how my schedule can scale and get bigger depending on the amount of support I get. Anyway, much love, everybody. I will see you. Meow. Good night, YouTube. Good night, Bodies. Good night, Big Joel. Good night, Chud Logic. Like, where's Chud Logic? There he is. There's Chud Logic. We've got Chud Logic. Anyway, good night. No, I'm sorry. My back is hurting me. My back is hurting me from kicking too many boxes. But I will be back. Meow.